A whole new season of historic motor racing begins right here. Happy Easter, everybody. Welcome to Donington Park and the second day of this Masters Historic Racing weekend. We're going to have a look at some of the most fantastic elements of Masters Historic Racing's portfolio of championships, including historic Grand Prix cars, the Legends, Le Mans Legends, Sports Prototype and GT cars, a relatively recent addition to the roster, and indeed catering for cars of a more recent generation, plus the ever-popular Pre-66 touring cars, and the Historic Sports Car Club's Historic Formula 2 Championship gets a double header to open its season, and also we'll have a look at some Formula 1 demonstrations as well. So lots of great action to come. Pit stop races, sprint races, single-seaters, sports cars, touring cars. What more could you wish for? David Addison and Christopher Tate, trackside, looking forward to what should be a really good day's racing. And Christopher, Masters close to your heart, and Donington close to your heart as well.
Yeah, you could say that, David. Good afternoon, and good afternoon to everybody. But yeah, rather an interesting feeling, having been in at the beginning of Masters with Ron Maiden and Rachel Bailey and seen it through to 2010, and then, of course, having reopened Donington Park with a Masters event.
That's right.
And I then came on to work here at the park itself. Now in the capable hands of Jonathan Palmer's MSV group, and looking very smart in its red and white livery everywhere. And a cold and chilly, which may have an impact on this afternoon's activities, a cold and chilly Donington Park, but looking smart, the track looking in great order, and at least it's dry, and we're looking forward to some great racing. And as you say, starting with the HSCC's Formula 2 race.
It's going to be fascinating, actually, because you've got drivers leaping from different car to different car, which is always part and parcel of a historic event. You've got, as somebody pointed out this morning, perhaps rather rusty drivers. They've not done much for quite a long time, and in the case of double headers or the longer races, they might wilt a little bit. So there's an awful lot to look for. Plus, in these very cold conditions, how long it's going to take people to get tyres up to temperature and what that might do over the opening few laps of races as well. So we are going to start in a little while with Formula 2. Before we turn our attention, though, to the track action itself, earlier on in the day we had a chance to catch up with some of the people not only racing but also involved in putting on Masters Historic Racing, just to give us a feel for what we're in store for here at Donington Park.
Well, Ron, you've managed it. You've got a Masters show together, and 2021 historic race season starts today. How's it been going?
Well, surprisingly well. Better than we expected. There was obviously a pent-up desire to go motor racing, and everyone's turned up. We haven't got the Europeans here, which is a great shame because on some of the grids they account for sort of 50% of it. But, you know, we're very happy for what we got. I want to say a thank you to Motorsport UK. They don't often get the credits, but they really helped us, and we're here. So we're very happy.
It's been a trick to get everyone together, obviously, and inevitably, starting over Easter weekend, the temperatures dropped, and everyone worries a little bit about keeping their car tyres warm.
Well, the Easter weekend thing was, should we do it on the Saturday and Sunday? So we thought we'd go on the Friday and Saturday, and then people would get home for 2 days of Easter. So it seems to have worked. The GT and touring car grids, they're oversubscribed. So, yeah, I guess it's worked. It was very sunny here a couple of days ago. I don't know what's happened. I was sunbathing here on Wednesday, and now I'm freezing my what's-it off, but whatever.
Ron, you're sitting on David Purley's famous old Lec Formula 1 car, which has been restored in recent years. How long have you had the car?
Don't call it an old car. It makes me feel old. So about 3 years now, and I know in their period they didn't achieve great things, but I've got to say it's probably the best car I've ever driven. It's quite wide, so it suits a fat boy like me, and it goes quicker than I want to go. So I love it. I really do enjoy this car.
So, Ron, beyond today, the rest of the season for Masters?
Well, it depends which you talk about, Masters Europe or Masters America. For Europe, we go from here to Brands Hatch towards the end of May, and then to Paul Ricard, which the organisers assure us is going to happen, but I guess we got to wait and see what the various governments say. and then after Brands, Paul Ricard, and then the Silverstone Classic. So, by luck more than judgment, to have 3 of our first 4 events in Britain has worked out really well. And then we've also got 2 races in America, Laguna Seca and Watkins Glen. So, busy times.
Mike Newton, what about this then? We first met when you were racing this car at Le Mans in the right time, a very fine Lola MG. How much fun is it to have it out in the Masters Endurance Series?
Well, it's an absolute hoot and it's a wonderful series. To be able to actually run it in a sprint race where you can not have to worry about the long game, just get on with it. It's been an absolute joy to drive.
And you had a run yesterday. How did that go?
Really well. Obviously, with the class now goes all the way out to 2016. But that means that the break now is at 2011. I was the quickest pre-2011 car, so that was great.
Well, it's great to be racing again. Are you intending to do as many of these series as you can this year, and in Britain and in Europe?
Yeah, we'd love to be at the Bugatti race with Patrick Peat. We'd love to be at the Ricard race here. All of them, we'd love to be there. But yeah, it's just getting there. As a team like this, we really can't afford to quarantine for 5 days on the way back. So we'll see what happens.
And Mike, I mean, you have owned this car since new, and it raced at Le Mans. What are your favourite memories of this car in what is now 17 years of ownership?
Well, we're always struggling a little bit when we run it in period because we're very much running as with the P900s. So, if anything, this car's really come to life under the Masters Series, where we've been able to let it have its full head, and it's been a great car. I mean, the total MG Lola experience was obviously amazing over the years, and the 264 had very much been my favourite, the twin hoop version. But I've really fallen back in love with the 257 in the last 3 years.
And have you got some of the old RML boys back in the band to help you run it? How's it going?
Well, absolutely. I think we are genuinely the most authentic team. We've got myself, we've got the car, we've got Jakey, who was our lead mechanic at the time. We've got Phil Barker, who was the chef d'équipe at the time. We've got the transporter that was at the time. And in fact, last night I was even fettling the old electric paddock bike from the period as well. So I think we're about as authentic as you get.
Mike Cantillon, what a beautiful car you've got. Tell us about this Williams. How long have you had this wonderful car?
I've had the FW07. It's the Chassis C, number 16. I've had it for 5 years. It was originally built by Williams in 89-90. Alan Jones won the championship, and then Keke Rosberg went on to win the championship. So it's a very special car.
Certainly is, and beautifully prepared by Colin Bennett's race team. And you've been racing it very successfully and won the first race yesterday afternoon. How are you doing?
Yeah, really pleased with that. Steve Hartley had a great qualifying. He put it on pole. Had a great race with Steve. Unfortunately, I think Steve got a misfire 2 or 3 laps in. So I think the race would have been a lot closer apart from that. So I think today's going to be a really exciting race.
And Donington Park, in this configuration with these cars, is exactly how it's meant to be, isn't it? A great track for these type of Formula One cars.
Yeah, it's incredible actually. Going down through the S's, you're completely flat. The speed you can carry through with the downforce these generate is it's just mind-blowing really, and it's just a pleasure and a privilege to be driving one.
And then, Mike, beyond here at Donington Park, there's Brands Hatch, and then more hopefully to come in Europe. You intending to run the whole season, God willing?
No, I can't make Brands, but we're hoping to do Paul Ricard. And then we've basically got to see if Paul Ricard happens with COVID and so forth. But the organisers are telling us that Paul Ricard's nearly a certainty. They've done a deal with the French authorities, so that's good.
Well, great, and we wish you good luck for this afternoon.
Many thanks. Thank you.
So the second race of the weekend for the Masters Historic Formula One cars, one to look forward to, coming up a little bit later. Mike Cantillon, the winner from Steve Hartley and Lucas Haluza yesterday. Now, it's not just Formula One, Formula 2 as well features. The Historic Sports Car Club's F2 grid gets a double header, and this is another series that should be spreading its wings across Europe, all being well. Sadly, many of the Europeans aren't able to come across, but we've still got 27 cars after the qualifying session ready to go racing, and Martin O'Connell hopefully he's going to be on pole position. I say hopefully because it was at the end of the session that the car sounded rather flat and sick. So whether he gets to the grid, we'll wait and see. With him on the front row should be Rob Weldon. Rob, we expect to be quick. Driver that splits his time between occasional historic outings and modern day sports cars. And a little earlier in the day we had a chance to catch up with Rob and hear his thoughts going into this historic F2 season opener. Rob Weldon, front row of the grid for the historic Formula 2 race. Let's talk about the category first of all, because it seems to have this huge amount of support at the moment, big grids and really good racing. What's the appeal?
As you said, they're fantastic fun cars to drive. They're brilliant, they're entertaining, and to race the cars as they were in period, you don't get an opportunity like that very often. And to be honest, I think anybody would take it if they had it. So that's why you seem to get a big turnout.
In terms of lap times, they're not that far away from a historic F1 car, I guess, but for a bit less cost.
Yeah, a fraction of the cost, I'd imagine. The performance of them really is fairly stunning. You know, to do the times that we're doing around Donington, I race fairly modern cars around here that certainly can't get somewhere close, and to be driving something that's 40 years old and as quick and well balanced as it is, it's a pleasure to drive.
You've got lots of regulars from historic racing, lots of amateurs, guys like you that mix and match between modern sports car racing as well. It's a really intriguing grid.
Yeah, there's obviously quite a varying degree of performance, shall we say? But you get this championship is about real enthusiasts, and for people to turn up, everybody that's here has just got a genuine passion for racing, and it doesn't matter what background you come from, and it's just great to be involved with that, really.
Tell us about this car. First of all, is it yours? Are you driving it for an owner, and what's the history of it?
So my business partner Keith, who helps run Raw Motorsports, he is obviously of that era, and it's something that really appealed to him. And we started looking a couple of years ago for a car. This one came on the market from actually one of my race team customers' brothers that we knew. And so it seemed a reasonable car, and we sort of jumped at the chance to take it on. We haven't done a huge amount with it, to be honest. We'd like to do a little bit more because obviously we have a fair few commitments with our own racing, but we'll try and get it out as much as we can. And yes, as I said, it's a pleasure to drive.
Now, of course, time marches on. I'm not suggesting you are going to have a problem or bend it, but something like this, which is a burgeoning category in historic terms, where do you go to for parts? Are they still around?
Depending on what car you get, there are some parts still available. Obviously, March is still in production, so you can get the drawings and you can get parts made. Obviously, the ideal scenario is not to bend it, so fingers crossed we won't get to that point.
How does it compare to a modern-day car? It's got a certain amount of aero, but can you tell you're in a time warp, or does it compare quite closely to anything else you race?
The first time I drove it, I was amazed at how well balanced, how good the brakes feel, how much air you genuinely do have. It was a real eye-opener. Maybe some of the modern stuff can learn stuff still from period. Obviously there are parts of it that are a lot more dated, but I really enjoy that style of driving, going back to a manual gear change and heel and towing. Have to train myself not to try and get my left foot over to brake because you can't do it. But other than that, no, it's brilliant. Really enjoy it.
The race today, or races, plural, who's the main opposition?
Obviously got O'Connell on pole, so obviously he's got to be the target. To be honest, we've only done a couple of races, so I'm still learning the grid. So I guess anybody in the top 5 is going to be a bit of a challenge. Never done a standing start before, so not in one of these. I've probably done about 10 in my life, and I stopped racing for 8 years, so it's been a while. So that could be entertaining. Hopefully we'll make it into the first corner in the top 10 and see how we go.
So Rob Weldon then on the front row of the grid. A bit of a step into the unknown this for him, Christopher.
Yes, it sounds like it, doesn't it? I didn't realise he'd not driven it very much before. 782, a really nice car, and it looked I had a good look at it in the paddock. It looked extremely well prepared, and obviously he's an extremely quick peddler. We'll have to see how that goes. There are a number of well-known names on this grid. Martin Stretton lying back in row 4 for one, you can't help noticing. Young Matthew Wrigley on third quickest, I think, in qualifying, will be another one to keep an eye on. Fraser Gibney also. There are some interesting car and driver combinations out there, But David, one of the big features, I think, of starting after the extraordinary time we've all been through, and this is one of the very first motor races being held under the restart in the UK. Sadly, no spectators here, but at least we're all racing. But a lot of the drivers, of course, have not been able to drive the cars.
No, indeed.
And so particularly people who acquired a car even over the winter 1920 and then didn't race much last year. A lot of people are still learning their cars. It'll be interesting to see what impact that has. Just looking down the grid, a number of them are newly acquired, and a number of, as Rob was just saying, a number of people here very much to enjoy themselves and not worry too much about the grid positions as they come out into this HSCC Formula 2 race.
So there you can see the national circuit, which is the configuration of Donington that we're using, coming through Hollywood, down through the Craner Curves there to the bottom of the hill. And a fabulous part of the circuit, that. Donington, apart really from moving the chicane back a little bit a few years ago, remains very much as it did when it reopened in 1977. And as the cars now make their way up to the grid, it is a slightly amended grid from that was published, in as far as there is indeed now Rob Weldon lining up on pole position, which confirms that Martin O'Connell is not going to make it to the grid, and everybody is therefore promoted up one spot. So Rob Weldon goes onto pole position. With him at the front of the grid then is going to be Mark Charteris, who is a hugely experienced and successful clubman's racer, and then third on the grid should be Matt Wrigley. Now, even that doesn't look quite right, because there's now no Mark Charteris getting himself as yet to the front row of the grid. So the grid marshals doing their best to shuffle everybody into place.
Well, David, while we were doing our little introduction earlier on, I did notice a Formula 2 car down inside the paddock. And it may well be that Mark Charteris came out and has not been able to join in. I'm sure we'll catch up on some news at that, but as you say, the man we just interviewed, Rob Weldon, looks to be all by himself on the front row, and we have someone in the middle of the grid for a reason that's not entirely apparent at the moment.
Yes, indeed. I'm convinced all this will put itself right at the end of the green flag lap. It is a 25-minute race rather than a set number of laps. It is 25 minutes, and they'll get themselves, I think, in the right order when they reform on the grid. So Rob Weldon now has rather been gifted a potential win, hasn't he? Because there's limited opposition around him. He wasn't the fastest qualifier. He was the second quickest, and the margin between him and Martin O'Connell was 0.8 of a second, actually.
But he made an interesting point. He said, like many modern racers who come back to historics, I have not yet ever done a standing start. So, well, he's got away all right now, accompanied by the full grid. So there's a fine sight as the Formula 2 grid sets out down to Redgate for the green flag lap.
What's fascinating about this, and again we'll touch on it I'm sure in the context of the Formula 1 Grand Prix cars, but because it's covering an era, not just a given year, you can see how Formula 2 evolved, how they went from being very skinny cars with narrow track to much wider, with the aero starting to come as well. Mark Charteris had a fuel leak when warming up the engine, so Rob Weldon will start on pole position, and Mark Charteris seemingly therefore is going to be a non-starter. Matt Wrigley lines up third on the grid, and Mark Hazel is going to be fourth. He's also racing in historic Formula 1 today. Fifth on the grid is Fraser Gibney, and then the 1600cc engine car of Martin Stratton lining up sixth ahead of Callum Grant and Mike Wrigley, Matt's father. He is now eighth on the grid. Ninth is where you find Martin Wood, Ocean Air Clubman's champion back in the 1980s. After a 20-year layoff, came back at the end of last season. Brian Morris with the ex-Pierre Carlo Ginzani march for company. Then it's Chris Livingston Price and Andrew Smith lining up 12th on the grid ahead of Mike Bledsoe Brown and then David Tomlin. Julian Maynard is next with another ex-Clubman's racer, Clive Wood, for company. Nick Pancisi is next with Stephen Futter for company, ahead of Daniel Clayfield and Nick Pink, who was busy in the GT race here yesterday. Julian Stokes next on the grid with Paul Bason's ex-James Hunt, March 712, alongside. Then you've got Peter Mickelwright, Mark Goodyear, Jeremy Kane, and Frank Lyons, very experienced historic racer, to round out the grid. And Frank, I would have thought, is somebody that you can anticipate to make some progress, really. Frank Lyons with the Brabham BT35 on that back row of the grid.
Yes, Frank, of course, chairman of the HSCC club itself for a number of years, but Frank appeared to be having trouble in the very pretty and very original Brabham BT35 in correct Brabham factory colours. But he was back at the grid, I think, after some problems in qualifying. But here comes the grid. There's Stretton, very much the class favourite in the earlier cars, as David was saying. The big shovel noses of the later 70s cars do make a big contrast with the earlier Formula 2 cars of the period, as another Lotus 69 goes through, 59 I should say. Yes, and there's a wonderful Techno there as well at the back there, the red and white car, the Italian car that moved up from being a kart manufacturer into making Formula 3 and then Formula 2 cars. So, David.
We are looking forward to this hugely, as do we have one car crawling towards the pits there? You can see one, yes, does limp to the pit lane. So we've got one car that's going to be missing from the grid. I rather feel that might be Paul Basson, number 50. So that's another question mark with a problem. However, we are set to go racing then, as the drivers now look towards the lighting gantry. It is indeed Paul Basson making his way down the pit lane as the race gets underway, and a good start is made there by Matt Wrigley. Is he going to be able to get right onto the tail though of Rob Weldon as they dive down towards Redgate Corner for the first time? He does close under braking. Fraser Gibney goes third, but it's Rob Weldon then who snatches the race lead as they turn through Redgate. The Andrew Smith yellow March 742, number 77 there on the outside line. Now on cold tires still, they plunge downhill. Rob Weldon leads, but he's not getting away.
No, that impressive start by young Matt Wrigley there, and I think, as you say, there are a number of people who did obviously have a different qualifying, and look out for the yellow car of Andrew Smith, very experienced Scottish racer in all sorts of cars, including big Lolas and sports cars, and this now is getting wonderful selection of cars. And don't be fooled by the sunshine, it is extremely cold out there, and the track is cold as well, so grip is going to be a feature. But everyone got down through the S's safely, and that's the important thing on lap one.
They did indeed. So now as they make their way down towards the chicane, the top two breaking away just a little. Fraser Gibney is kind of best of the rest in third, but not for long, because there Mark Hazel dives up on the inside, goes through, grabs third place, but fighting back is Fraser Gibney as they come out of the chicane. Looks side by side, and Gibney powers back ahead. Great stuff then. So 85, Fraser Gibney there in the Chevron B49 goes through up into third place. Mark Hazel is fourth, and there with the familiar green helmet, fifth, Martin Stratton. Danger Mouse as he is known, and that's a 1.6 litre car, remember, giving it beans against the 2 litre brigade, and he's about to have a go for fourth. Absolutely flat out, foot nailed to the board through the Craner curves, and on the inside line for the old hairpin. Is he going to go through? The answer is yes.
Positively Senna-esque that
Brilliant
manoeuvre was. That was lap one of the Grand Prix, wasn't it? Great stuff there. Martin Stratton in a 1600cc car, that's very impressive. And of course with a lot less downforce as well than the later car. Jesus Saves Liberty, we have to explain, I think probably particularly at Easter, that that was very much a Brazilian sponsor of Alex Ribeiro, who later featured as a Formula 1 medical car driver for many years. But yes, he was very committed, and his cars always raced with that, always caused a few raised eyebrows. As we come down into that Roberts, as it now is, chicane again, getting very close and tight. The little chevrons got away though from those two, haven't they been? Mark Hazel perhaps slightly holding those up behind him. That's a little unfair, but he takes a very different line into Redgate than everybody else. And that seems to have opened him up to being attacked as he set off down through the Craner curves.
It's Callum Grant doing the attacking, isn't it, there in the orange march. So Callum Grant, the Boltonian, who has been very, very good in historic Formula Ford before having outings in historic Grand Prix cars, right there on the back of Mark Hazel, who you saw made that tiny little mistake into the chicane. So it is Rob Weldon leading now by 11 tenths from Matt Wrigley. Fraser Gibney in the pale blue Chevron is third. Fourth, Martin Stratton. This is the fight for fifth then between Mark Hazel and Callum Grant. And they're almost together as they head up towards Coppice with Mike Wrigley next in the queue in 7th place.
Well, I was about to say, there's Dad Wrigley, and was saying, I want to get up there and catch up with my son too.
Yes.
But he's, yes, in the white nose car coming towards us now, lying just behind the orange car of Grant. And Hazel still going well, still taking a very different line into the Roberts chicane.
Yes, he seems to almost outbrake himself and scrabble out wide. There are battles going on lower down the order as well as the field gets a little bit more strung out. Martin Stratton getting away for the moment, because here, look, the fight for fourth between, for fifth between Hazel and Grant is delaying them. Grant was ahead when they came over the timing line. Hazel was ahead at Redgate, and they're absolutely side by side through Hollywood. So the red Jesus Saves march is that of Mark Hazel, and he is just hanging on to position as they dive down through the Craner curves. brilliant racing this, and you see you can run together with aero.
Yes, and isn't that a nice point? Because, I mean, in period, these Formula 2 cars, particularly towards the end of the great Formula 2 championship, these cars are really running just as we see them now. And it's great to see them being given a proper piece of exercise around Donington Park.
So the sun shines, the track temperature is still very cold indeed, and as the field pours through, we've still got 20 minutes to go. So 25-minute race, flag goes out the first time the leader crosses the line once those 25 minutes are up. Paul Basson, incidentally, we saw head to the pit lane pre-start. He joined in from the pits and has already gained a couple of places. Frank Lyons falling back behind him at a spin. Mark Hazel getting it wrong out of the chicane. He's facing the wrong way, and that's in a really awkward place. He's got to get it away from there, because if anybody were to come through the chicane and run wide, he would be therefore collected. Thankfully, he has been able to loop it round and rejoin, but he's a rather red-faced Mark Hazel now. He's going to go tumbling down the field. That will put him to what now, 14th place?
Yeah, I think he's just behind Chris Livingston-Price there in the number 49 and number 70 cars, who are battling themselves, and he's joined in with them with David Tomlin in that Rondell Motor Mark 1 car. Just back in 10th, 11th place now.
Now Rob Weldon up front, incidentally, as you look at Andrew Smith. Rob Weldon is getting away. He was, when we last checked in on that, 11 tenths to the good. Rob Weldon is now 3 seconds clear. So Rob Weldon is getting on with the job. It's a shame he doesn't have Martin O'Connell to battle against, but I think if the win is coming, Rob will take it. Andrew Smith, number 77 there, and a drama for number 150. That is Clive Woods, Chevron B34.
Yes, please pull off is the answer. You're throwing a lot of, thank you very much, throwing a lot of oil onto the track, which won't help traction. I didn't see where that was, David, where he's come off there.
It was going up towards McLean's.
Right, yeah. Okay, well at least hopefully then you don't need oil in the crane of cars, that's the only thing.
True enough. Now Martin Stratton's coming under attack, isn't he? Because now look, Callum Grant, having shaken off the dramas he was having in terms of that battle with Mark Hazel, can concentrate now on what's happening ahead. That means he can push, and he is catching the older March in the hands of Martin Stratton. Now, it's still going to be driven absolutely on the limit, is Martin's car. It's not going to be a walk in the park for Callum Grant to get past him. This is going to be a really good scrap.
Yeah, just happy to see there that if that was indeed where the oil was coming down, then no obvious sign of Martin Stratton having any difficulty on the oil there. So that allows that great scrap. He's really taking shape now. You know, he is a lot closer now, and I suspect that Stratton feels he's got Grant really breathing down his neck. Into Roberts again.
Now Rob Weldon up front, 4 seconds clear. Matt Wrigley second, just going out of shot third, Fraser Gibney. And this for fourth, almost side by side. Callum Grant dives out, has a long look at the inside, but you have got to get up early in the morning to try and outfox Martin Stratton.
Well, I was about to say you've got to get up really early to try and outbreak Martin Stratton. Many have tried, so I think that's the answer. Probably they can hold each other up for the moment, but Mark Hazel has now got himself back up to 12th, David, so he's got a little way to catch yet, but I would expect to see him making places up over the next few laps.
We've lost Chris Livingston-Price, I'm afraid, as well, into the pit lane with the Techno, T70 Techno, as there Callum Grant tries in the traffic now to get up the inside of Stratton, diving into Coppice, but no, Martin moves across as he's perfectly entitled to do, covers the line, so Callum Grant right up behind him as they now make that run down towards the Roberts chicane once again. Another factor suddenly thrown at this battle, of course, these back markers.
Yes, I was about to say, I mean, 1 or 2 people have been lapped really quite early, a couple of problems, I think, but we're not, we're not even halfway in the race yet.
No.
And we have got, that is going to be a real influence. Stratton again is going to try and break, yes. Into Redgate. But it certainly does look, doesn't it, as though that's only a matter of time before Grant manages to get past Stratton. And then not falling back, but right there is Mike Wrigley in the white car number 78. And we'd expect to see him make some progress soon. The little static here at the front, further back, David, some great battles going on. That is a shame to see that. That is Chris Livingston-Price. Perhaps that's one of the shortest Formula 2 cars ever made, and that is one of the tallest men ever to sit in it. Chris is a good 6'5", and thin as a rake. I'm not quite sure how he bends himself to get into that car, but clearly, sadly, a technical problem, and he's not going any further.
Now Martin Stratton is still hanging on to position, look fourth, and now Callum Grant makes his bid. Does he coming down to the chicane? Martin Stratton uses the traffic to his advantage there to close the door. A good exit by Callum Grant. Now look, with the extra horsepower, carries him alongside Stratton as they come past the pits. Now down towards Redgate, that time over the timing line. Callum Grant was definitely ahead, but he still hung out to dry on the outside. Martin Stratton breaks ludicrously late, scrabbles back through on the inside. The door is opened. Callum Grant gets back up the inside. They're going to be absolutely wheel to wheel down through the Craners. Traffic looms ahead, but Callum Grant has the line, and now he has got the place.
Well, that was a very well executed manoeuvre. There was a moment when they were extremely close there, but actually now Grant is losing out a little bit in the traffic there, isn't he? Allowing Martin to close. So he wasn't outbraked this time. He was outpowered on the exit, sliding the car beautifully. Outpowered from the corner as they came through Hollywood down into the Craner curves.
So now the question is it better to be the chaser or the chased? Martin Stratton now can try to judge what to do based on Callum Grant ahead, but it's a faster, bigger engine car that Callum Grant has. In theory, he should be able to pull away. And the next question will be whether or not Grant can catch Fraser Gibney. The margin was 2.4 seconds between them. Now that's your race leader. Remember him? That's Rob Weldon. So far out front, is he? He's very nearly in race 2 for these cars. He's 4.6 seconds to the good. Immaculate drive. Rob's somebody that had a long layoff from racing, about 8 years worth. He was out of the saddle for. He's come back having GT4 outings in British GT. He's raced with United Autosports in LMP3 sports cars in the European Le Mans scene and in Asian Le Mans. A very, very experienced driver, but yet one that still flies under the radar. He's a good character. He's very, very rapid, be it in historic or modern machinery. And right now, giving us a masterclass up front.
He certainly is, and as you may have noticed, having a good look in his mirrors there and saying, where's everybody gone? Because, of course, he didn't know he was going to come out onto a grid that was missing the pole position man. And he's probably a little lonely, as it were, up there, but it's a great race for him to be pulling away as he is from young Matthew Wrigley, still lying a strong second, and in fact quite clear of trouble himself. It's nice to see some of the different cars, isn't it? That is another Techno there, and following... this car ran in French Formula 2, and you could swap the cars around. There was a very strong Formula Atlantic scene at the time, wasn't there? Good to see such a great variety of cars all the way down through the field.
I've got a horrible feeling that when he went past the pits just now, Martin Stratton's car did not sound as sweet as it did earlier on, and it was a slowish lap time. Not dog slow, but slowish from Martin Stratton as you look at the Techno of Julian Stokes here on the attack. So he's looking for a way to get up past Julian Maynard's March 742 on the run to the chicane, and that, I'm afraid to say, out of the race is one of the Wrigleys, is it not?
Wrigley.
It's Dad, Mike Wrigley, yeah.
Yeah, and I was just telling you how well he was doing and how he was coming forward. Yes. But he's very considerately pushed up and pulled himself off into the area beyond the gravel trap and through the safety door, which will get him back into the corner of the paddock there. So no need to do anything dramatic with the safety car at the moment.
Now he was next in the queue behind Martin Stratton, so maybe it was his engine note that I'd heard not sounding quite right. We'll keep an ear to Martin's engine as he goes through next time. The top two have gone by, and now we're being told the race leader is in the pit lane. Now Rob Weldon has come to the pits, according to TSL and the timing screen. So Matt Wrigley takes over the race lead. There is Rob Weldon, steering wheel off.
And that looks like I've had enough. Clearly a problem here.
Now that's a bolt from the blue, because that car was out on its own and just looking utterly dominant.
Do you know, we forget, don't we, sometimes, when switching between modern and historic racing, that in period, Formula 2 cars were notoriously unreliable. Yeah. And you would say, you know, Pescarola's in front of Graham Hill, and then suddenly both of them would retire. And the next person up would take the position. We now have the situation in which young Matthew Wrigley is there out of the front. He's probably will have seen that Dad's pulled off and is no longer there. But there's... I'm sorry for Weldon. putting on a really good show.
Yeah, he's driven very, very well indeed. Clearly it is something in the car, not something that he has done. It's not a driver error putting him off the road, so we'll try to get to the bottom of that for race 2. Mark Hazel, you saw a moment ago, he's still working his way 10th now, and hot on the heels of Mike Bledsoe-Brown there, who turns through Coppis. Mark Hazel is right up with him. Wrigley to Gibney now, he's 11.8 seconds, so Matt Wrigley just has to nurse it home with still 11 minutes on the clock. And Mark Hazel has not done yet, has he? The Jesus Saves March still could gain a place or 2 before the end.
I would expect him to see probably 3 more places. If he's lucky, he might even be in the top 6. But here we go, looking for some space as it comes down now towards the braking point. Do you know, that car's not that quick in a straight line. Right. The less aero cars inevitably have a bit of, when they get a good run down to Redgate, it is noticeable how they're able to hold on there, isn't it?
It is, and it also illustrates 4th overall what a great job Martin Stratton is doing, because yes, he has lost the odd place, but he is still doing a very impressive job, way out front in his class, because again the championship broken up, the series broken up into classes dependent on the engine size and the vintage of the car. And there for 9th place, now 8th place with the demise of Rob Weldon, Mike Bledsoe-Brown and Mark Hazel nose to tail through McLean's. 10 more minutes on the clock.
Bledsoe-Brown, an extremely good, well-known name in the Midlands, both for trucking and property and a range of businesses. You see Bledsoe-Brown all over the place, a long-standing competitor in HSCC racing of all sorts. And that's a nicely turned out car, sponsored by AstroTurf. Do we remember when that was a new name?
It's the future.
Everybody wanted an AstroTurf football pitch.
That's right. I want to say that Mike Bledsoe-Brown started off in multisports, one of the last John Webb creations in the late 80s, early 90s. Now there, look, Mark Hazel has a look to the inside, brakes as late as he dares, but it was never quite on that move, so MBB hangs on to the place for the moment. Mike Bledsoe-Brown still 8th as they hit the top of the Craners once more. This is lap 14.
Yep, that's obviously one that he's not going to try again. If he's going to try and outbrake him, he's going to get himself a bigger run at it than that. I think that was quite a ferocious chop by Mike Bledsoe-Brown there.
So Matt Wrigley, the race leader. The gap's down a fraction, you know, 10.5 seconds to Fraser Gibney, who in turn is being reeled in by Callum Grant as there. Mark Hazel goes to the outside line, and he's done it right round the outside at McLean's. That was a brave move.
That was a very brave move. That was really relying on the front end grip there, wasn't it? He's obviously decided the tyres have warmed up and the front wing's working, because you wouldn't want to make that move to people if you were uncertain about what was going to happen next. Nice move, nice move. And what about Grant in 3rd place then? He's not going to get attacked by Martin Stratton, I don't think.
No, he's not, but he is attacking Fraser Gibney. There was only 4 tenths between 2nd and 3rd when they went across the line last time, so that's the next one to try to focus on. As there, look, Mark Hazel having got ahead of Mike Bledsoe-Brown, he checks out. That's Andrew Smith coming down the pit lane. The Leamington Spa, Andrew Smith. There are, I think, at least 3 that we have racing these days. This is Ariel Atom and historic Formula 3 racer. He won the 2nd race in the Classic F3 event here yesterday, but I'm afraid to say he's in the pit lane, and the March 742 looks like it is done as far as race 1 is concerned. Number 5 there you can see Mark Goodyear in the Lotus 59, the Dave Baldwin designed car, onto the top of the Craners. Clock ticks on down. Right.
Very elegant car, that Lotus, and then the March 721 behind it is very much also in the same era. The 1600cc with the FBA engines, a number of specialist preparers still looking after the Cosworth back catalogue, if you like, but it was always FBA 1600cc, and then the FBC was the 1800cc engine. But by the time we got to the era we're looking at the front end of the grid, all sorts of people were in there with engines. And of course, famously, at the end of Formula 2 was the Honda V6 engine with Thackwell and others, which really just, in the back of the Rolt, just walked away with the last couple of seasons of Formula 2 before it became Formula 3000.
Yes, I was just thinking about how things go full circle. We went Formula 2 to Formula 3000 to GP2, and now back to Formula 2, which is probably the right title after all. Through the traffic there, diving down towards Redgate Corner, you can see the leading car, and further back there behind Matt Wrigley is Fraser Gibney hanging on to his 2nd place. Just Callum Grant right with him. Through the traffic they come, but Fraser Gibney doing a good job of hanging on to the place, and Callum Grant is right with him. He could barely be any closer.
Yeah, sorry, a moment of excitement there for me. I just thought he was really going to try and push his nose around the inside of Redgate first. I don't think there was really room there, do you? The pale blue Chevron was a very pretty car in its period, wasn't it? Still is now. Car number 85 there. It's an elegant shape, and not many of them built.
No, Keke Rosberg, I think, drove on for Fred Opert's team, didn't he? Might even be that car, but Fraser Gibney, who's worked his way through the ranks of historic racing into historic Formula 2, fighting against a real single-seater expert, Callum Grant, who comes from a good motor racing family, and he's crawling all over the back of the Chevron then, tries to go around the outside at Coppice, but that ain't going to work. Then he switches sides, and look at all the traffic up the road that Fraser Gibney, as the pioneer here, has got to be the first one to get through. That white flag in the background says very slow moving car. Squeezed onto the grass is Gibney, and that back marker doing him absolutely no favours whatsoever, and it very nearly comes to a head at the chicane, with Callum Grant being able to weave his way up through then into second place, and Fraser Gibney was dealt a pretty bad hand by the back markers.
I'm afraid he was dealt a pretty bad hand. Nothing intentional, and if you're a back marker, it's always difficult to know whether the lead battle comes up to you, or the places battle comes up to you like that, exactly which side to move. But there was a proper moment of confusion there. I thought we'd almost lost Fraser, didn't you?
Yes.
He had wheels on the grass and wheels on the slippery paint, and that was not where he wanted to be. But I think now he's going to have a bit of a charge to try and get back again, but that's going to be a difficult one, isn't it?
It was Julian Stokes, I think, who was the back marker that probably wrongly identified him as a rival, not somebody trying to lap him. And it now means, look, there are two back markers between the pair of them. And
Matt Wrigley, while we were talking
yes.
about something else, has had a bit of a disaster and dropped himself down after his little moment, down to 6th place.
He's in the pits.
He's in the pits. Car 23 really having a problem there now, and that's Nick Pink in the Lola T360. As an ex-Lola man, that's a shame to see that. Not many Lolas in the race. But the Wrigley family have not had a happy day. That's Chris Perkins, a Formula 1 racer, who's obviously helping engineer the car, but whatever the problem is, Matt's decided that's it. And out he comes. So we have a new leader again.
Yes, another one. So what we were seeing, Callum Grant getting past Fraser Gibney, turned out to be for the race lead, because as they were doing all of that, so Matt Wrigley pitted, and it is Callum Grant leading by 4.2 seconds from that man, Fraser Gibney. So how many different leaders has that given us now? At least 3.
3, yes indeed.
Yeah.
And poor Gibney now will be even crosser about the way he got held up by the back marker there, because that's now the difference between not 3rd place or 2nd place, but 1st place. And when that happened, it's not entirely clear, but Matt Wrigley obviously had a proper mechanical problem, and that's what brought him into the pits. But sadly, that has broken up somewhat the lead for the battle, and leaving us with Grant out front from Gibney, and Stretton now in the 1600cc car up to a remarkable 3rd, just at the back of this shot here with the green helmet in the blue car. Martin Stretton leading the 1600cc class. And then we have car number 40. That's Brian Morris in another march. And I'm not sure where we've got him, but suddenly it looks very busy on the pit straight.
It does. Martin Stretton has just gone through. There he is at the back of the shot, trying to work his way through the traffic. Red flag, because there Nick Pink's car has expired pretty much through the chicane, and that's going to be a result, isn't it? Because with 3 minutes to go, I don't think the race is going to be restarted, and that car had almost ground to a halt on the racing line. So the HSCC's clerk of the course, Andy D. Crown, calls for a red flag, and then Murphy's Law, the car fires up and Nick Pink drive it back to the pit lane. So we'll go back a lap, but that should still be enough to keep Callum Grant ahead for the race lead. But a real shame that we have a red flag to stop the action. And also a real shame that we've had such a high mortality rate of the machinery. There's going to be a lot of work to be done to get many of those cars back out again.
Yes, because we should explain that there is due to be a second Formula 2 race here at Donington Park a little later on this afternoon. In fact, it's the last race of the day at around 5 p.m. So as you say, David, everyone's got 4 hours to do, or less than 4 hours to do some work, if anything is fixable, which we hope very much it is. But as it is, well worth a cheerful wave, because I think it's fair to say Callum Grant has reason to be reasonably excited about that.
He might not yet know he's won the race, of course, but
no, he was waving his hands in the air and absolutely certain that he had.
Savouring the moment. A real shame for Rob Weldon, real shame for Matt Wrigley and his dad, and also Martin O'Connell, who I can see standing on the pit wall, who never even got into the race, but the customers are happy at least. Well, there's Callum Grant. Of course, in this COVID world in which we live, we can't do winners' interviews, but we can at least hear from drivers before races that we were able to get to earlier on in the day. But we'll see the historic Formula 2 drivers back out. And the good thing about that was that there was always something going on, because with a full grid, with a variety of car, there was always a battle and some giant-killing performances, as ever, Martin Stratton being a star, third place behind Fraser Gibney and Callum Grant, the race winner. Result declared at 18 laps and 4 seconds being the margin between Grant and Gibney. So let's have a look at the provisional results as they came across the line. Callum Grant, the winner of the Historic Sports Car Club Historic Formula 2 first race from Fraser Gibney, March ahead of Chevron, and then Martin Stratton's class-winning 1600cc March in third place. Brian Morris with the XP Carlo Ginzani March 7.8 to fourth. Martin Wood flew under the radar a fair amount there, but fifth he was, up from ninth on the grid, ahead of the recovered Mark Hazel. Now sixth place, Mark Hazel after his spin, not a bad effort. Mike Bledsoe-Brown next, ahead of the Rondel M1 of David Tomlin. Matt Wrigley went back out, did he, after his pit stop? No.
Well, I think he was that far in front, David. I think that was the point.
Yeah,
but if you count back...
But I don't think he's going to stay in that result, because he wasn't running at the time of the red flag. So Matt Wrigley ignored. That puts Julian Stokes up to 9th provisionally. And then 10th will go the way of Nick Pancisi ahead of Julian Maynard. Stephen Futter was able to fend off Daniel Clayfield. Now Paul Basson started from the pits but got up to 15th ahead of Mark Goodyear and then Jeremy Kane, who was the last man on the grid with Frank Lyons. Peter Mickelwright between those two. Nick Pink, we know, didn't get to the end. He won't be really classified in the result as effectively the cause of that stoppage. So quite a lot to unravel, quite a lot for the teams to try to go to work on for later on in the day. But a really impressive sight, such a full grid of Formula 2 cars. Looking forward to the second race with it.
That's right, and some great stories in there, David. I mean, and in there, in the cars themselves, as we look around some of the sights of Donington Park, including the famous Victorian. That was the original archway entry into Donington Park House down at the bottom of the hill.
Wow.
And you came in, and I think the original owner thought it would be a nice idea to look impressively castellated as you arrived in your horse and cart here in the 1840s. No, but on the Formula 2 grid, I mean, some points for reflection. Yes, there were a number of cars that have had a lot of bad luck and stopped out and around. But in there, did we note the Rondell Motul 1? People will say to themselves, I've heard of March, I've heard of Chevron, I've heard of Lola, I've heard of Lotus, but what on earth is a Rondell? The answer is that that was the very first car put together to go Formula 2 racing by a man called Ron Dennis, who went on and achieved a great deal more in motorsport, perhaps once he'd taken over McLaren Formula 1. But the making of that team was the sponsorship that Henri Pescarolo bought from Motul Oils in France. And in their first year, Rondell ran Brabhams for Graham Hill and Henri Pescarolo. They then built themselves a Formula 2 car called the Rondell, and here it is out racing, and in the hands of David Tomlin. And nice, David was 8th.
Which is a good effort, wasn't it?
It's a good effort.
Yeah.
And those are the wonderful things about Formula 2. Quick cars, indeed, as our previous leader Rob Weldon was saying in the interview earlier on, David, the Formula 2 cars, amazing value for money and amazing value for lap time too. I mean, what were they doing in qualifying? 1 minute 4 seconds.
Around that. Yeah.
That's a quick time around Donington Park, and in a 40-plus-year-old Formula 2 car with 2 litres.
Impressive stuff,
Yeah.
Very much so. Well, we're going to switch disciplines in a sense, because from the HSCC Formula 2, coming up next, the Masters Pre-66 touring cars, another full grid. 31 of them did battle in qualifying. In true touring car fashion, we had a few lap times disallowed for exceeding track limits, but this is a 1-hour race, mandatory pit stops, and a lot to look forward to. And you've got the big bangers taking on the homologation specials, if you like Lotus Cortinas and the Mini Cooper S's. In these weather conditions, probably it's going to be about horsepower. We'll wait and see. And one man who knows all about how to win in touring cars, be them historic or contemporary, is the man on pole position, Steve Soper.
So, Steve Soper, you enjoy your historic racing. You've done a lot of it in the last few years. But the Masters Saloon Car Series is always pretty competitive, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great. It's great to be back. I mean, we've all been bored stiff without motor racing. I've had a lot to do because this car, the last time it ran, had an accident. But it's great to be back with Masters. It's, you know, there's a fantastic grid for the first round here at Donington. So yeah, it's all good.
And despite the fact it's a bit chilly and out there in a very competitive field, you've just set pole position. So how's the car going and how's the circuit today?
Well, the car's obviously going fairly well. It's we've only had one test with it before this weekend, which was last Wednesday. So we've been quite up to our neck in it. We didn't finish the car entirely until yesterday afternoon, but it's okay. I think it could be better. But you know, at the end of the day, it's sitting on pole. A racing driver's never happy with the car. He always thinks it can be better. But it's just about back to where it was before its accident at Brands last year.
And because it's a co-driver race with a pit stop and so on, and you're sharing with Henry Mann, son of Alan Mann, and it says Alan Mann Racing on the awning here. Alan, a great team manager of the 60s and 70s, and Henry's keeping up with you?
Yes, he's doing a great job. I mean, Alan Mann built the car. I think they commissioned it in 2010, 2011. It was the last car that actually Alan commissioned before he passed away. So it's already got a great history, and as I said, it is a built and prepared Alan Mann racing car. So it seems right to have Henry in it.
Well, that's wonderful. And Steve, we wish you and Henry every good luck this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, the point Steve Soper makes there about the car being rebuilt after its accident of last year, it was quite an accident. It went off at Stirling's in the equivalent race on the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit and vaulted over the barrier. It looked perhaps worse than it was, but it was certainly a nasty incident that the car had. Steve got out of that okay, but it didn't do the car a lot of good, as you can imagine. But undaunted, he's back, and there he is on pole position. For a long, long time, he was known as Soperman, and it is therefore perhaps fitting that you look at the grid sheet and pole position is Soper/Man, because they are the two drivers of the Mustang, and they're going to take some beating.
Very good, David. I had not spotted that. Do you know, Steve Soper had a tremendous run in British touring cars. He was a loyal BMW man for many, many years, and in European touring cars, and famously in '97 moved into the BMW factory GT car in the great days of the McLaren BMW, or in their case the factory car. They called it a BMW McLaren as opposed to the Gulf McLaren BMWs. But Steve Soper was very, very quick, and that year I travelled the world with him pretty much, doing the TV. And those cars were fabulous, fabulous cars. Steve was very quick, also well known for a number of contretemps in British touring cars, I think it's fair to say. One and two quite famous ones, particularly at Silverstone. But Steve came back a few years ago, and the first time he tested a car, he was here at Donington Park on a test day, and I found him in a GT40. And I said, "What on earth are you doing?" And he said, "Well, I'm going to race this. I'm going to come back to racing, and I'm going to race this car with a friend of mine at Goodwood." And that was 4 or 5 years ago. And Steve has been just a regular in all forms of historic competition ever since. And he's raced at Cortina very successfully, which he sold for a fortune to somebody else, because it was obviously a very quick car. And isn't it great to see him teamed up with the iconic, famous Alan Mann, scarlet and gold colours, and with Alan's son Henry sharing the wheel with him, because what we've got now, David, is a 1 hour touring car race.
Absolutely, with a mandatory pit stop between 25 and 35 minutes. You've got to be at rest for 90 seconds. That's the MS UK regulation for effectively cleansing the car, wipe it down. If you want to look at it another way, it's 105.3 seconds line to line. So break the pit in beam, break the pit out beam, that's got to be at least 105.3 seconds. And if you're under that, then of course the timekeeping service has the data to say to the clerk of the course, foul, and they can take a penalty if appropriate.
And generally do that by adding time to your race time, yes. We're just recovering a few of the Formula 2 dropouts very rapidly and efficiently in order to be able to start the touring car race at its scheduled time. I think we should be all done. There are 1 or 2 nice cars in the garages.
There are. That looks like a Ferrari, by its livery. It is actually Greg Thornton's mini Ferrari. It's a Lola dressed up as a Ferrari, but we have the single-seater demos to come later on in the day with a nice mix of Grand Prix and Formula 3000 cars to look at as well. This touring car race, just thinking about the grid for it, we talked about Steve Soper on pole position. Ben Klukas will be in the car in the second stint that lines up on the front rows. There's the animated Greg Thornton, big Lotus fan. He's got his black and gold JPS style jacket on, and he will be driving that car in the demos. The second row of the grid, Mark Farmer, most recently seen in British GT, sharing with Adrian Wilmot, who is another historic regular. This is the enormous Studebaker Lark Daytona that Adrian Wilmot and Nicolas Manassian won at Goodwood at the Speed Week last year. It's a Jordan Racing Team prepped car. Adrian Wilmot goes back to the mid-1980s. He burst onto the scene in junior Formula Ford 1600 and then had a few years away, built up his business, came back in Formula Palmer Audi, went away, came back in British GT, then into historic racing. Richard Dutton, the man behind the Fortec Motorsport single-seater team, he lines up on the outside of the second row. Dave Coyne, who was probably a sparring partner just of Adrian Wilmot's in Formula Ford 1600 going back to 1984-85. They would have occasionally been on the same grid. Adrian in junior races, Dave in the senior series, but maybe at the festival they got together. Anyway, 1984, Dave Coyne works Van Diemen, John Pratt works Reynard, mega battles. Gerrit Van Cowen snaffled the festival away from both of them. But Dave Coyne, who got as far as Formula 3000, had many seasons away. He spent some time racing on the ovals in Superstocks. He's been back in historic racing. Great character and a really feisty driver as ever he was. He's fifth on the grid, sharing the Mustang with John Miles. And then sixth on the grid, Craig Davis, another Mustang-mounted driver, and he too is very rapid.
He's very rapid, and his great thing, David, is sideways in a Jaguar Mark II, and he enjoys that very much with the earlier cars. But the Mustangs have been quick, and it's interesting, isn't it? Everyone wants to paint their Mustang Lego Historic Racing with in the Alan Mann colours,
yes, right.
which upsets the official Alan Mann team. But anyway, you'll see a lot of red and gold out there. But it's the Studebaker Lark Daytona, prepared by Mike and Andrew Jordan. That's a rare car to see out anywhere, and I think it was a reasonably rare car in period. It's interesting, the reason why there were always so many Mustangs in European historic racing is because the predecessor to the FIA insisted that American cars should be homologated European style in order to be allowed to race in Europe. So Mustangs and varieties of Mustangs and GT40s and others, Falcons and so on, big American V8 engine cars, were all homologated by Ford, because Ford had a big branch, obviously, at Dagenham and at Cologne, and they wanted to see their cars racing in Europe. Most of the other American manufacturers didn't do that. So to get FIA papers nowadays for a Studebaker is quite difficult, because if the question is, how many times did this car race in Europe in period? The answer is,
what be Europe?
Yes, and define Europe, and you know. But it's great to see the car there and out racing in Masters. But that's the reason why the sort of Chryslers and most of the Chevrolets and the smaller makes like Studebaker were so rarely seen now in historic racing, because they weren't papered in period.
Yes, you get the odd...
the AMX Javelin was another one that has caused trouble to one or two people who have got them. And everyone says, well, how did it race in Europe? And that was it homologated at the time with the FIA? Anyway, these aren't cars now. Masters regulations and the technical scrutineering is to a very high standard, and across all the Masters fields, great emphasis is placed on the cars being as right as they can possibly be. Obviously, when you get to a single-seater like the historic Formula One, what you want to know is that it's strong enough and safe enough to go racing, rather than that it's the precise piece of metal that was built in 1972.
Yes, there are other little quirky American brands that we've seen, like the Mercury Comet Cyclone has graced the grid, and the Plymouth Barracuda that we've seen at Goodwood, for example. But so some obviously can get through, but you're right in that homologation aspect. So this is going to be really interesting, isn't it? Because you could argue that at the end of the hour, with the abuse that tyres and brakes get, maybe some of the Yank tanks are going to struggle. Marcus Jewell sharing with Ben Klukas, lining up on the outside of the front row in the Lotus Cortina. There's also the element of this in the shared cars. You don't have to have a co-driver, but you can. Do you put your gun driver in first and hope that they pull away and build up a lead, or do you put him in at the end? Because if there's a late race safety car, you need your gun driver in to really get on with the job. So you've got Steve Soper going first and Ben Klukas going second, splitting the strategy, if you like, across the front row cars. There they are. Steve Soper for pole position, and Marcus Jewell is going to line up alongside Mark Farmer in number 132, starting third on the grid, and Richard Dutton, he is the first soloist in the Cortina, starting fourth. Now, of course, that means you get lots of track time, but it also means that the car can run at that pace for the hour, doesn't it?
Yeah, and it's interesting. Richard always used to share his cars with a well-known engine builder from Norfolk, but he decided that since he owned the car, he liked driving it himself for the whole length of the race. So he's taken to doing it pretty much by himself. It looks as though we've got the grid forming in the order in which we were expecting, rather than some of the problems that occurred with the Formula 2 cars. And there will again, of course, be a green flag lap. And I'm hearing, David, that for later on in the afternoon, some of the big slick tyred cars are going to do at least 2 green flag laps to try and get some heat in the tyres, because we say again it's cold, and when we say it's cold, it's actually saying 6 degrees on the thermometer, but the wind chill factor is probably bringing that down another couple of degrees. So you do need to know that your race car's nice and warm. So we've got Minis, we've got Lotus Cortinas, we've got Ford Falcon, Ford Mustang, and a great race to be expected here. But endurance tactics do play a part, as David was just saying. You've got to know either that your co-driver is as quick as you are, or that you're going to have to try and stretch out a bit of a lead yourself in the first part of the race. So as we said, then we've got confusingly 3 cars looking identical,
yes.
And it is Steve Soper in the car on pole at the moment. Henry Mann will do part 2. And away we go on the green flag lap.
99, the yellow Mustang, that of Alex Taylor. The pale blue Cortina behind is of the redoubtable Irishman Paddy Shovlin, without his regular mate Michael Cullen for company. Michael sadly not here, and they've made a very good partnership in modern day GT cars.
Nice to see the Martin Melling, and I presume that's Jason Minshaw,
yes.
Is it, in the Ford Falcon, the blue car with the white stripe down the bonnet, and there is another Falcon further back, and that belongs to, yes, the West Country Racing team, Clarkson Smithies in the Ford Falcon Sprint. That is a very original car, and 2 good amateur drivers who've been with Masters since the very beginning in 2004, racing every year, active always in British Club Racing, and they really enjoy it. That's the big Falcon you see coming down through the S's now.
So Steve Soper starts on pole position. Marcus Jewell will be alongside him in the second row, Mark Farmer, and then Richard Dutton, the first of the soloists. The third row of the grid, Dave Coyne will go first. Another solo driver is Craig Davis, ahead of Alex Taylor, and Roy Alderslade with his Jordan Racing Team prepared Cortina ahead of Paddy Shovlin. And Tom Sharp, gun driver from Ginettas and Porsche Carrera Cup of years past. He's got the BMW 1800 ahead of Mark Burton, and his Mustang with Jason Minshaw for company in the Ford Falcon, 12th on the grid. 13th is Mark Martin, big Lotus fan, so he's got a Lotus Cortina. Alex Thistlethwaite lines up next on the grid ahead of Sean Balfe, who goes first, sharing with radical racer Tom Ashton, and Justin Law in the new to him Cortina, built by very quick driver and preparer Andy Wolf, and that could be one to watch, I think. Dread Clothing boss Dan Wheeler is next, and for company alongside him is Dr. Alan Ross Jones ahead of John Spears, and then William Drydle next on the grid. That's the top 20 ahead of former Mini Melia star Endaf Owens. Next up comes the John Dunham driven Cortina ahead of Graham Langford, former Porsche racer, and then Phil Bullen Brown 24th. 25th on the grid is going to be in 127. Ashley Davis, Graham Pattle, then Chris Clarkson and Dave Edgecombe come next, with the grid being completed by Adrian Miles, Carl Nairn, and then Richard Bateman, as we are set to go racing. 1 hour of touring car racing is go. Lights change. Steve Soper thunders away. The Cortinas fan out across the road with a really brave effort being made by Craig Davis then, and he gets up into second place. They're 4 wide in the mid-pack. Something's got to give, surely. They've got this far all right. Now can they get out of Redgate? As being run out wide all over the curb there is Dave Coyne, and another of the Cortinas gets sideways and rallycrosses its way back onto the road. So Mustangs 1 and 2 as they drop down through the Craner curves for the first time, but Steve Soper snatches the lead and lets everybody else sort themselves out behind.
Well, that was a very exciting first corner time into Redgate, but in fact, as you said, David, quite surprisingly, only one of the Cortinas lost out onto the Redgate gravel. But now he's pulled out immediately. A pretty impressive start there, hasn't he? And I think I'm right in saying that the Studebaker managed to get away with it. He looked as though he was being pushed a good deal to begin with, and I think you'll find he's dropped a couple of places from his grid position. But there you have a classic Donington shot as they rise up into Copse and back down towards us.
So the big bangers being caught on the hop a little bit by some of the rather more impudent minis or the Cortinas. At the end of the opening lap though, Steve Soper should still be ahead, trying to get away. Now what about Marcus Jewell? Look, because he got ran out wide at Redgate, so he has dropped back, as you see, up to the line. Steve Soper leads the way then. The notional winner of the 1983 British Saloon Car Championship before it all went to the courts, and Andy Rouse got the title. Craig Davis runs second, Richard Dutton is third. Fourth, good start by Alex Taylor, up from 7th on the grid. Fifth is Marcus Jewell. Sixth there in the Studebaker is Mark Farmer. Seventh is the recovering Dave Coyne. Paddy Shovelin is 8th. In 9th place is Justin Law. And then 10th is Mark Burton as they drop down through the Craner curves. So right now, Richard Dutton doing a very good job. Best of the Cortinas, coming under attack, though, from the spectacular Alex Taylor in that yellow Mustang behind him.
He really did have a really tremendous start there, David, and he did the classic inside line down to Redgate off the grid. And that worked very well for him. Nice drive. Up to 9th is Justin Law, the great Group C and Jaguar exponent. That's one of his rare visits to the touring car grid, but he started 16th and up to 9th straight away. That's an impressive start there. We'll pick him out in a minute in his Cortina. But we still have Steve Soper in the lead as they turn through Copse, but a lot closer already. Richard Dutton is going to start feeling some heat, I think, from Taylor, don't you? I think he's right there. Alex Taylor is all over the back, and yes, he's going to give it a go down into the Robert chicane.
Job done.
Ooh,
Scrabbles
yes.
through, but job done.
Yes, inside rear brake lock is an exciting moment in a Mustang.
Yes, I mean, at the end of the race, you expect them to have tyre and brake dramas, but even now they're on cold tyres, so life isn't a picnic at either end of the race for the Mustang drivers. That said, Steve Soper leads Craig Davis, who is a very handy peddler himself. The gap is 3 seconds. Third now is Taylor, so it's Mustangs 1, 2 and 3. Cortina 4, 5. Richard Dutton ahead of Marcus Jewell as they drop down through the Craner curves. And Dave Coyne, I reckon, could be one to watch because, yes, 6th, recovering after being roughed up on the opening lap. And you don't often rough up Dave Coyne. He, in turn, now is closing onto the back of Marcus Jewell, who really needs to keep the second of those white Cortinas in the mix. He needs to not lose too much time to give Ben Klukas a chance in the second stint.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. Alex Taylor, of course, is running by himself the whole way through. So's Richard Dutton. So these two, presuming that they get everything right at the stops and everything carries on, are set now for a race-long battle between the two of them.
And Craig Davis there is another soloist. So Steve Soper needs to build this gap to see whether Henry Mann, who is not slow, I'm not suggesting he's going to crawl round, but to see whether Henry Mann can survive up front after the pit stops.
Endurance racing, don't we love it?
Absolutely, yes.
It does make all the difference, and I mean, as you say, the Masters rules do not require you to have to share a car in these 1 hour races, but it does provide always the difference, is always the contrast.
Yes, Donington was always a popular haunt in the 80s of the European Touring Car Championship with the 3 hour races. It was here that the British Touring Car Championship used to have its 1 hour 2-driver races, for example, and here with pre-66 touring cars, and again going to a type of racing with multi-classes, so lots of different shapes and sizes and sounds all on the grid. There, Jason Minshaw coming under attack from Tom Sharp in the BMW. Drivers both started off in modern racing. Jason Minshaw, very, very versatile, part of the Minshaw racing family. Dad Alan Minshaw has been a stalwart saloon and sports car racer for
forever.
5, 6 decades. It feels like forever. You're quite right. Now, Mark Farmer under attack, isn't he here?
Well, I was about to say that does look as though the Studebaker, I mean, it's been developed, and the Jordan family team did a great job in getting it ready for Goodwood last year. It was its first outing, isn't it? Right? But it's really looks like a bit of a handful, doesn't it? I mean, yes, it's power slide, but it's not the most stable exit from the corners. And watching to through Copse, the Cortina is making pace there, just on there. Look.
And Mark Farmer has not driven it much. I mean, last year it was Adrian Wilmot and Nicolas Menassian that raced it at Goodwood. Mark may well be in his very first race with this, so he's learning about it all the time as they drop down towards Roberts. Justin Law behind. Jason Minshaw there. He's catching up and he's taking Tom Sharp, and then Mark Burton with him as they come out of the chicane now, up over the line. Soper up front is still leading the way, 4.4 seconds to the good. Now, where does Justin Law find a way through? Justin, we know, specialises in Jaguars, whether they're Group C or Jaguar Mark IIs from early days of touring car racing. And right now, with the Cortina, he's giving chase. 34 Cortina, that's the Sean Balfe car. Sean, very good GT and sports car racer as well. So it's
I think this is his first time in that car.
Might well be.
As you say, Balfe Motorsports, very well-known preparation company. The boss himself having an outing here, but more used to big wide slick tyres and big GT3 cars than anything else. And classic Mini versus Cortina, absolutely classic overtake there by a Mini the right way in the exit of the lower S's there, underneath the bridge and away, not underneath the bridge, you know what I mean?
Yes, where there was a bridge once upon a time. Yes.
And there was once a commentary position down there, wasn't there, where young Tyro commentators could spend a very sweaty afternoon.
It was shaped like a spark plug, and it was fine until it was a very hot day when you were in a sauna. So people used to come and take the windows out and give you some ventilation, and that was great, unless it was the European Grand Prix weekend where it was really hot on the Saturday and they took the windows out and didn't put them back in for Sunday.
And it poured with rain.
Paul Truswell and I shared that box for the day. We were wetter than a mermaid's flannel by the end of it. It was all deeply unpleasant. That blue Mini, Endaf Owens, by the way, with that great move down at the old hairpin. Endaf came from the Mini 7 Racing Club Mini Melia Championship, in which he was always a force to be reckoned with into historic mini racing, and the Welshman is a great character, and he's gaining places all the time, chasing after Dan Wheeler, my tailor, the Dread clothing boss.
Exactly. Dan Wheeler's been a great Masters regular for a number of years, and Dread clothing supplies many of the race teams across all British motorsports formula, do they not? The Cortina's having a tremendous battle, but that overtake with the Mini was an absolute classic. Nice move by Endaf. That's exactly how you drive a Mini quickly, just throw it completely bananas sideways, like that, thank you very much, in order to make the point, and you will dive down the inside of a Cortina, which will then probably eat you on the straight. But anyway, interesting also, just at the back of that group of the Mini and Cortinas is a relative newcomer to the Mustang field, and Mark Burton is that?
Yeah.
And he is doing a nice job. Sharp in the BMW, the BMW Tisa, car number 180, that has not made as much progress forward as we've been hoping for.
So there you've got the race second and third battle. Craig Davis just ahead of Alex Taylor, and that's coming down, isn't it? 0.7 of a second now between those two.
I don't know if you noticed, but the yellow Taylor Mustang, David, has painted on the door the name of Trevor Taylor. And I'm thinking that that is not coincidental. Is there a family connection? Trevor Taylor, of course, was Jim Clark's teammate in the Lotus Grand Prix team in the early 60s, famous for wearing yellow overalls and a yellow helmet, and that's why I'm perhaps putting two and two together to make. But it says on the side of the car, Alex Taylor, Trevor Taylor. And if so, young Alex is certainly knowing how to throw the car around.
So there he's got himself onto the back of Craig Davis, all of which enables, of course, Steve Soper to get away a little bit further, because you've got this squabble going on for second place. Further back, Jason Minshaw is still making good progress. Mark Farmer is trying to fend off the attack of assorted Cortinas. The dust is kicked up by Jason Minshaw, but they're all ganging up on the Studebaker now. Look, you've got Cortina, BMW, there's a Mini hidden in there somewhere, yes. Down to the chicane at Roberts they come. Also on his toes in the midst of all of this is Mark Burton. I think the Mini, in fairness, is being lapped, is it? No, not necessarily. That is William Drydle's Mini. No, that's on the lead lap. That's good. So that's...
car number 50, yes, he's still on the lead lap, isn't he? He's in 13th position. So what we're looking at here is, 7th right through to 13th, and a nice little battle here. Getting quite crowded down there. Round the outside, I'm impressed. And the BMW are going to try and do it as well in order to set up a position for coming down the Estes. Like that.
So round the outside goes Tom Sharp, place gain. So Mark Farmer here is dropping away, isn't he? We've talked about the fact that he's new to the car, that it's still being sorted, and it ain't going quite as well as he wants. It's giving Adrian Wilmot a lot of work to do. Now this typifies pre-66 touring car racing. Yank Tank versus impudent little Cooper S. It's almost in the boot of the American Studebaker as they head up now towards McLean's, but William Drydle is looking for a way past. He's going to have to try and do it in a very brave fashion, under braking, but of course he can brake about half an hour after the Studebaker for the chicane.
And the difference in the weight of the car and the requirement for the braking is about a quarter of the weight of the Studebaker. Yes, I mean, and that is exactly how it was in the 1960s, and those of us who were in very short trousers at the time could watch this happening at Silverstone and at Goodwood and at Brands Hatch exactly the same period. Sir Gawain Bailey versus a Paddy Hopkirk or whatever it might have been. But that is a very neatly driven Mini. The BMW is now, I think, closing in, and Sharp looks as though he's up into 10th now. He's Justin Law in front of him, and then the Melling Minshaw car with Jason Minshaw at the wheel at the moment. I think probably that car would be reasonable to say will go a little bit slower in the second half of the race. David, we've been so excited about all this, but we've got 48 minutes to go.
Indeed, and a lot can yet happen. And actually, Steve Soper's gap is not escalating that markedly, is it? It's still only 4.7 seconds as they use the Drydle Mini, but Soper's not disappeared into the distance.
And I'm afraid we were just being nice about Sharp and the BMW, and how nice it was to see the sole BMW in the race going well, and I fear he is pulling off. That looks as though Sharp is dropping out.
It does indeed, so that's a great shame because that car was well placed, and William Drydle now dropping away on the powery bits from the Studebaker, but under braking he'll claw himself back into contention. Now we've had the change for second place because you'll see in the background Alex Taylor's yellow Mustang is through, but Steve Soper 5.1 seconds clear, and that's a sad sight.
Yes, that is a shame. Car 180, the BMW being driven by Sharp, had really gone very nicely indeed, but he's pulled off there down where, well, down by the old commentary position where the bridge once was. Soper looking very much content in beautiful drifting of that car. It clearly set up. We saw the interview with him earlier on, and Steve Soper was saying that the car had been only finished in its rebuild fairly recently after its monumental shunt at Brands Hatch last season, but he's obviously quite happy with the way it's handling at the moment. It drifts it through copse and heads on back. Oh, look at that. Isn't that elegant?
It is. And Steve Soper knows what he's doing.
He was coming from McLean's 2 copse, excuse me.
Yeah.
But
oh, beautiful. He's out on his own now. You just have a play, but spectacular it is, but he needs to be building the lead.
Yes, do you know, I'm not entirely sure that the Taylor-Davis battle isn't closing in on Steve.
It dropped 2/10 last time, but, you know, Steve hasn't pulled away that markedly, like I said a lap or two ago, and these two have held each other up. So now if Alex Taylor can just edge away from Craig Davis, let's have a look. Steve Soper has done the fastest lap of the race thus far. That lap, oh yeah, no, it is growing. It's gone up to 5.8 seconds, and we're getting our first track limits penalty. Paddy Shovlin is being given a penalty, a 5-second penalty for track limit abuse.
Well, do you know, we've seen a lot of that, and it's been the great discussion since the first Grand Prix last weekend. Everybody's been talking about track limits. On a proper circuit with just grass, track limits is less of an issue. But it was the case certainly in Bahrain, and will very much be the case down at Paul Ricard, where many of these cars are themselves going to race later on in the year, where really what is the track limit and what is the edge of the circuit and where is it? You know there, if you're off there and you get your 2 wheels on the grass, that's going to catch you out as you try and go down the craners.
And Paddy Shovelin has just pitted, in fact, so not only has he been off the road, he's got a problem as well. So the JRT Cortina is into the pit lane as William Drydle flings the Cooper S down through the old hairpin, closes on the back of Mark Farmer. Now Jason Minshaw, in the meantime, he's having a good scrap here with Justin Law, and the tail-wagging Falcon, I think, was ahead, trying to sort of swat aside the Cortina as it went up towards McLean's. There's the Mini of Drydle. Yes, Jason Minshaw is ahead, so Justin Law's Cortina now has to find a way past this aircraft carrier ahead of him. He can probably do that heading into the chicane, because again he can brake that bit later.
I mean, when you see it like that, the Falcon is a big car, isn't it?
And the Cooper S up the inside, and then he just has to wave goodbye, because Mark Farmer just flicks up a gear and will drive away. Yes. And the Mini's going to get mugged by the Mustang of Mark Burton into the bargain as Minshaw locks up. Actually, he hung onto the place, so Burton goes ahead of Drydle. Mustang ahead of Cooper S. 44 minutes to go, and we're not done yet by a long chalk. Right, where's Jason Minshaw? He's 7th, and actually he's the quicker of the 2, isn't he, out of Martin Melling, the car's owner. Jason is faster.
Oh yes, by a bit, without being rude to Martin Melling. He really enjoys his collection of cars, and which he normally does share with Jason Minshaw. But no, I don't think he'd say he was expecting to do a lap time at the same as Jason. But on the other hand, we also don't know how other people's cars are going to slow as things begin to, as you say, wear out a bit. That is always a problem. For instance, with the Falcon, as it thunders up the hill, making that wonderful noise.
Also getting quite a few early retirements into the pits, which is disappointing, but just wonderful to see cars going sideways, isn't it? Yes, in modern day touring car racing you do have rear-wheel drive cars, but if you're going sideways you're losing precious tenths of a second, so you don't do it. But in this era, narrow tyres as well, everybody's sliding around, it just makes for a great spectacle. Now there into the pit lane is the Ashley Davis Mini. Paddy Shovelin's Cortina was a suspected puncture, that's why he came in, by the way.
And did he manage to change the tyre? I didn't see that.
Not sure.
No.
I think he's gone back out. Yes, he has.
127, yes, and a bit of a discussion going on and some disappointment, and that looks as though that is just a fueling problem, fiddling with the carburetors there.
Right, Jason Minshaw over the line, still 7th. Having said that Steve Soper wasn't pulling away markedly, he now is. He's building this lap after lap, so benefiting a little bit from that battle maybe, but after it's sorted itself out, strangely, maybe it's because the car's getting lighter on fuel and tyres are getting hotter, the gap is widening. Treble 8 is Dan Wheeler, and he now is a retirement, sadly, as well in the Mini. You get the feeling that many of these cars, after their enforced break, are rather wishing that they'd had a bit more time to be fettled.
Yes, I was just thinking that, yes, that Dan resignedly takes his balaclava off, and we'll chat to the marshals till the end of the race then. But a lot of these cars have literally just been laid up, and a lot of people didn't get out last year for a variety of reasons. Though towards the August-September period, when we were still allowed to be outside playing, there were a number of race events, famously Goodwood of course, but also the Spa event did happen.
That's right, yeah.
A big celebration of European historic racing annually in September at Spa. So one has to hope that people feel that they've got their cars exercised. Masters will be doing another all-British, if you like, round of their championships at Brands Hatch at the end of May. And so the thing to do at the moment is to hope that if you've not yet started your historic racing, come and join in as soon as possible.
That Mini 127 we saw in the pits a little while ago, that was brakes, incidentally, or lack of, that has done for that. Now Craig Davis is coming back, isn't he, at Alex Taylor for 2nd place here. So nose to tail, 99 is Alex Taylor, 9 is Craig Davis, and the pair of them virtually as one. All of this playing into the hands of Steve Soper again.
Yeah, I mean, it looks as though Steve is, a good half-second quicker on his quickest lap than the man in 2nd and 3rd place, both of them, who are lapping very, very close times together. But 122.8 is Steve's best time, which in a Mustang round the Donington Park National Circuit is an impressive time, a really impressive time.
It is indeed, isn't it? And Craig Davis trying to get his second place back. It's interesting, isn't it? He was caught and passed by Taylor, but he's not dropped away. He's kept him on his toes. So we are about 5 minutes away from that pit window opening as the cars come over the timing line. It's a narrow window of just 10 minutes. They dive down then to Redgate as Minshaw from Law, from Farmer, from Burton squabble over 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th places here.
Yes, well, that's some reward for them entertaining us so much in this battle, because they've all moved up a couple of places, haven't they, what with one thing and another, but still at it. And having said the Studebaker was falling back and slowing, since he dropped back into that position now, he's been hanging on there pretty comprehensively. But with 2 more Mustangs to come, and then the pair of Minis, they've gone very well indeed, haven't they?
They have, yes. I mean, part of this as well, we talk about looking after the machinery, but it is a serious point. You can see how many people have had dramas early on. If you look after the car, keep out of trouble, you will be there at the finish, and you could score you could finish quite well.
And that is a feature of an endurance race, is it not? And you keep going and you keep going and you keep going.
So down through the Craner curves here, the Mustang in the middle of all of this is 321 Graham Langford, who go back a long time with a Porsche racer, and he in turn has got number 72 tucked up behind him. Roy Alderslade, another of the Jordan Racing Team prepared cars. Roy going solo, only started racing last year, had a big accident at Brands in his Mini in his first race, but then has really got the bug. He's got different cars, including a Daytona Cobra. Should have raced yesterday, and there you've got for second place Craig Davis, now crawling all over the back of Alex Taylor. Traffic up the road, which is going to become a factor of the next 38 minutes. Helps Taylor, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that really has been a difference. I mean, suddenly he's dropped 5-6 car lengths or more, just as a result of just being in the wrong position to try and get round the Cortina. If you're noticing that a lot of Cortinas are painted exactly the same, there's a reason for that. It was the cream colour with the green stripe was the actual Lotus Grand Prix team's version of the Lotus Cortina. And if you want to look like Jim Clark when racing your Lotus Cortina, you have to paint it that colour, that's right.
Understeer and off the road, Alex Taylor, and it's cost him second place. Understeers out wide, runs out of road, and it's a place gained back for Craig Davis then. He's back up into second spot, and Alex Taylor has got to do all of that hard work all over again, and Craig Davis nearly gives it back to him by doing the same thing coming out of Coppets, but he just survives it.
Do we think there's something slippy on the track that suddenly surprised both of them? Because
sure.
One corner after another, or perhaps yeah, Craig Davis was so busy celebrating the fact he popped back in as he turned away from Copse and back onto the return straight, because Taylor's coming straight back at him now as they come down towards the breaking point for Redgate. Who's going to dip the nose first?
Taylor goes through on the inside. Look at Dave Coyne in the background, because he's almost back with these two, and that is Mark Farmer at McLean, so he has had a drama. Maybe there is something on the road that's suddenly catching them out. There's also, by the look of it, a demolished marker board there. Back into second place goes then Craig Davis, and has Alex Taylor got a problem, because he seemed to lose pace there going through Hollywood?
He did, didn't he? Just trying to see, was something loose at the back of the Studebaker.
Mark Farmer gets away, Steve Soper goes through. Look back, who's going to be second? There's Craig Davis, then it's Alex Taylor, so might have been a missed gear. He's still circulating. 98 Cortina goes through, that's Graham Pattle. And Taylor again is sideways as he tries to hustle on, but Steve Soper's advantage now has really grown to well over 8.5 seconds.
Yes, having made my great point about the colouring of the Lotus Cortinas, Graham Pattle came into shot and showed us exactly that you can have it another colour if you like.
Indeed, if you've got the time and effort.
That's right.
Richard Dutton fifth, he's the leading Cortina at the moment, ahead of Marcus Jewell to round out the top 6, as the Mustangs concertina at the Robert Chicane. Alex Taylor back onto the gas, comes out now over the timing line with Craig Davis just up the road ahead, but Steve Soper is now 8.8 seconds to the good.
Yes, so he's opened up 2 or 3 more seconds than the last time we noticed the gap, and so this. Whoa, do you know, you've got not quite halfway through the race, guys, and if that is the state of your tyres now as you turn into Redgate, I hate to think what everybody's got a bit of a wiggle on at the moment, haven't they? I mean, the track will get a little bit greasier with all this activity on it, but I don't think anyone's dropped a great deal of oil, do you?
No. Of course, one of the other factors of Donington that drivers always talk about is jettisoned aircraft fuel. Well, there ain't a lot of that at the moment because there aren't a lot of flights.
Don't ever say there is jettisoned aircraft fuel at Donington. It's one of the great urban myths, or perhaps rural myths, we should say. I remember we spent a lot of time with a great big research project.
Really?
Yeah, that proved that absolutely there was never any avgas. I mean, it's just don't happen. Jet fuel. It's always a good story, but given the nature of the competitiveness of the aircraft industry, they very rarely drop fuel as they come into land at East Midlands Airport.
Well, there you go. That's taken one excuse out of the racing driver's book. You know.
It has, absolutely. I've always doubted that story. Mark Hales, who is in this race very much so, the noted journalist, always add that to his race reports, and I always used to write for him. That's not the case.
So with 34 minutes to go, the pit window is now open. So are we expecting people in? Yes, we are. And there, look, Marcus Jewell in early to give way to the very rapid Ben Klukas. Ben was in, 2002, one of the stars of the Junior Formula Ford Championship, because we still had a Junior Formula 4 Championship in those days. But even though he raced successfully in Australia for a time, he's always been underrated, never had the funding, but has found a happy home of late as a gun for hire in historic racing and does a really good job. So you watch him in that Cortina in the second stint. It'll be a car that comes alive. As there, Mark Burton gets up on the inside of Sean Balf's Cortina, rounding Redgate together, and the Mustang should just go through.
He made it. Nice, but I think he's Sean is not about to admit. Isn't that elegant? Have you spotted the Ford drifting through the S? Is exactly what we want to see.
Richard Dutton, Dave Coyne and also Marcus Jewell being given 5 seconds penalty for track limits. So just been talking about some of these leading drivers. Well, they're copping penalties. We've got to factor in at the end of the race as well.
Well, please keep reminding us that that's the case, because as we get towards the end of the race, that may become really quite important. Track limits being properly enforced, and for good reason. But as we were just saying, that is the natural way of driving one of these cars.
Yeah.
And on the way out, if you're consistently doing it, that's when the clerk of the course will issue a track limits penalty.
Right, there's Jason Minshaw locking up, trying to get the thing slowed down for Robert Chicane.
Yes, and he's going to bring that in and hand it over to the car's owner in due course, saying, I'm sorry that the front left is a little bit of a threepenny bit now.
Yes, indeed. Comes under attack then as the cars come over the line, and the Mustang there coming up to have a go. Justin Law in the background. That Mustang is trying to recover its position lost earlier on, is it not? David, the number 65,
yes.
Alex Thistlethwaite's Mustang it is, now in 7th place. Just watching the cars darting across the road as they fight for control. Number 50 Mini to the pit lane. That is the William Drydell car that we witnessed doing great things early on. He can stay in the car because he's a soloist. In the pit lane, though, you can see that serving its regulation stop, Mark Farmer giving way to Adrian Wilmot.
In the Studebaker.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so that's the... Yes, more people will find themselves being track limited if they carry on doing that. But, yes, all getting very tight. And the Studebaker is just pulling out onto the track again, and you're expecting to see some fireworks there.
And Henry Mann is getting ready. I've just seen him walk across the pit wall, to the pit wall rather, ready to give the signal to the mechanics to give the pit board. There's an old-fashioned phrase, a pit board, to Steve Soper to say, come in. And a very crossed-up Cortina is that of Richard Dutton, the penalised Richard Dutton. So any Fortec single-seater driver is going to have great delight in telling the boss.
Exactly. I mean, Fortec's premises in Daventry, extremely impressive. I mean, Richard's team as Fortec have dominated in everything from Renault 3.5, European Renault, Formula 4, Formula 3. He also ran a 3000 team, and then much experience as a team manager, and then decided to start racing. He was being asked to have his boys prepare historic cars, and he thought, I may as well have a go myself.
Yeah, I mean, if you go back to the late 70s, he was a pretty rapid Formula 4 2000 driver, but historic racing tempted him back out, and his old mate Neil Brown, like you said earlier on, shared with him, and then bought his own cars. And yes, whenever he can, Richard is out on the circuit. That's Sean Balfe giving way to Tom Ashton, and the pit board has gone out to Steve Soper to say in, but he's not yet come in, whereas Alex Taylor's yellow Mustang has come down the pit road.
And he is doing it by himself.
Yeah, there he is.
So he's going to hold on. His team waiting for him. Rossler Racing. And just check everything. Have a chance to check it over. The pit lane's going to get very crowded. With the foreshortened look here, it always looks as though these cars must be right on top of each other and someone's done some neat parking. But this is the way, because the pit window is really quite narrow, isn't it? There's only 10 minutes to do it.
The reason for that narrow window is to make sure that the owner of the car does a reasonable amount of the distance, because what you used to have was, if you like, a 20 to 40 minute window, the gun for hire, the hot shoe doing as much of 40 minutes as possible. Mini in the gravel, that could bring out an interruption to the race. Let's wait and see. But by having 25 to 35 minutes, it means that the slower driver still has to make a big contribution to the result.
Yes.
Now that Cooper S in the gravel is up at Coppice, and I just wonder whether we might end up with a safety car to get that out safely. And indeed, if that's the case, that's going to ruin the advantage that Steve Soper had built.
I was about to say, it's also going to make a big difference to everybody's tactics who haven't yet come and completed. How much longer left on the pit window?
It'll be about 4 minutes, won't it?
Yes, not very much longer. So I don't think that Mini's moving from there.
No,
not under its own, even with the excellent front-wheel drive. He was deeply embedded in the gravel.
That's a very, very smart Cortina, isn't it? Graham Pattle's car.
Yeah, and he is coming in for his stop now too. Yeah. Indeed, everybody is trying to make sure that they do that. Get that out of the way.
Steve Soper, we are still waiting for.
And the yellow Mustang is back out again.
Right, so that's Alex Taylor. 105.3 seconds, remember, is a lap and a lot.
Yes, if you're doing call it 125 to make an average lap. So it is very nearly a lap. Here is car number 6, our race leader.
There is Steve Soper then, coming up through Coppice Corner now, working his way through the traffic. And he needs to be careful about this, because with it being a tight pit window, you can't afford to leave it too late.
He must come in this time. Box, 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 I think would be the cry if there was any ship to shore, which there shouldn't be.
Right, so as you say, the pit lane is pretty crowded. You've got the Chris Clarkson, David Smithies, Falcon in, Martin Melling and Jason Minshaw. There is the race leader, Steve Soper, comes in now then, so Henry Mann is ready to take over. The team will greet him and say, stop here. There's Henry Mann. He rushes out with the white crash helmet on, the white overalls.
Very interesting. That's not their pit, so to speak. They're much further down. They've decided to move right up to the top end of the pit lane, because they too thought it was all looking a bit crowded. Henry Mann in the open face helmet, which his father would approve of, I'm sure, is and we have indeed got the Mini number 50, which had been going really nicely, hadn't it? That's a shame.
The good thing here is that it's able to keep the race going, so the marshals, well done, have been able to get that out of the way without the need to neutralise the race. Steve Soper gives way there to Henry Mann. Craig Davis is in. Dave Coyne is in to give way to John Miles. Jason Minshaw has given way to Martin Melling. So you can anticipate a very shuffled order as we get into this second stint. 26 minutes and counting still to run, but now which drivers are quicker or slower than their co-drivers? Which cars are going to rise and fall up the order?
Well, I think we're about to find out, but as you say, Dave Coyne, certainly with all that experience, would expect to be quicker than the splendidly named John Miles if you're going to drive anything Ford, but not that John Miles, as they say. The bespectacled ex-Formula One test driver was the man to set up cars.
And that's Roy Alderslade going through, relative racing rookie, but doing a good job. 20th last time and 16th this time as other people pit. Mustangs are firing up beneath us in the pit lane as the pit stop window is shuffled through. Graham Pattle rejoined. You can see Craig Davis's Mustang is in. Steve Soper's car for Henry Mann to take over is there. 321 Mustang turns through. That's Graham Langford.
And Henry Mann has just pulled out of the pits from right underneath us.
Right, okay, he's away. And John Miles gets away as well now. Well, I've got to say, Still looked a bit like Dave Coyne in that car as it left the pits, but try and check number 4.
Well, they might have made a last-minute decision to stay in.
Yeah. Try and get to the bottom of that, but there's number 9 then. That is Craig Davis, who has dropped back behind number 4 Mustang on the pit stops. Now that either means that one has perhaps been short or another team has made a really bad pit stop, but either way you've had a reversal there on the pit stops.
Yes, I mean, no one is pretending that timing your own pit stop in the heat of a historic race is always going to be as accurate as it might be, and it's only too easy to let a couple of seconds go slipping by without paying attention. We hope that Henry Mann also finding the Mustang a bit slippy as he exits McLean's there.
So there is Henry Mann, who's got to get into a car that's had 35 minutes or so of wear, so he's got to get used to what it feels like, what the track condition is, and also push to try and maintain the advantage, as there the owner of the Studebaker now, Adrian Wilmot, tries to dart his way through the traffic, which he succeeds almost in doing. Gets past the Falcon, now he's got to get past the Cortina of Graham Pattle. Remember that car recovering after Mark Farmer's drama in it earlier on. And while all this is going on, by the way, you've got Alex Taylor into the lead of the race now on the pit stops, ahead of Ben Klukas, then treble 7, which is Adrian Miles' Mustang, that hasn't pitted, so discount that. And therefore Henry Mann is down in, effectively, 3rd place.
As Adrian Miles, I mean, the pit window is now closed, so is it not? That is now going to cause that car number 777, another Mustang, probably to be asked if he'd kindly pull in and have a discussion. Excellent drifting. Pull in and have a discussion with the officials, I should imagine.
But why was the Steve Soper Henry Mann pit stop so slow? Because that's, as I say, that car has now dropped into 3rd place as a result of the stops. So you've got Taylor in the yellow Mustang, 3.7 seconds ahead of Ben Klukas, whose last lap was considerably quicker, so it's game on.
There's no apparent reason why they should have been slower.
Just trying to see if I can trace what the pit stop time was. So there you've got going through the race leader, 23 minutes are on the clock, so it's the yellow Mustang versus the Cortina behind. That's the battle that we're keeping an eye to.
Pit window definitely closed, and whilst track limits penalties have been issued, I don't yet see that car 777 has been told to come in and behave.
Now looking at this, the Soper and Mann Mustang must have had a problem in the pits, because it was 10 seconds slower than the Cortina and something like 13 seconds slower than Alex Taylor. Now I'm assuming that the good stops were legit, but certainly it looks like it was a much longer stop for Henry Mann and Steve Soper's car, and car number 3 is being given an additional 10-second penalty for track limits. That's Richard Dutton. He's already got 5, now he's being given another 10. Richard, we will never mention this again. At any TOCA meeting, at any Formula 3 meeting, rest assured it will not pass our lips.
15, yes, I mean that's going to make a proper difference to where he finishes, isn't it?
Yes.
I can imagine that there'll be some fairly specific words being offered inside his helmet.
Safety car is being deployed, so we go safety car with 21 minutes on the clock. This is going to really make things lively for the final stint of the race, and it also backs up the point we were making earlier. Put your faster driver in for the second stint in case something like this happens. There's the safety car quickly being scrambled. Graham Pattle's Cortina is the one that will be behind it, but it's not the leader. Hopefully that's going to be allowed by, and that yellow Mustang will be permitted then to head the queue. So what we now need is for the safety car crew to put a green light on and let that Cortina by quickly. Yes, it's being waved past, thank heavens for that, because otherwise it just ruins a driver's race and it's not their fault. So this time it's being done correctly, which is good to see. And so Graham Pattle tries to catch up to the Crocodile. Now, why do we have the safety car? Who has gone a-missing? Let's try and piece that together.
Well, it must be an off somewhere, because we didn't see... Oh, here we are.
Oh, it's Mark Martin, yes.
Yes, that is why, and the gravel is looking nice and deep there, isn't it?
trying to work out where that is. Is that the exit of the chicane? No, possibly. It might be.
Yes.
It is, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I can see grid markings there,
yeah,
in front. So it is the exit of the chicane, and that needs to be extricated. And I'm not sure where the recovery vehicle is, but it wouldn't normally be located there.
So it's Mark Martin's car. You saw Steve Soper's name on the door, but that's from previous races. It's not one that Steve is sharing in this race. So 20 minutes at the moment. Now all of this eats into the 20 minutes, and it's going to be a good few of them before we can go racing once again. Alex Taylor then with Ben Klukas right up behind him. It's going to be a fascinating fight between these two, isn't it, on the resumption of the race.
And we've now got the proper running order there, pretty much closing in behind. Have we got a lot of lap traffic?
I think the third place car on that queue is a lap down. That's the Melling Minshaw Falcon. But then you've got Henry Mann next in the queue. So it's not far off. There's the leader, the yellow Mustang coming into Roberts. And that's the reason for this interruption. It's Mark Martin's Cortina that is in the gravel. So it's yellow Mustang from Cortina, then the blue Falcon is a lap down, then you've got a legit fight, which is Henry Mann ahead of the John Miles Dave Coyne Mustang. I'm still not convinced it's not Dave Coyne behind the wheel still. It just looked like Dave's frame. Yeah, I'm sure that is still Dave Coyne behind the wheel of that. Then Craig Davis 5th, Richard Dutton 6th, but that's a notional 6th because he's got more penalties than a football team. So there the cars turning now up through Redgate Corner, and as soon as that snatch vehicle can be dispatched, we should be in business to get that car out of the way.
And the little blue one is the sole surviving Mini, isn't it? After we had the grey Mini was in the gravel as well.
Yes.
Pulled back out of the way, but that where we have the car off at the moment is just exactly the wrong place and difficult to get at for the recovery vehicles, so you hope that they will be there as quick as they can in order to get that car moved. There we are.
It is. Yep.
And there is a gap there that he can take it through. It's always a moment when a proud owner of a historic car begins to look a bit twitchy.
Yes,
yes, this is where you hope that the mounting bracket for towing, which is a compulsory fixture, you did put on nice and strong, please, and you're not going to remove the whole of the front end of the car by giving it a great tug with one of those great big machines.
So we have then now the safety car completing another lap down towards the Robert chicane. So Alex Taylor has done a really impressive job in this race, but that pit stop, that longer pit stop for Henry Mann, seeming the undoing. But of course, the safety car has helped them in a sense by bringing them back into the mix. Now there is, as I say, I'm still convinced that's Dave Coyne at the wheel going through in 4th place. And 5th is Craig Davis, and 6th on the road is Richard Dutton.
Yes, he's going to, and unfortunately for Richard, with all the penalties he's got, if everyone stays close together for the last, what will probably be 15 minutes or so of the race, he will find that he's got people within those 15 seconds behind him. So whatever it is, he needs to pull out by a little chunk.
So hopefully we can go racing pretty soon. Now, everybody has caught the cue. When the lights go out, of course, it's the indication that we can go racing at the end of that lap. We're waiting for race control to say we're in business as they thread their way through the Craner curves once more. Out of Hollywood, which I notice over recent years at Donington has become Hollywood rather than 2 words, which it always was, but somewhere there's been a corruption.
It should be Hollywood.
Absolutely,
exactly.
yes.
And if you buy the book now out about Donington before the war, to see the actual photographs of what was clearly a big wood full of holly trees,
right?
You will get the picture. It's a fascinating story, the complete story of motorsport at Donington Park in the period from the original opening in 31 through to the outbreak of war in September 39, and of course the famous Grand Prix.
Absolutely right.
And the Mercedes and the auto unions on some of the circuit that we're looking at now. not all of it, but some of the circuit. Revived in 1977 by the late great Tom Wheatcroft, and safety car lights out.
So we can go racing this time, can't we?
And Taylor very subtly, or perhaps not terribly subtly, holding everyone up so that he can, choose the moment in which he chooses to go. It is across the line. It should be across the line before you can start racing again. But when Henry Mann's got to hope that, you see...
But look, Martin Melling has held him up pretty badly there, because he was not on his toes. The top two were, and Henry Mann can't overtake him until he gets to the timing line, which is now. So now he's on the loud pedal, but that's really not helped at all.
Melling is going to go for it anyway, because he's got the grunt.
And Dave Coyne up the inside, and he goes third. Brilliant. And Craig Davis comes along to mug Henry Mann as well. So rather than be attacking, he's lost 2 places to the Mustangs.
And that was really solely due to the fact that the lapped car was in the way, and that's a shame. But it's going to give us a 3-way battle for second place. But it does look as though young Taylor is gone, doesn't it?
It does.
Disappeared up the road.
Yeah, but he's got Ben Klukas with him. So now you've got the grunt of the Mustang versus the nimbleness of the Cortina. Look, there they are together. But Dave Coyne, I'm utterly convinced that's him in the car. He's in third place. You've seen the racecraft and getting up into third spot with all due deference to John Miles. Dave Coyne now might be able to go after the top 2 as they accelerate up towards Coppice there. Ben Klukas to the outside line. Alex Taylor would have wanted that safety car to be out for another quarter of an hour really to protect him, but right now he is being given a really big workover. This bit is Mustang territory. Long, fast, straight, gap widens. Now you're coming to Cortina territory because he can brake later, and Ben Klukas is right on his tail. Out of the chicane, up through the gears, down towards Redgate, and if these two get themselves together, what's going on behind? Well, it was Dave Coyne. He's dropped back now, has he not? Because look, as they come over the timing line, it is now in third place Craig Davis. Coyne is back down to fourth. Can they catch this lead battle with 13.5 on the clock?
You have to say that Klukas, that's some really great driving, isn't it? Because just down the pit straight there, he was absolutely right behind him. Get out of the wind, get in there, fling it through the S's, just as he has done. Fling it through the S's, and let's hope we don't have any track limits penalties for these two, because this is going to be... Ben Klukas is going to spend the next 12 minutes or so trying to work out where is the way that he might be able to get past.
It's got to be under braking, surely. Can he benefit from another mistake? Alex Taylor went off the road here early on, so he might be susceptible to pressure. The Cortina right on the tail. So remember, Ben, from things like Formula Ford 1600 as well as sports car racing and GT cars, we'll see him out in other machinery in the day. Gets up the inside at Coppice. Is that the job done, or will the power of the Mustang put him back ahead? Cortina ahead for the moment, but now Alex Taylor weaves one way and then the other. The road opens up. He's going to get back into the lead, but what about under braking? Back in front goes the Cortina. Wonderful.
Perfect. That's a classic example of the difference between the two types of car, isn't it? And that's absolutely wonderful.
Fantastic. A sideways Craig Davis pendulums his way out of the chicane. Henry Mann has got through up ahead, except Henry Mann is being given a drive-through penalty for speeding in the pit lane. No. Henry Mann fourth over the line, a drive-through for speeding in the pits.
A drive-through. Well, that's that.
Whether it was on the way in or the way out, whether it was Steve or Henry, we don't know.
Steve came in very slowly and stopped right at the top of the pit lane. It must have been on the way out, and that is a shame.
Yeah, I mean, maybe having had a long stop, there was a touch of red mist, or red and gold mist. Anyway, drive-through penalty is being given. A 72 Cortina there. Roy Elderslade loses out to the Endaf Owens Mini. Where's Endaf got himself to now? That puts him into the top 10. Brilliant, this, isn't it?
And we've got the Battle of the Falcons there going on as well. I don't know if you noticed. Two huge, as you called them earlier on, aircraft carriers making their way down through the S's, wiggling along behind each other.
There's not enough room, surely. Oh, and a Mini on the Mustang. Graham Langford gets mugged almost there in the background. Crikey. 53, that was the Mini of Phil Pullen Brown. Thought he was brave. Right, 72 Cortina. Roy Elderslade in the JRT prepped car, getting on with the job here. And Ben Klukas leads the way, remember, after that very, very brave move. What have we got? 11 minutes. This is one of those races where you want someone to hide the checkered flag.
And car 77 has also been given a stop-go penalty for missing the pit window. Well, we thought that was the case, but he was obviously enjoying himself, and he'll be able to tell his friends in the pub, when the pub opens, that he was lying third in a touring car race at Donington Park.
Well, there, over the line, is Mark Burton, who is in 8th place, and we've got 10 minutes to go of what's been a very entertaining hour of pre-66 Masters touring car racing. To the inside line goes 132 Adrian Wilmot, trying to gain ground. But Ben Clucas, having hit the front, is getting away.
Yeah, I'm not sure that car 777 has actually seen and obeyed the steward's instructions to come in for his stop-go penalty there, because he's right in the middle of a mass of Cortinas.
Yes.
And since he clearly wasn't watching his pit signals earlier on that said pit window now open, I think he may also find that driving a Mustang is enough, keeping him busy and not watching too much of the...
Alex Taylor's Mustang parked there behind Tom Sharp's BMW.
No.
So we've lost the yellow Mustang out of 2nd place.
I missed it.
So it has parked. There it is. Real shame. He's okay. The car is not. And Alex Taylor, very disappointed, trudges away after what had been a really impressive drive.
A very, very impressive drive in the yellow Mustang, and it will be interesting to find out what happened there, but clearly a mechanical problem. He's not hit the barrier anyway, he's pulled off safely out of the way, which leaves Clucas in charge in a Cortina, with Davis in the Mustang looking to have another go.
And Adrian Wilmot has a go at Mark Burton as they come out of the chicane. So Mark, former one-mate racer, slots in behind the ex-FF 1600 hot shoe, down towards Redgate Corner. Behind the pair of them in the Cortina fight is Tom Ashton in the red over white Balf car. There it is, number 34. And then Roy Alderslade, who's been brought back into the mix with the safety car. And Endaf Owens in that cheeky Mini is almost up with them. I reckon Endaf, who is currently in 11th place, might do better than that by the end. Adrian Miles there serves his drive-through penalty.
I did him a disfavour, then he had actually seen the instruction and he obeyed it. Just remember, of course, that it's much harder for clerks and stewards to control this form of racing because there is no signature radio permitted. It's very easy in modern touring car racing or GT racing or whatever to just have a word direct from the clerk of the course to the car and say, you better come in, Sonny, there's a problem. But not possible in historics, and for all the best reasons. Everything should be as much like it was in period as possible.
And of course, many of the messages these days go on a timing screen. Well, this is club racing, and old school club racing in a sense. They don't have timing screens on the pit wall. They're on Pratt perches like you see in other categories, so it's all very well putting it on the screen, but if people don't have a screen, it ain't going to do you much good. Paddy Shovelin is being given another 10-second penalty for track limit abuse. I think he got 5 earlier on, so he is also drawing attention.
His 16th place, I think, David, is going to disappear down a little bit. Yes, on the scoring.
Yes, soon be known as Monday. That far back. Yeah. Right. So Ben Clucas leads Craig Davis by 3 seconds. That's Henry Mann, who is now 4th. He's dropped back behind Dave Coyne, and he's got to serve a drive-through anyway, Henry Mann. So he's not yet got that message, I don't think. And Richard Dutton is with 15 seconds worth of penalties. And then the next Cortina is a lap down and has got penalties anyway, Paddy Shovelin's car. So there's a lot to change here. Whoops, big slide from Henry Mann, sawing away at the wheel as he heads out of McLean's up to Coppice, chasing after there the Dave Coyne, John Miles' own Mustang.
Yes, Henry is normally a very quick peddler and been very quick in all sorts of cars in historic touring car racing over the year. I guess that there's a little bit of a problem going on in that cockpit there at the moment, and as you say, he's still got to serve the drive-through penalty.
Trouble is, I don't think he knows he's got a drive-through, because I'm watching his pit crew. Now, they don't have a screen, so there is no way that they know he's got a drive-through unless the officials themselves are hanging down a drive-through penalty board. He ain't going to know.
Which I presume they are doing, and we can't see from our commentary position the flag position right at the start of the pit lane. But as you say, I can see his mechanics hanging out the signs to him, but they're not saying in. No.
Because, as I say, they have no idea about that because they don't have a timing screen. and they're a bit busy. They're not watching a live stream of us either. Right, Endaf Owens on the back of Tom Ashton. Minnie versus Cortina. This now is for 9th and 10th places, and that's Paddy Shublin's rather smoky Cortina coming out of the old hairpin.
No, I think he'd had a proper moment, I think.
Right.
I think he had spun it and was feeling a little embarrassed as he accelerated away. This is a proper battle now.
Yeah. Well, kind of, but it's going to be affected by penalties because Henry Mann is either going to serve that drive-through or be given a time penalty post-race. So the Dave Coyne Mustang drifts out wide and blasts now down towards the chicane. That's Paddy Shublin, who's been off again by the look of it.
It looked to me as though that was dropping fuel.
Yeah, I'm concerned about that car having been doing things at the old hairpin.
Yeah.
Something might be on the road now. We'll find out in a few moments when these cars, fresh to the corner, arrive at the old hairpin. It could be quite interesting down there. Right, so over the line, you've got Klukas ahead of Craig Davis by 5 seconds. This is for third on the road. Henry Mann versus Dave Coyne. He goes back through on the inside line. Sideways, drifts it. You can hear the tar squeal in the background as they hit the top of the Craner curves now through Hollywood. Neither Mustang looking particularly settled, it's got to be said. Now this is the next part of the circuit where we're a bit concerned. This is where Shublin was having a moment. If there's anything on the road, they're about to find out. Henry Mann gets sideways, but no more than any other lap.
Richard Dutton continued to enjoy himself, perhaps in happy ignorance of the amount of time that's going to be dotted up at him. But with 15 seconds on top of where he is at the moment, is he still going to be clear of Thistlethwaite, who's in 2nd position?
No, he's going to lose at least 2, I would have thought. So
yeah,
he's going to fall down to a provisional 7. But again, you've got the penalty for Henry Mann as well, which I think will become 30 seconds post-race if you don't serve a drive-through. That's normally how it worked. So he's getting away this time, Henry Mann, from Dave Coyne. There is Craig Davis going through the chicane, chasing after Ben Klukas. It was 5 seconds last time.
Klukas has been extremely impressive, has he not? I mean, because to put 5 seconds on a well-driven Mustang in your Cortina is, yes, these two are probably not making many friends in the race control, I think.
Well, Dave Coyne, always a fighter, back through on the inside, goes through again to 3rd place. As a lock-up from Roy Alderslade, he's gained a spot at the expense of Tom Ashton going into the chicane there. 3 minutes and change on the clock. The lead gap is coming down. It was 5.1, it's now 4.5. Craig Davis is closing, but I'm not sure he's going to get there in time.
Still just over 3 minutes to run, and the end of the exact time and the exact hour. Then, of course, obviously to complete the lap to come around to the checkered flag from wherever you may be at that point, which at around 1 minute 25 per lap is more difficult than I can work out really by way of the mathematics.
So as the cars come now down through the Craner curves, 35 is Mark Burton. This is 8th place, and Roy Alderslade, belying his relative lack of racing experience, did a good job for 9th, and then Tom Ashton rounding out the top 10. That's the race leader. That is Ben Klukas, whose last lap was a 23.9. He has set the car's best at 23.5, so he's being pretty consistent in those lap times. Where's Craig Davis? There he is in the background. 2.5 minutes, 2 more laps I offer you, and it was 4 seconds last time, 4.5. It's down by 10, so I think Ben Klukas has got just enough in hand.
Yep. I think he has, and he's looking very confident. But this race has been full of surprises, and lost a leader. Shame about Taylor in the yellow Mustang. That was going very nicely.
Right there, beautifully drifting it down through the craters. It's Craig Davis. Sets the car up for the old hairpin. Loves big, powerful Fords. Got not only Mustangs, but also GT40 and Sierra RS 500s. There lower down is the Burton Alderslade Ashton battle, with Endaf Owens in the background running in 11th place.
These guys have had a tremendous race, haven't they? Endaf's done really well to keep in there with that. The sheer physical effort of chucking a Mini around is probably greater than the Cortinas. Heavy work in the Mustangs there.
Yeah. Now there, Roy Alderslade locks up, clobbers the curb on the inside, but there was no real proper opportunity there to make a go against Mark Burton. What he really needs to make sure he doesn't do is leave the door open for Tom Ashton to go through. They're fighting for third in class, those two Cortinas. We're tending to look at this in overall situation. Ben Lucas leads his class as well as leading outright. Of course, his Cortina well clear of the opposition.
Dutton is probably okay for... He is going to lose 2 places, isn't he, at the end, with all those 15 seconds. Hello.
Going back in the right direction there is David Smithies. Yeah, Richard Dutton might hang on to second in class, but he will drop down overall as we're into the last minute of the race. And the lead gap 4.9 has gone up again, so Ben Lucas is on his last lap, I reckon now.
Yeah, with you on that one.
So there, this great line of traffic still pours over the line. And that's the race leader with, yes, the checkered flag imminent for him. Ben Lucas, I said it would be one to watch, and Marcus Jewell did it right, did the minimum first stint, kept the car in the mix, but out of trouble. A good pit stop, Ben Lucas gets behind the wheel, and as you expect, drives really well.
Yes, he has driven really nicely as he comes through McLean's and back onto the back straight for the last time.
So
that'll work out perfectly for him, won't it? Well, the hour is now precisely up. We have Ben Lucas approaching the line.
And after that battle with Alex Taylor ran out of fuel, we understand. It is a win for Marcus Jewell and Ben Lucas, who comes across the line to take the checkered flag. The Cortina triumphs against the Yank Tanks, but who is going to be second? Because as they come up towards the line, who breaks the beam first? It is going to be the Craig Davis Mustang, putting a lap there on the slower Mustang at the very end. For third place, Dave Coyne, ahead of Henry Mann, but as I say, he's got that drive-through that was not served, so a notional fourth for number 6 Mustang. Richard Dutton's 5th, but with penalties to be applied, and then 6th will be there Alex Thistlethwaite, keeping ahead just of Adrian Wilmot, and the margin between them was 0.152 of a second at flagfall. How about that?
Well, quite right too. That's very nice, isn't it? And as they then come across the line, that's Burton then in 8th, the Balfe Ashton car across in 9th, and Ray Alderslade in 10th place in a pretty much a first outing in that Jordan-built Cortina.
Yeah, the Studebaker, another Jordan-built car, and that's in 7th spot. Still the flag waves, still the traffic pours through. That's about the only lonely pair of drivers, I think, having been at the very back of it, namely Graham Pattle in the Cortina coming through just there. But Marcus Jewell and Ben Lucas, great teamwork, good pace, and Ben with some very, very impressive driving then to have a go at Alex Taylor. If Alex was struggling with fuel, perhaps you can understand why it might have looked easier than it was, but you know, Ben proving that you don't have to be sideways all the time, you can drive neatly and smoothly, and a winner by 7 seconds at the end of this Masters Pre-66 touring car race. So let's have a look at the provisional results with, as I say, 1 or 2 penalties to be factored in. Marcus Jewell and Ben Lucas victorious ahead of Craig Davis, with Dave Coyne, as we think, driving solo in the end to take 3rd ahead of Steve Soper and Henry Mann. 4th on the road, but a drive-through penalty was never served. Expect a bigger penalty to come. 5th, Richard Dutton, plus 15 seconds. So where does that drop him to? Costs him at least 2 places, does it not? Behind Alex Thistlethwaite and then the Adrian Wilmot, Mark Farmer, Studebaker. Mark Burton 8th. Ahead of Sean Balfe and Tom Ashton. Roy Alderslade rounding out the top 10. 11th to Endaf Owens, the best of the Mini Cooper heroes, ahead of Mark Hales and Alan Ross Jones. John Spears 13th from Graham Langford, and then Phil Bullen Brown. The penalised Paddy Shovlin 16th, ahead of John Dunham and Mark Owens. Cortina. Graham Pattle next from Chris Clarkson and David Smithies, who had a spin in the Falcon. Adrian Miles 20th after his enforced drive-through penalty. Martin Melling and Jason Minshaw next from Richard Bateman and Roger Bartman. Master stalwarts, and then those that didn't get to the end: Alex Taylor, Mark Martin, Justin Law we lost, William Dreidel in the gravel, Dan Wheeler stopped, Liam Window and Ashley Davis's Mini ran out of brakes. Tom Sharp retired. The Nairns Cooper S we lost very early on, and Dave Edgecombe, I'm not even sure, got into the race because he didn't seem to register at all on the opening lap, so that Mini was another one that
didn't make it, yes.
No.
So a fair amount for the recovery truck to do before we have to worry about the next race in this Masters Festival at Donington Park. over the Easter weekend. Some racing yesterday, Good Friday, and today, Saturday, has brightened up. The afternoon is making an attempt to warm up, but at least the track is dry and the weather clear, and therefore we should be in good condition for the races yet to come, which include the FIA Masters Historic Formula 1 Round 1 of the championship, and also the Masters Endurance Legends race, which David and I will talk about later, but which is essentially for Le Mans cars in a very much post-historic period, sort of from the late 90s right through now into the mid-20s, and we'll see some very nice cars out in that race. Very successful pre-66 touring car race, while preparations are getting underway for the Masters Historic Formula 1 cars.
Indeed, so there is Mike Cantillon, and he was the winner yesterday, and Mike Cantillon in the Williams will be a man to watch in our second Masters Historic F1 race. Steve Hartley is perhaps the man most likely to push him hard, and the Masters Historic F1 cars will be on track in a few minutes' time.
Mike Cantillon, what a beautiful car you've got. Tell us about this Williams. How long have you had this wonderful car?
I've had the FW07. It's the Chassis C, number 16. I've had it for 5 years. It was originally built by Williams at 89-90. Alan Jones won the championship, and then Keke Rosberg went on to win the championship. So it's a very special car.
Certainly is, and beautifully prepared by Colin Bennett's race team. And you've been racing it very successfully and won the first race yesterday afternoon. How are you doing?
Yeah, really pleased with that. Steve Hartley had a great qualifying. He put it on pole. Had a great race with Steve. Unfortunately, I think Steve got a misfire 2 or 3 laps in. So I think the race would have been a lot closer apart from that. So I think today's going to be a really exciting race. And
Donington Park, in this configuration with these cars, is exactly how it's meant to be, isn't it? A great track for these type of Formula 1 cars?
Yeah, it's incredible actually. Going down through the S's, you're completely flat. The speed you can carry through with the downforce these generate is it's just mind-blowing really, and it's just a pleasure and a privilege to be driving one.
And then, Mike, beyond here at Donington Park, there's Brands Hatch, and then more hopefully to come in Europe. You intending to run the whole season, God willing?
No, I can't make Brands, but we're hoping to do Paul Ricard. And then we've basically got to see if Paul Ricard happens with COVID and so forth. But the organisers are telling us that Paul Ricard's nearly a certainty. They've done a deal with the French authorities, so that's good.
Well, great, and we wish you good luck for this afternoon.
Many thanks, thank you.
Yes, so Mike Cantillon now seated inside his Williams FW07. As he said, that's the FW07C variant. Very much the car as driven by both Jones, but then subsequently by Keke Rosberg. And he has raced that successfully with Masters for the last couple of years. His main competition is likely going to be Steve Hartley in the McLaren MP4, a really lovely car, Warren Briggs in the McLaren M29, and Lucas Halusa in a McLaren M23, with Mark Hazel, who we saw out earlier on, in the Williams FW08, which was the slightly later car. There is Hartley in the ex-John Watson MP4. It's chassis 1, and is said to be the car in which Watty did famously have his great triumph.
Yes, John is, of course, celebrating, what is it, 40 years of, since his British Grand Prix anniversary win, 1981. So
well done. Yes,
yeah.
That's right. I'd forgotten then.
Yeah, and was hoping to be able to have a few drinks to celebrate at this year's British Grand Prix. Now, whether or not that's possible, we'll have to wait and see. But he still proudly talks about that, his day of days. It's tempting to think that it was a win that came out of nowhere, but actually, the previous 2 races, he's been third and then second. So there was kind of that build-up anyway. You know, he's had a third, a second. Can he now go for the win? But it really shouldn't have been John's day. It was a turbo circuit, Silverstone. Because of Gilles Villeneuve having his incident at Woodcote, wiping out a few, and the 2 Renaults getting into strife, it was a day that John still proudly talks about. His family was there. It was, without doubt, he says, his day of days. And he says, I can still remember the reception of the crowd, and even talking about it now, he says that the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. He was a hugely proud man and was there so late in the night, I think, signing autographs, wasn't he?
Do you know, my favourite John Watson win, however, was the one from the back of the grid at Long Beach. And when there was happily a US Grand Prix West.
Yeah.
And what a great race that was. And that was extraordinary. They had a terrible qualifying. They were literally at the back of the grid. And what he drove right through the field and beat his teammate, who was a reasonably successful world champion in the form of N. Lauder.
That's right.
Which was another great achievement. Here we have another nice McLaren from Period.
Another John Watson car.
Another John Watson car.
Can't get away from it.
And Warren Briggs, the New Zealander, has had that car built by WDK, and now 9W preparation shop down at Stockbridge in Hampshire. Done a nice job. The marshals, let us just always say thank you very much to the British Motor Racing Marshals Club and all those, the great Orange Army, who come out on not the warmest day of their lives in order to make racing possible. And that's what they've done. There is Mark Hazen in the FW08.
He's
New
jumping.
Avon Slicks. He's jumped from one car to another. I think probably that was why he did the opening stint, wasn't it? So he could have a little rest.
Well, he did his Formula 2 race, didn't he, solo, and then just gets his breath back, and now he's got to adapt. This is a Martin O'Connell prepared car, to adapt to something a bit more powerful. But, I mean, Mark's been racing for a long, long time, on and off with One Mate Saloons and in Carrera Cup and you name it.
Yes, and you know, that's a fantastic car to have acquired. There weren't many FW08s built. The FW07 Williams, there were a number around for quite a long time. It was a bit like the McLaren M23. It was a long-living Formula One chassis. There are some very nice cars out there today. I would say that, as Ron Maiden, the founder and president of Masters, said earlier on, a shame that the European competitors really cannot get here, and that is COVID travel restrictions rather than any transportation problem across the channel. But to have a Formula One race, even perhaps with a small grid, is better than no Formula One race at all. And the important thing, David, is it counts for the FIA Championship. And this is a proper FIA Championship, which Masters have run for the last few years. Originally from Masters 2004 until about 2010, it was not FIA the championship. It became the championship in 2011-12. And of course, if you win this championship now, you end up at the FIA prize giving, along with, well, probably Lewis Hamilton, I think, has the big ticket, doesn't he? Along with all the other FIA championships. So, and for the effort that go into it from the very professional teams that run these cars, that's Ron Maiden in car number 51, the very, very rare, there were only ever two LEC Formula One cars. Pretty much a 1970s standard British Formula One car, if one can be cheeky about the engineering. You got yourself a Ford Cosworth V8, you got yourself a Hewland gearbox, you got someone to build a nice chassis, and then you built yourself the components.
One of the things you've touched on here is how cars transcended over different seasons as well. You look at the Tyrrell in the background there, the Benetton liveried car of Ian Simmons. Now, that shape, the 012, was really for the 1984 season, but it debuted back end of 83 at the Dutch Grand Prix in that Benetton colour scheme. If you remember in 84, I mean, it's heresy now, but two different liveries. You had Martin Brundle and then Stephanie Hansen driving one car after Martin had his American accident. Stefan Beloff had his in a completely different colour scheme.
Yes.
You were allowed to do that then, can't do it now. But that was a car that was brought out at the end of one season, a bit of a test, ready for the following year. And the Williams, again, was straddling a couple of seasons. As there, the Arrows goes out, the car of Neil Glover. That's looked after by Aaron Scott's company. And that Arrows, again, an 82 car, the A5, kind of copies the Williams in many ways. Wasn't as successful, but had lots of the Williams ethos in it.
Absolutely it does, and this is a car I've not seen out before in Masters. Lucas Halusa, who has a wonderful collection of cars with his family, including including pre-war Alfa Romeos at all sorts, and Ferraris and so on. But a McLaren M23 is perhaps one of the, for me, archetypal, along with the Lotus 72, beautiful Formula One cars of the early 1970s. So a smallish grid, but my goodness me, what quality. So McLarens, Williams, Tyrrell, Shadow, the Lec, Arrows, and Chris Perkins in the Surtees TS14, which of course, here it is, just as I said. That is the ex-Carlos Pache car when he first went to Formula One with John Surtees' team, hence the Brazil export slogan down the side, and a colour scheme that with the Surtees Arrow, Pache rather adopted for his helmet. It was the anniversary the other day of his sad demise in an aircraft, a light aircraft accident in South America in the off-season, which was a tremendous shock because he'd gone to Brabham, and Carlos Pache, in my view, was as good as any of the mid-70s boys.
Sad in a way that you are talking here about makes that just aren't on Grand Prix grids anymore. Yes, McLaren, yes, Williams, but we talked about Shadow, Lec, Arrows,
Tyrrell.
Yeah, long gone.
Of course, Tyrrell does have some antecedents, or rather some precedents, I should say, because Tyrrell was what was originally bought out in order to start the BAR team that became BAR Honda, that became Honda, and then Braun, and then curiously the Brackley premises taken over as it became Mercedes Grand Prix. So we have the grid beginning to form. They will do, we are told, 2 tyre warming green flag laps.
Or it might be a safety car start, so 2 laps behind the safety car that counts within the time. We're waiting to clarify what the race director, Richard Coeur-Didier, wants to do, as they're being pushed into position. Is Jochen Maas, masquerading as Lucas Haluza. Mike Cantillon then for the outside of the front row today. In the background there you see the Williams FW08C Mark Hazel, the 1983 car, which has got quite a lot of Donington connections, in as much as it was the type of car with which Donington owner Jonathan Palmer had his Grand Prix debut at Brands Hatch in the 1983 Grand Prix of Europe. And also here to do a test in 1983 was
one Ayrton Senna da Silva, as he still was at the time. Frank Williams wanted to see him run. He set his then Formula One driver, Dr. Jonathan Palmer, out to set a time, and this young lad, Brazilian boy, out of the Formula 3 grid, jumped into the car at this circuit in a Williams FW08, and as Jonathan will happily admit, was immediately a second a lap quicker, but he was called Ayrton Senna, and he did go on to do a number of things. One of the great mysteries from that test, because we used to have that very car in the museum here, was one of the great mysteries of that FW08 and the time that Senna set and how impressed Frank Williams was why Senna didn't ever actually sign up with Williams. And of course he went off, and for his first season in Formula One he ended up with another distinguished but extinct mark in the form of Tolman.
That's right. I had a feeling that I read somewhere that he'd said to Frank Williams, thanks very much for that, but I don't think I'm ready for it yet. And
there are a number of different stories. It slightly depends. He never really said, and if you read the 2 or 3 different excellent biographies of Ayrton, there's always a different tale. And I guess the person who really knows is Frank Williams.
Yes. Yes, indeed, because 84 was still Keke Rosberg and Jacques Lafitte, wasn't it, in the Williams? We were into Honda Turbo era there.
Yes, and they were just that was the first year with a sort of a very unfriendly Honda Turbo.
Yeah.
We were just looking there at the green Tyrrell, which is Tyrrell 012 of Ian Simmons. Ian owns a company based at Kimbolton in Cambridgeshire, which makes a lot of signage, particularly for people in motorsport, funnily enough, but also the House of Flags is his very fine company. And if you're waving a Union Jack anywhere in Great Britain, the chances are it was made in Kimbolton by Ian's company. He has a nice collection of cars.
It's going to be a safety car start.
It was going to be a safety car start, and that is the sensible thing to do. These are valuable and rare cars, and let's make sure the tyres are warm before we actually go racing. Masters always does a rolling start anyway, so the trick will be to make sure that whoever's driving the safety car drives it fast enough in order to make sure that the tyre pressures are there.
Yes, it's always been one of those little quirks. Authenticity is key in all of this, because you look at the liveries, have to be period colours. Many of them are able to keep a period competition number as well. Why a rolling start? Well, that is, again, for a very, very good reason. The cars get away, the clock starts, so our 25-minute race has now got underway, but that rolling start is to look after the machinery. It's not to put too much strain on the components, yeah?
Absolutely, and you know, I'll take a bit of a bow for that, because right at the beginning of Masters, coming as I had from Champ Car racing, I was really keen to make sure that what we didn't do was burn up the clutches and the drive shafts at the beginning of each race.
So let's just remind you who starts where. Steve Hartley is the man on pole position from the qualifying session this morning. Mike Cantillon with him on the front row. Warren Briggs and Lucas Halusa make it McLaren second row. Mark Hazels, Williams and Ian Simmons Tyrrell row 3. Mark Harrison's Shadow, Ron Maiden in the Lek on the fourth row, and Neil Glaver's Arrows shares the back row with Chris Perkins. Surtees. Some cars not yet ready, some drivers haven't been out testing, so don't want to go racing until they have. The Europeans can't get across for sorting reasons while we have a smaller field. But Mike Cantillon versus Steve Hartley, they had a great pair of fights here last summer. They would have had a good battle yesterday but for Steve's misfire, and you get the feeling that it's game on. Steve Hartley isn't just here because he doesn't got an Easter egg to eat. He wants a race win. He wants to put one over on Mike Cantillon, who has become the man to beat of late in historic Formula One races. We'll have, I think, 2 safety car laps, we'll clarify, and then when we go racing, it'll be, of course, slightly less of that 25-minute available time, but you can anticipate a really good, fierce fight between the McLaren and the Williams. This, of course, getting the drivers the opportunity at a decent pace to get warmth into the tyres, ready to go racing.
Do you know, it may be a small grid, but isn't it great to see these fantastic cars out? Everybody has missed motor racing in the UK for many a long month. If we go back to March last year, yes, there was a time in the middle of the summer when it was possible, but then again not. And we have got, yes, a great collection of cars. And of course, it's not just the Europeans who can't get here, the American drivers. There are lots of Formula One cars in garages up and down the UK at the moment with race repairers, owned by American racers who greatly enjoy coming and racing in Britain, and across Europe and the great tracks. But I can think of 3 or 4 men who I know are sitting rather frustrated in their homes in California or in the Midwest, unable to be here for the start of this. Anyway, we've got what we've got. It's McLaren versus Williams at the front. Steve Hartley and Mike Cantillon are very quick pedallers. We expect this to be these two, barring any mechanical problems, because they are a little bit quicker than the following cars, and it'll be interesting to see where we go with all this.
Indeed so. Lights out, we're going to go racing this time. Actually, you've got to give Masters a big thumbs up for persevering. It would have been easy to say, oh well, not sure we should run it, but you know, it's been a good race meeting thus far. Lots of good action, expect more. We're going to have just over 21.5 minutes when that green flag waves. The safety car peels into the pit lane. The second Masters Historic Formula One race of the weekend gets underway. Steve Hartley leads then on the run down towards Redgate, and a really bold effort being made by Warren Briggs to get at the inside of Mike Cantillon in the Williams. Warren Briggs, the Kiwi, breathes in, squeezes up the inside, but couldn't quite complete the move, so Cantillon fends him off. The Williams is second look coming into Hollywood, and that has given Steve Hartley a couple of lengths breathing space, but suddenly Cantillon gets rid of Briggs and closes that lead gap down.
You could just see, as he said, down through the S's, he is flat in that Williams, and you can feel the ground effect working, and it just showed there, isn't it? Oh. Obviously, the McLaren is just a slightly later design than the FW07, but all the prep teams have really got these cars running very nicely, and how privileged we are to see them racing. Briggs holding on nicely then. Halusa looking very cool in the McLaren M23 with Mark Hazel in the FW08. I would expect that Mark is going to close in on Halusa, but the battle is at the front, David.
Little error by Mike Cantillon, still on cold tyres then. Car snaked a little bit under braking as they're going through is the Shadow of Mark Harrison ahead of the Neil Glaver Arrows. The leaders go by then, the end of the first proper racing lap. It's 0.8 of a second then. John Watson leading from Keke Rosberg. Steve Hartley ahead of Mike Cantillon as they turn through Redgate. And Neil Glover in that Ranyo liveried Arrows, a 1982 car, the ex-Mark Sura car, another one that perhaps should make some progress. And actually Mark Hazel making a liar out of you here, Christopher. He's fallen back, hasn't he, relative to the older McLaren of Lucas Halusa, strangely.
Yes, and I didn't mean to be telling you a lie. It was just my estimate of what it was that was going to happen. And actually what I was really looking at was Ian Simmons behind in the Tyrrell when he's doing his imitation of Michele Alboreto. And that car looking very nicely set up as well. He has closed on him, hasn't he? And I think we're going to find that Hartley and Cantillon are going to be at this quite closely for a long time. Listen to those Cosworth DFVs.
Wonderful, isn't it? And they are absolutely pristine, livery perfect, even with the fag packet backing on the Marlboro McLaren up front. So Steve Hartley then powers out of Robert Chicane up towards the end of the second racing lap. He was 8/10 clear last time, and that gap looks to have stretched. It has only by a bee's what's it to 9/10, but Steve Hartley has done the fastest lap of the race. There's confirmation. Warren Briggs runs third, but Steve Hartley, a bit Albert's mother about the misfire and the defeat yesterday, is certainly going all out to win this one.
Yeah, when I saw him earlier on in the paddock, he was looking much more cheerful. I think he probably knows that, as he said, it's the 4-litre one that we've got in now. No, I mean, they've obviously cured the misfire, and it just look at that.
He's been a regular historic F1 racer for many seasons, hasn't he? He had an Arrows.
He had an Arrows for it. Well, yeah. He had I think it's probably the very Ragno liveried Arrows that we see a little further back down the field there with Neil Glover at the wheel. And Steve Hartley, drove it very successfully and really to some great effect. Indeed, winning at Silverstone, if my memory serves, in 2010, 2011, something like in that very car.
Cantillon, fastest lap, gap halves, then it's down to 0.4 of a second, so it's game on now. Steve Hartley, the race leader, he might not be able to hang on for much longer. Let's see. Mike Cantillon again with that period livery, taking you back to 1982, comes dropping down the hill then, so
he's right with him now. He really is right with him now. Same problem though, the closer you get and a ground effect car, you know, you suddenly lose grip, and he just lost grip there as he was coming through the S's because he was just tucked up too close. He needs a decent run at him as they come out of the next corner here, Coppice.
Mike Cantillon seems to be good on the brake, Steve Hartley good on the power bit, so out of Coppice they come then. So the McLaren, look there, the gap stretches, but can Mike Cantillon bring down the gap under braking, heading into the Robert Chicane? Here they come then. Patrick Head designed Williams closing up onto the back of that McLaren. Flick right, flick left, up towards the line. 0.4 of a second last time. Looks to have grown, doesn't it, that leading gap? And it has done so by 0.6. It's over a second now as the McLaren battle third. Warren Briggs and Lucas Halusa go through together. And Mark Hazel has caught back up. Into the pits has just come Elio De Angelis, by the way.
Mark Harrison. Sorry, that's a shame. Yeah. Mark Harrison in that Arrows.
Yes, indeed so.
Nice car. You're right, the FW08 is up with the two McLaren boys. Two very different McLarens, the M29 and the M23. The M29, it's fair to say, and I think if you were to ask your friend John Watson, he would say it wasn't his favourite car. And the M23, the car in which Emerson Fittipaldi won his World Championship and then James Hunt won his World Championship, was a really fabulous and long-lasting car, effectively from 1973 to 1976. And it was replaced first of all by the M26, which wasn't very popular, and then the M29 ditto, and it took, and indeed that was why, wasn't it, the worst one of all was the M30, and then McLaren got pushed by the tobacco sponsor into the position of having to do a deal with somebody else, and that was the beginning of the new era, which is the era of the car being driven here at this race by Steve Hartley.
Yes, Ron Dennis came along. McLaren type numbers became MP4s, McLaren Project 4, which was Ron Dennis's team. John Barnard brought in, carbon fibre chassis brought in, which again John Watson was very thankful for at Monza, the 81, with his huge accident where the car broke apart. And John said he didn't realise the severity of it. He got out of the car, walked away, looked and saw a bit and thought, I wonder who else was involved. And then he realised it was the other half of his car.
Really, that's the case.
Yeah.
It was built by Hercules,
That's right.
using carbon techniques used in the aviation industry in Texas, and it was very bold. Ron Dennis literally flew out to try and persuade them that they ought to try and do something like make a Formula car chassis, which was a very bold and different move. And as we can see, it's the stiffness of the car that gives that advantage to Steve Hartley at the moment, whereas the aluminium tubbed FW07 is just that little bit flexier as Mike Cantillon battles through Redgate. The level of grip between the two cars is really interesting to see.
It was a groundbreaker, the McLaren, in terms of that technology used and the safety. It wasn't a groundbreaker in terms of race wins because it was up against the turbos at that time, but you can see how the gap suddenly comes right down under braking for the old hairpin. Mike Cantillon mounting another challenge here. So we've had effectively the first 10 minutes of the race, and Steve Hartley spending so much time looking in the mirrors. I mean, that is huge pressure he's under.
Yes, it certainly is. Knowing Steve Hartley, I can imagine what he's saying into his helmet, and it'll be some fairly blunt words about who's not coming through.
Yes, he's a good Yorkshireman, Steve Hartley, isn't he? So he comes then down towards the chicane this time. The McLaren just ahead of the Williams. Now further back, Mark Hazel on the tail of Lucas Halusa as they come through the right-hander of Coppice, heading down towards the chicane once again. The leaders have gone by and the gap is half a second, and another best lap of the race being done by Mike Cantillon. Mark Hazel lines up for fourth place and he goes through, scrabbles through the chicane. Nicely done.
Nicely done, and Halusa very correctly giving him the room to do so, but a better aero shape and better acceleration out of the corner. Hazel was pleased to have taken him, and he's now lost the place again as they break into Redgate.
So there's what, 9 years or so between, 7 years between these cars. The older McLaren going back ahead. Steve Hartley, I apologise, not a Yorkshireman, he's from Burnley, isn't he? So
yes.
Lancashire driver. So War of Roses, I've very nearly triggered.
Yes,
wrong Rose. Right, Mark Hazel, the Welsh driver, fifth, briefly fourth. And what can he do about Lucas Halusa? While Warren Briggs, in the meantime, is escaping up the road in third place.
Warren Briggs is driving really well. Was present when he drove that car for the first time some 3 years ago. 3 years ago, 2 years ago, I can't remember. But he has not had the car for long. It was built up for him by WDK, who also built a Can-Am McLaren for him, which he took and raced in the United States. We're at it again. Halusa says, after you, Claude, I know what it is I can do now.
Yes.
But I just, big plug for Warren Briggs, because he's not raced a lot until he got back into a Formula car. And there we go again. These two having a proper battle. Williams versus McLaren. And up at the front, it's also McLaren versus Williams.
And it's still Steve Hartley ahead. So Mark Hazel, despite that challenge from Lucas Halusa, I think now has been able to hang on. If you're wondering what the graphic is showing you at the moment, it's the classes based again on ground effect or non-ground effect and the year, but they're broken up into the Fittipaldi, Lauda and Head classes. Masters have always done this properly rather than Class A, Class B. They've been named after famous drivers or famous people to do with the championship. Take another bow, Tate. Yes, I know.
Yes, that's right. Well, it just seemed the right thing to do. I mean, Patrick Head was the man who really did represent that era. Yes, the same for the others. There is also, when the championship is busier and some of the earlier cars are out as well, David, there is also a Stewart class, which is really for the 66 to 69 cars.
Mike Cantillon is being warned about track limits, so in his zealotry to get up and past Steve Hartley, he's now incurring the wrath of the race officials. So you can certainly tell, therefore, that Mike is trying, can't you? But he hasn't yet been able to find a way past the world's widest McLaren, that of Steve Hartley, which is resolutely hanging on to that race lead and has done so now for over half the race. And Mike is going to have to dig deep into his book of how to get past Steve Hartley, because he's running out of options.
Yes, I'm not going to quarrel with race director Richard Grandidier for what he's observed from every observation point around the circuit. But it seems to me that both these two were driving extremely neatly, and I hadn't seen much track limit work going on. They are actually going to come up now and lap the Ragno arrows that we were talking about earlier on. That's Neil Glover at the wheel there.
Yeah.
I think Ron Maiden is still out there, isn't he?
He is. He's in sixth place. There he is, in fact, bang on cue.
Well done, appear exactly at the right moment. this is the car that was built by David Purley. It's called a Lek for the wonderful reason that David Purley's father owned a refrigerator making company down on the south coast in Bognor, which made Lek refrigerators, and they were early supporters of that great scheme, Racing for Britain. David, very brave ex-soldier, came up through the ranks, won Formula 3 races internationally, and then decided to go Grand Prix racing, originally in cars he bought from other manufacturers like March, and then they decided to build their own car, and that is the Lek car being driven by Ron Maiden out there in 6th place, car number 51. And look at the car right in shot now. It really is a very pretty car. This is another car built by the engineers at WDK, now 9W down at Stockbridge, and in fact the wreckage of the car in which David Purley had a horrible accident at Silverstone in a Grand Prix meeting was in the collection at Donington Park, in the museum, in the Wheatcroft collection there. And I believe the car was acquired from there and then restored back to position. And it was a, there was the original designer was able to advise on it and how it should be put back together. Ian Simmons going very nicely in the Tyrrell. Those were great iconic liveries of that period, weren't they? The Benetton logo was hugely successful. First of all on the Tyrrell, and then of course, and then moved on to what became the Benetton team.
Well, I was going to say it was a sponsor that then became a constructor. Yes, they went to Tolman. Tolman became Benetton. Benetton became Renault. Renault became Lotus.
Yes, no, don't.
It
gets more confusing.
Yeah.
And of course, another sponsor that became a constructor, you might say, is the maker of a certain flavoured drink that has won a number of world championships since.
Yes, indeed.
Other drinks are available.
Quite right. Now, Ian Simmons is inching up onto the back, is he not, of Ron Maiden. The Lek, of course, an older car, but Ian Simmons going great guns. Another compare and contrast when they come towards you at the end of a long straight. Of course, the Lek looking almost triangular because it's got narrower front wheels than it has the rear, which is, again, part of how constructors went around building a racing car in that period.
Yes.
Different shapes, different sizes. Forget wind tunnels. This was a bit of string and a ruler and a protractor, and you know, you made the best of it. And in the background, Chris Perkins' Surtees, I think, has got a problem.
Well, I've been delighted to see Chris circulating in that very nice, very original Surtees TS14, and that car was actually the proper car from the Surtees factory. Chris established a great relationship with John Surtees, and it is the only one that's still in existence, and it has been a regular in Masters. It's also been a regular at the Monaco Historique, and it's very good to see the car out, but it has always been rather troublesome mechanically, and in fact Chris had a bit of a shunt in it here at Donington Park some years ago, so it's great to see it out, and I'm sorry he's had a problem, and that leaves us with 9 cars out there.
8, I fear, because we
8.
lost Mark Harrison as well.
Yes, we did, yes.
Now, this is the lead battle. We're down to 7.5 minutes on the clock, so it's a really good fight, this. And fair play to Steve Hartley, because despite the fact that Mike Cantillon has never really been more than 11/10ths adrift, sponge-like, he soaked up the pressure, he's not put a wheel wrong, and it's fascinating to see as they have a yellow flag ahead of them with that car having stopped, how the gap sort of yo-yos, it's elasticated between them. Some laps Cantillon is able to close right up, then he has to drop back. Come what may, Steve Hartley has been able to keep this advantage and only has to do so for another 7 minutes now. Down to Redgate, the gap this time, 0.8 of a second. And these cars don't think that they're pussyfooting around. These two are going absolutely as hard as possible.
I'm very, very impressed by the way that Steve Hartley has held on to this, hasn't he? Because he has been under pressure. Cantillon sometimes, as you say, drops back, and then he's quicker through certain sections of the course than others, isn't he? And this is then turning out to be Mark Hazel's now got the bit between his teeth. He's eaten one McLaren for his breakfast, and now he's moving forward to his lunch. And Warren Briggs, a little bit wide there, but Warren Briggs is the next car in his sights, and who is that in front of him who needs lapping? That's Glover in the Ragnar arrows, isn't it? Yes. Yeah. Well, he's a sensible man. Yep, kept himself out of the way. Good man, thank you very much. These guys come charging through. Halusa is still hanging on to the back of Hazel's FW08 Williams. By this stage, of course, looking at the sponsorships, the difference on the sponsorships between the Cantillon car, the earlier FW07, and Mark Hazel's FW08, one sponsor that is missing on this car we now see centre screen is Albilad Construction Company, because the other sponsor involved with that, of course, had a member of their family who went off and caused the world a rather lot more trouble in the form of Osama bin Laden. And the bin Laden family and the Albilad family were two of the sponsors that you will see on the side of Mike Cantillon's car. All the cars in Masters are required to appear in their original livery, and if one's wondering why it is there's still cigarette advertising on them, that's because there is a specific exclusion for them being allowed to operate in this way in Europe. We did once take a Masters Formula One cars to be a support race at the French Grand Prix at Manicourt, and the poor man from Philip Morris nearly had a heart attack when he saw 3 Marlborough liveried cars appearing out. Cantillon getting a bit of a wiggle on there as he came out of Redgate.
And Steve Hartley was a little bit sideways ahead of him, but Mike had the bigger of the slides. Now look, we're getting to the pointy end of this, 4 minutes and change on the clock. If Mike Cantillon was lagging back, biding his time, forget it, because Steve Hartley is proving a very tough nut to crack. It might be that the traffic falls to help Mike Cantillon, it might be that it helps Steve Hartley, but this is still going to be a real dash to the flag now. So 4 minutes are on the clock. Remember, the first couple of laps were behind the safety car. They ate into the 25 minutes, but we've had a great battle for leadership as predicted. Here they come out of Coppice, and now
they've got to get past Simmons. Yeah,
the Tyrrell's going to get out of the way, I think. And if Steve Hartley times this right, he might get past, and Mike Cantillon might not before the chicane. Let us see. Mike's going to have to be bold. He is bold, and Ian Simmons, brilliant stuff, kept out of the way, does not impede. That's good news. Right, now the lead gap is less than a length as they come across the line. It was 4 tenths last time. Mike Cantillon goes for the lead, and he's going to do it on the inside line. He's done it at last. Through he goes, but he goes a little bit deep on the brakes, and Steve Hartley comes back. Brilliant stuff. Lead change and change again. Hartley hits the front once more. Brilliant stuff.
And they're going to come off Ron Maiden in the Leck car that we were just talking about, down at the bottom of the hill here, probably accelerating away up towards McLean's is where they're going to encounter Maiden's Leck, and they'll want to get past him right up on the rev limiter there. Did you hear Hartley's engine?
Absolutely right. Now Ron Maiden, Il Presidente, gets out of the way then. The Masters boss lets them go. Steve Hartley through then. So what are we going to get? 2 more laps at the end of this. If Steve Hartley hadn't worked hard enough, he's going to have to be so defensive now. He cannot afford to make the tiniest of errors. Mike Cantillon then runs it out wide onto the curb on the exit of Coppice, down towards the chicane. And if Cantillon wants to attack at Redgate, it starts now, doesn't it?
Yes, absolutely. I was just thinking maybe Mike showed his hand a little bit early. Maybe he thought there weren't going to be that many more laps. But it says 2 minutes 50. So yes, they are going to have to do I think one more than perhaps Mike was thinking, because he's really shown his hand now slightly, hasn't he? Oh, actually, interesting. Hartley was very wide there.
He was, as a lap or 2 ago, and Mike Cantillon the smoother, so now maybe he's mounting the attack once again, down through the crane as they come. Steve Hartley, I hate to say looking more ragged, but maybe now, he spent the whole race under the pressure. He'd be quite glad to get to the end of this. Maybe now he's just starting to wilt ever so slightly, and a rejuvenated Mike Cantillon has not yet thrown everything at it as we have a change for third. Mark Hazel to the inside of Warren Briggs, side by side into Redgate, and Mark Hazel has done it. Good move there.
And Lucas Alusa a little bit wide there, but the 3 of them have obviously slightly been tripping over each other. But back to the lead battle.
Nose to tail, they're going to get, 2 more laps, and Hartley makes the mistake, goes deep into the chicane, and that has done it. He's not going to get the time back from there. That was the error that Mike Cantillon has been forcing to come for over 23 minutes, and it's finally happened, and it's given him the race lead, and that gap means, as Ron Maiden goes for the pits in the background, Mike Cantillon's home and dry.
Well, it certainly looks like it. He's got to do probably more than a lap, hasn't he?
This and one more.
Yeah, this plus 1. So he just needs to steady up. That's a shame. The Leck was going very well. But I know the sort of thing Ron feels. He'll probably, when you ask him what was wrong with the car, he'll say it was nothing, it was wrong with the driver. He's been known sometimes to stop when he's tired, which is fair enough. It's your series.
So Mark Hazel, third, fourth there is Warren Briggs, who came over as a McLaren mechanic from New Zealand and then races the cars. Great story. Fifth, Lucas Halusa. So it's a shame that we've lost a few with mechanical woes, and Steve Hartley will be absolutely livid. He's got the fastest lap of the race, but no consolation is that.
I know Ron has actually complained about a front wheel brake. This is all very, very proper stuff. But out there on the track, these three are nice and close together, and I think Halusa rather fancies his chances of catching Warren Briggs. Warren Briggs, as you say, did originally come over a long time ago as a typical Kiwi. Can I have a job at Bruce McLaren's factory? And yes, he got one and went on from there. He's built up a great business with machine factory. I mean, they've got a wonderful machine shop doing great work, and he is an owner of historic race cars that really enjoys the whole business of the build and the preparation. But Halusa and he are right at it, and they are coming past our position now, side by side, and I think Halusa's got him.
I think you're right. And the checkered flag is imminent, and it's imminent for this man who's going to do the double at Donington. Mike Cantillon at a canter in the end, but the lead gap as he crosses the line isn't going to tell you the whole story. Steve Hartley led more laps than anybody else, but there when it matters. It's 2 out of 2 in the Masters Historic Formula 1 category. Mike Cantillon in the Williams to a delighted team run by Colin Bennett crosses the line to win at Donington Park, and Steve Hartley, kicking himself no doubt, comes through 6 seconds back in second place. That's Neil Glover going over the line a lap down, but a great race between those two, and Mike Cantillon biding his time, and he finally forced that error out of Steve Hartley.
And as the rest of them come on through now, yes, I mean, I think Steve Hartley did slightly lose heart then after he saw Mike Cantillon cantering off into the distance after he'd slipped up there. But certainly, well done, Halusa.
Yeah.
That's a nice drive in the 23, the older car. So Hazel takes third, Halusa fourth, Briggs fifth across the line, and Ian Simmons brings the Tyrrell safely home in 6th place, with Glover the last remaining runner after the other problems, and Ron Maiden, Chris Perkins, Mark Harrison already in the pits. But a big thumbs up from Mike Cantillon. That was a very good race.
It was, and shows that you don't need a full grid necessarily to make a good race. You had 2 of the top historic Formula 1 drivers going toe-to-toe for the best part of 20 minutes. That was a great spectacle, and Steve Hartley will be furious with himself for making that mistake, but at least Hartley preserves 2nd place, and Mark Hazel 3rd.
And when we say he made a mistake, it was a tiny little lock-up coming into this Roberts chicane. Good for you. Well done. Every reason to be pleased with yourself.
Let's have a look at the results then of the second historic Formula 1 race of the weekend. Mike Cantillon, the winner then, by just under 6 seconds from Steve Hartley. Williams ahead of McLaren, ahead of Williams because Mark Hazel 3rd from Lucas Halusa in the oldest McLaren on that grid, just getting ahead at the very end of Warren Briggs. Ian Simmons, Tyrrell 6th ahead of Neil Glover. We lost the Lek of Ron Maiden, Chris Perkins, Surtees, and the ex-Elio De Angelis shadow of Mark Harrison. So the historic Formula 1 race at an end. Mike Cantillon a race winner, and you look at that and you think 6 seconds, yeah, walkover, but that does not tell you the whole story at all. And there is a very happy Mike Cantillon, the CGA squad run by the redoubtable Colin Bennett and his son Alistair, and they looked after this Williams to very good effect. Mike Cantillon.
Very nice preparation always by CGA, and they've always run, to make our point about the missing Europeans, they've always run nice cars for big European collectors, Christoph Dansenberg, Joaquin Folch, and many others. And so there, you know, there's a business being affected by the present situation, that they're not able to be preparing and running these cars. But a very nice job, well done.
Yeah, thumbs up all round. The ex-Keke Rosberg car, with which, of course, Keke only had 1 win on his way to the World Crown in '82, but it was enough when you added all the points together in that very, very topsy-turvy season. So from Formula 1 cars, we're going to turn our attention to sports cars. Next, we've had Formula 2, we've had touring cars, we've had Grand Prix cars, Formula 1 cars. Next will be the turn of the relatively new to Masters Endurance Legends series, which caters, if you like, for the next generation of racing car. Ron Maiden has been on the lookout for a while for what to do next and to tempt cars back out. So in a sense, it's almost hard to get your head around calling these historic. It makes us feel old, never mind anything else, because it doesn't seem that long ago that many of these cars we were watching at Le Mans. But it's going to be a very interesting grid indeed for sports racing cars and GT cars.
And GT cars. Yes, and while we're just still watching the Formula One cars being pushed back into their garages after that very exciting race, David, it's worth saying that it's a shame, but part of the current protocols not to be able to do immediate pit lane presentations and interviews and so on with the drivers. So I'm afraid you're not going to see them, but you did see Mike Cantillon being interviewed earlier on, so you know what he looks like, and he has driven a very nice race. And so we do indeed move on to the Masters Endurance Legends, and very much part of David Addison and my own personal history, if you like, because we have spent many a long hour in commentary booths in the Le Mans series, and here we have one of the cars. We saw an interview earlier on with Mike Newton, the owner of this car. This car, David, raced at Le Mans in 2004 with that same driver.
Same driver, same truck, many of the same crew, same clothing. Mike still with his period of clothing from that time, and Mike, who is based these days in Northwich in Cheshire, great enthusiast, and has been tempted back into racing in this series. The cars had kind of outgrown him in contemporary sports car racing. He still had this, what can I do with it? And a series appeared, and he's as keen as mustard to go and do as much as he can. It's a fascinating story, and perhaps it's worth hearing once more. Christopher spoke to Mike Newton earlier on in the day. I'll hear that in a moment or two as the car is set to go. And for this race, Mike Newton is going to be 6th on the grid. Now there is the Jack Dex driven BR chassis, and that's a Russian funded project, yes? A
Russian funded project. I mean, essentially the BR, without being rude to them, is pretty much using the Orica chassis, and there are 3 of them here today, being run by BBM Group, whose tag is on the front of the screen there. Mike Newton's car is therefore up against some rather later Le Mans period cars. This is a great initiative, this series, to have not just these late BR cars, as I say, 3 of those being run by Bob Berridge's team, BBM Motorsport, but also a great selection of other cars, including, as David has just mentioned, some GT cars. There are some nice looking Porsches out there, just as it was at Le Mans in period, classes for LMP1, LMP2 and GT, both for Pro and AM, and a really nice collection of cars, David.
Absolutely so, and you've got the Mosler, which was an FIA GT car, so slightly restricted in terms of its grunt, but it's a 2007 car. Michael McInerney owns it. It's prepared by Aaron Scott. They're getting ready to go is Mike Furness, former Ferrari racer, with the Courage. Again, a car with a great Le Mans pedigree. And we have a slight delay for the start of this race, and the format will be the normal rolling start, but Masters, we've talked already about some of the differences in Masters racing, to look after customers, to look after machinery, and that's such as rolling starts instead of a standing. There's also what's known colloquially as a yellow flag start. In other words, you can't overtake until you get to a given point of the circuit to try and reduce the likelihood of silliness at the first corner. Now, some people might say, well, that takes all the sting out of the start and all of that, but actually it's important to keep the car circulating, and so Marshall's post 4, heading down through the Craner curves, is when effectively you can overtake, and with a race of this length, it's 40 minutes.
Yeah.
A couple of corners isn't going to hurt, is it?
No, it's not. I mean, these cars were built to last 24 hours. We know that nowadays, as everyone will tell you, Le Mans is an absolute flat out, absolutely flat out, from the beginning to the end. Not so much perhaps in the era of 2000 to 2010, but different now.
Yeah.
But I think it's entirely reasonable to say to people, these are expensive, valuable cars, hard to repair, parts are hard to find, and you really don't need a couple of heroes trying to throw the thing into the barrier at the first corner. Famously, one of the first times Masters ran a big sports car race, here at Donington Park. It must have been 2005. We had 6 Lola T70 Mark III Bs at the front of the grid, being driven by a selection of heroes, and 2 of them were in the gravel at Redgate after the first 300 metres. And that's just a shame when you're about to watch an endurance race. Here, lined up in the pit lane, all very professional, are the BBM run BR cars. As I say, essentially, if you think it looks like an Orica LMP2 car, you wouldn't be far wrong. But funded by the Russian team that has been a big feature of international motorsport, hasn't it, David? And they have, it's a sort of backing of partly the Russian Federation, the Sports Federation, but also with private money and banking money as well.
Boris Rotenberg is the man behind it, isn't he?
And they have pushed through so many young Russian drivers through, well, now F3, F2, and indeed money up to F1. But they've also always had a lot of cars in GT racing and in Le Mans racing. That's where the BR money came from. And that seems to work. Anyway, Bob Berridge's acquired all those cars. He's the man who's also got most of the Peugeots that escaped from the factory museum.
Wow.
And those cars, I mean, one of the cars being driven here today by Richard Mines, a very, very experienced historic racer, and still an LMP3 racer for fun and so on, has now bought himself one of those Peugeots, and he's running out here in order to see if he can get a handle on exactly the Masters Endurance Legends series. So we've got all sorts of cars here, David, many of them well worth the talk. This Riley and Scott is a wonderful device. Car number 4 here, Richard Cook's car, 6-litre engine, basically a big set for however you care to put it. But this car is absolutely what was at the top of the pile in IMSA sports car racing. At that time, I'm not sure what date that year is, 2002, 2002? Yeah. That was a hot car to have.
And it had a Le Mans history, didn't it, as well? Because around that time, coming over to Europe.
It was up against things like the last of the Open Ferraris.
Yeah, indeed. Right,
So-
green flag wave. There's the Trans Am Ford Mustang of Ollie Bryant, which has been a Goodwood visitor for a good few seasons. VR's doing fantastic. Max Lynn, one of Sean Lynn's 2 sons, he's going to be on pole position. 47 there is Richard Mines. There's the Mosler of Michael McInerney. That car's been sitting in a barn for a long, long time. It's been raced in Brit car, but it's in FIA GT spec from around about 07. Mosler's probably had more success in British GT thanks to the efforts of Martin Short and Sean Balfe, actually, with their rival cars, than they did in the FIA series, because they were rather restricted what power they could generate there. That car of Richard Cook, incidentally, is going to be started by Ollie Hancock. He is an extra driver.
Oh, is he?
And yeah, he will do the first stint in that car.
Ollie, one of a family of racers. Elder brother Sam was a Lola Aston Martin works driver at Le Mans in his day. Ollie has consistently worked developing cars. He had a long contract developing road cars with Lotus, and quite a driver coach as well. And he's obviously working with Richard Cook, and he should make that Riley and Scott sing, shouldn't he?
I would think so. Absolutely right.
Now, among the GT cars, Marcus Jewell, who we were talking about earlier, is due to be out in his Porsche.
Yes, it's an American history car, that, from Mac Racing. It goes back to the 2000 Daytona 24 Hours. He's doing this race on his own. You can have a co-driver if you so desire. We've got 1 or 2 that have withdrawn, just quickly to mention.
Right.
Sadly, we're not going to see the James Cottingham, Matt Girardeau, Dallara SP1. Sadly, the Orica car, that has been withdrawn after dramas this morning.
Ah.
Also, Simon Watt Lola B2K40, another ALMS car and a 2001 Le Mans machine, that's missing from the grid. And there's a 3rd one as well, I think I'm right in saying. There's another one that's gone. Andrew Lawley's Porsche, I'm afraid, is also withdrawn. But there's still enough, I think, to give us a good race here.
Yes, indeed. Do you know, I've got a horrid feeling that Simon Watts' car was a car I sold from a Lola factory to that team in IMSA. It suddenly all comes back to me. I saw it in the garage earlier. I didn't realise it had had a mechanical problem. That's a shame. As you say, SMP Racing was what I was trying to remember being the name of the Russian racing organisation. There are still that sticker you will see SMP Racing on, and 2 or 3 boys in F2 this year.
Yeah, almost anybody that's got any speed in any category and is Russian carries the colours. Boris Rosenberg has put a huge amount of effort and support into them. Number 16 heading for the grid is Steve Tandy with his Lola Judd B1260. And
that is an ex-Dyson racing car, and I spoke to Chris Dyson in America about it just some time ago. We were communicating about the various Lolas that Dyson family bought, but this one originally, I believe, had a Mazda engine in it. I think it's now differently engined, isn't it? But Steve Tandy, long-time racer with Masters, he had a Lola T70. He also had the brutal Nissan Group C car.
That's right, yes.
Which he famously had a big accident in Donington Park, I'm afraid. But Tandy, very quick peddler, and nicely prepared that car, and will, I'm sure, see that running strongly.
Steve also spent some time in the British GT Championship, modern GT racing in a Porsche, and then went off and had a go at the Lamborghini Super Trofeo for a season, and got involved in a pretty nasty accident at Spa, sporting the 24 Hours.
Yes.
And he had a think about what he wanted to do, and has come back all guns blazing into historic racing, and has been very, very successful. Good guy, Steve Tandy.
He also had a year in British GT with Ginetta, didn't he?
Yeah, yeah.
I think Steve in the construction industry, and he and his brother were one of the first people into the former Eastern Europe after the wall came down. A really enthusiastic guy, immensely proud of the fact that his international achievements got him BRDC membership, and really, really enjoys his racing, and makes sure the cars are always very nicely turned out. So he's on the second row in amongst all the BR1s with a lot, I think he wouldn't mind us saying, with some younger drivers around him. Is that right?
I think that's a fair point. Countdown continuing, klaxon sounds in the background. Drivers are strapped in and ready to go. This is, to make the point, another pit stop race. Pit window here is 15 to 25 minutes. And again, it is 90 seconds at rest. It's 105.3 seconds line to line. So everybody has to serve a stop. And the grid is good to go. There's been just 1 or 2 little dramas off track which have delayed things slightly, but we're getting there now.
Well, there was a certain amount of, it's rather different collecting a valuable Formula One car on a flatbed truck than it is towing in a saloon car. And I think there was some care being taken in picking those things up. So this Riley and Scott is in, it got its Le Mans sticker on it, which, yeah, you see, David, we were probably talking about it.
Yeah, you're right.
So it was in the days when the LMPs were divided into 900, which was the kilo weight, and 675. And at Lola we built MG Lolas to the 675 to a Frank Durney, Ben Bowlby design. Fantastic car. The engine at the time was beautifully developed, 2-litre turbocharged, but it had been known to have the occasional minor explosion. But the Lola MGs at Le Mans caused a sensation. And when they settled down and got better, they turned into the one that was sold to Ray Mallock Racing for what is the car that we were just looking at there on the grid, car number 25, now still owned by its original purchaser in the form of Mike Newton.
I mean, that is a class-winning Le Mans car. I mean, that is as genuine a pedigree as you can get.
And that was shared with Andy Wallace.
Tommy Erdos, yeah.
And Tommy Erdos.
Yeah,
I was trying to remember who the third driver was.
And the grid, as you see, now being cleared, ready for the start. Around that time, maybe 05, 06, it had got to the point, hadn't it, with the 675 class not being, I don't want to be unkind to the teams that did well, like RML, but there was a time where it was almost a bit of a joke because the low-volume constructors weren't building reliable cars, and if you finished, you won your class, but there was no guarantee that you'd get a finisher. And then it did start to improve, it did pick up. But there really was a time where we had things like the Norma and the Deborah.
And the Deborah, I was about to say, and the WM.
That's right, yeah.
But there was, if you recall, the Reynards were out there as well, with a VW turbo. That's a very pretty Ferrari there, isn't it?
That's an Australian GT championship car. We'll come to the Ferrari in a moment. Let's get the grid out of the way before we go racing, because pole position, based on times from the session this morning, Max Lynn starts on pole. Teammate Jack Dex, yesterday's winner, with him at the front of the grid. Steve Tandy starts third. He dropped out of yesterday's race. And then Ollie Hancock starting in a car that yesterday was fifth on the grid is Sean Lynn, and then Mike Newton is sixth ahead of Richard Mines and Ollie Bryant in that spectacular looking and sounding Mustang. Mike Furness with the Courage next. Tom Jackson, young Porsche racer, is going to start John Cockerton's car. He's his driver coach, and that's 10th on the grid. 11th is Colin Sauter in the Australian GT Ferrari, and then it's going to be Michael McInerney, 12th on the grid in the Mosler. Marcus Jewell, 13th. After the demise of the Dallara of Max Girardot and James Cottingham. That's been withdrawn from the grid. So, lights are out. We're going to go racing this time as the cars now make the run down towards the Roberts chicane. Max Lynn versus Jack Dex. Jack actually hasn't done a vast amount of racing. He's probably done more in this car than he's done in any other category, and he hasn't driven this very often. He's done the old Formula Renault race, bit of karting, but works for Bob Burridge's squad, handy mechanic as well as racer, and given the opportunity to come and drive the car. So let's see, is it going to be a Lynn lead, or can Jack Dex get away as the cars accelerate away now? Well, Maxwell Lynn was slightly in advance, wasn't he, as they came up towards the line, but the grunt and go Riley and Scott. Ollie Hancock there goes up the inside line to go second, and the Open Top Sports racer is on a bit of a mission here as they head onto the top of the Craner Curves 40-minute race, and Ollie Hancock takes the lead.
No messing around. That is quite something. That is a much older car than the two BRs, and Ollie really showing everyone which way to go at the moment. Mike Newton up there nicely as well. Richard Mines the last of the BR cars, and then Ollie Bryant leading the GT cars.
Now, I would only hesitate in as much as, if you're not meant to overtake until Marshall's post 4, Ollie Hancock was on his toes a bit previous there, so I just hope that nobody's going to get grumpy about that, because I didn't think that was meant to be quite the lightning start. Anyway, let's just look the other way for a moment. Ollie Hancock it is who leads, and Mike Newton is there in 5th place behind Steve Tandy. Tandy in turn looking for a way past the Dex Lynn BR duo coming into the chicane, but at the end of lap 1, Ollie Hancock then will lead, and he leads by some margin, because I'm waiting for a 2nd place car. Now I get one to come by, and it's Maxwell Lynn ahead of Jack Dex 3rd. There they are. Tandy is 4th. Mike Newton runs in 5th. This is Tandy ahead of Newton as opposed to Tandy Newton, which is somebody else completely. And then in 6th place, Sean Lynn.
Sean Lynn, father of Alex, who of course is now a big factory driver in Formula E, and it's his younger brother who's out there showing his dad the way as far as their lineup here is concerned. Mike Newton going very nicely indeed in 5th place there. Yes, I fear you're probably right that Ollie Hancock's enthusiasm to get on with the racing may have perhaps forgotten the instruction, but in due course I'm sure we'll see something on the timing screen if the race director wants to do something about it. But I'm very impressed by that, because that, well, the 6 litres of grunt is going to give you that acceleration compared to the LMP2 cars, but the LMP2 cars with a much more modern aero and more modern everything really is going to be impressive to see how they get on with it.
So the race leader then is Ollie Hancock by 4 seconds at the moment from Maxwell Lynn. Battles for 3rd, isn't it really there? 45 is Jack Dex ahead of Steve Tandy, and Mike Newton behind running in 5th place. Mike leading his class, Steve Tandy leading his class. Other classes being led of course by Ollie Hancock and Maxwell Lynn. So the sports racing cars up front, so they drop down through the Craner Curves, and Tandy taking the task here to Jack Dex.
I'm very impressed by Jack Dex. I mean, with that little experience, I mean, whichever way you look at it, this is a car that many pro drivers would give their eye teeth to be driving at Le Mans in just 4 or 5 years ago, and indeed did give their eye teeth to be racing at Le Mans in that car just 4 or 5 years ago. And here's a young guy with little track experience out there mixing it, and Tandy is going to have a look at him and going to see if he, but he's not going to outbrake him that way. That's very tight indeed, and Mike Newton looking very pleased because it allowed him to catch up. These two tripping each other up a little bit, eh?
I mean, that 675 class MG Lola is always going to give away a bit of power, but look at that underbraking. Gets past 1, gets past 2. Mike Newton began in Formula 4 1600 and he's not lost his racecraft, has he? So Mike Newton then the man who's from Salford, initially lives in Cheshire these days, but he came... Mike and Bob Berridge have got something else in common. Fascinating fact 37, they both came out of the very original Formula E series, never mind electric cars. Formula E in 1985 was a Northwest-based Formula Ford category for wishbone suspension Formula Ford. Bob Berridge won the first ever race at Alton Park in March 1985, so he's your real Formula E hero. But Mike Newton came out of that as well, and I'll now get my coat.
Yes, really. I think that is not just a coat, but about 10 anoraks we need to give you, David. I'm very impressed. That's a great story. But as you say, Mike, as we saw from the interview earlier on in this show, would not pretend to be in the first flush of youth. And that's a pretty impressive dive down the inside into Redgate with two other, and let's face it, two other much later cars. He will say again, 2004, the MG Lola there, and being pursued by very much 2012 to 2015 type cars.
But having got past them, they're not coming back at him. So Mike Newton's getting away as Steve Tandy then sorts out Jack Dexter. He's the one that's really dropped back out of all of that. We're getting excited about Mike Newton's racecraft for 2 places, but of course Tandy got one as well. And let's see what he can do. As up front, Ollie Hancock is leading Maxwell Lynn by 4 seconds, and this is your fight for 3rd place.
It certainly is. We're not yet seen anything about Mr. Hancock's opening lap, so we'll keep you posted as to whether something does develop. And then further down, the cars we've not yet looked at so much are the GT class cars, and Ollie Bryant running in 8th place in car number 65, which is in some well-known red and white livery, being a very large and aggressive Ford Mustang, essentially a Trans Am car.
Yes, that's right. And it's a car that Ollie has driven at Goodwood up the hill. He drove it in the shootout on the circuit. There it is.
Here it is.
Last year at Speed Week. That's the courage of Mike Furness behind him. But, I mean, that is just a great-looking car. It sounds noisy, even when you look at it, if that sounds right. You look at it and you can hear the noise, crashing sound that it makes, and the Ollie Bryant car over the timing line once more.
I mean, these cars used to be, those Trans Am cars used to be the support to what was then called Champ Car, the Indianapolis cars of their day. When I was working in that world in the States in the late 90s, and the Trans Am support race was always the one when you couldn't do any other work at all, because the noise level was just absolutely shattering, particularly on the street courses. If you can imagine that pounding around the streets of Long Beach with about 24 of them out there, it was very impressive stuff indeed. Some big heroes in that, and they now run a sort of historic series in the States for those cars as well, which Chris Dyson, the family we were just talking about earlier, whose family owned the Steve Tandy car before, is a big star of that series in a pretty similar looking car.
Ollie Hancock is under investigation for the race start, so I wasn't wrong by getting worried, was I?
No,
oh dear.
It has now told us that that's the case. There's not really very much to investigate. It's, I think, a fair cop would be. He charged around the outside. We were excited. I was excited watching it, but you were well aware of the potential penalty.
Well, let's see what happens about it. Meantime, back at the ranch, that could give the lead to Maxwell Lynn. And this is for 3rd currently, could become 2nd. Newton, then Tandy, then Dex as they accelerate up through Coppice. 32 minutes are on the clock. The pit window is, remember, between 15 and 25. In 6th place is Sean Lynn, who is also coming back at them. Sean, who, as we've seen over the years, has a lovely collection of and is very quick in historic machines. But in these, what do we call them? They're not contemporary, they're not historic. These recent cars.
Recent cars, yes.
With lots of aero. He's still very competitive. And a stop-go penalty for Ollie Hancock. It's been deemed as a jump start.
Well, I think it's true to call it jump start, because he did in some ways jump the regulations of the start. So we're looking at this car number 4, the very elegant Riley and Scott with the big 6-litre engine. He is going to have to come in and do a stop and go. It won't make him very happy, but it'll give us some fun as he then chases back up through the field. Presumably he is at the pit stop going to hand over his... Is he going to take the decision to take the penalty at the time he's got the pit stop?
I don't think you can you? I think you have to do them separately. But double check that, as Richard Cook should take it over. He might decide to leave Ollie Hancock in the car, and then he can go flat out and make amends, but we'll see what pans out. So Mike Newton again versus Steve Tandy, who tries that inside line look. Doesn't work, and actually he has to brake so hard that he loses the momentum, doesn't he? And he's almost under attack from Dex.
And which has given the opportunity, these three tripping each other up, as you said. Sean Lynn has now taken the opportunity to close right up in his version of pretty much the same car. Just a different livery on that one to the other two in the BR squad from BBM. That was one of the developments, of course, wasn't it, between the era of the MG Lola, we're looking at car 25 in the lead there, that the cars moved from being like the Courage we saw earlier on, the red car, open top, to all being closed cockpit, and with this huge fin, shark fin down the back, which was put in literally for aerodynamic safety reasons. And unfortunately, we've just seen Ollie Bryant come in the Ford Mustang.
And also the leader. So Ollie Hancock is in the pit lane to serve the stop-go penalty, and off the road has just gone a Porsche, and that is number 10, Tom Jackson, who has gone off. So that's quite a moment he's had at Redgate. You can see the front valance has been ripped asunder as he's gone through the gravel. So that is at turn 1. The leader has just gone back out again. The stop-go penalty served. So we're back in business there. That car is on the circuit once more. And what that's going to give us then is a safety car period because of that Porsche in the gravel. And that's come at a perfect moment for Ollie Hancock because he can catch up again.
So, very good point. So exactly he can. Again, that shouldn't take long to clear, so this won't be a long safety car. So Hancock needs to potter around quite quickly to catch up with everybody in order to give himself that, because removing it from the gravel at Redgate really doesn't take very long. There's the safety car out. It's got to pick up what is now the leader, which is Maxwell Lynn, but it hasn't so far.
So safety car boards and flags, all this eats into the 40 minutes, and it's, yeah, as you say, it's picked up Mike Furness with the Courage. So that car needs to be waved past.
Yes.
And there's Maxwell Lynn, hopefully.
I think he was being waved past. You see, he's out again, and he's back with them.
Yeah, absolutely right.
Yes, that will take some removing, but I think there's an extraction vehicle down there, and it is right by the gate at Redgate, so should get that car out of the way quite quickly.
Right, so we've got a lone BR 36. That's the leader, Max Lynn, who was 28 seconds ahead of Mike Newton. Well, that's going to disappear.
Yes. Well, it'll be a big grin on Mike Newton's face then.
Absolutely. There's 15 grand's worth of Porsche.
I was about to say, I know there's someone in Stuttgart who's rubbing their hands and thinking, our historic sales department is coming along.
Yes, indeed.
And there's one very disgruntled driver and owner. But the answer is, you did it yourself, mate, I'm afraid.
Tom Jackson doesn't often go off, though, in fairness to him. I just wonder whether either there was a brush with another car or a failure to give him the benefit of the doubt. He was one of the front runners last year, Tom, in the new Porsche Cayman series, the very attractive 718 iteration of the Cayman. He was a regular race winner,
You're a fan
including
of
here.
the Porsche Cayman, yeah.
A very nice looking car.
Yes.
Very nice looking car, yes. To the plot. Lights are still flashing, so we're going to have at least another lap out of it. Ollie Hancock had done the fastest lap of the race, incidentally, and is now back into 6th spot.
Yep, more importantly, as you rightly pointed out, he's back in about 300 metres behind the leader spot, which is going to be nice. And there's the Ferrari and the remaining Porsche. And then who is 47? Why is he so far?
That's Richard Mines.
That's Richard Mines, but I'm not quite sure why he's been put in. Oh, because he was coming up to lap the 2 GT cars, it must have been.
Yeah.
The others had all lapped him, so he's just got to hang around behind them. But he'll pop past the 2 GT cars straight away, I should imagine.
The Ferrari, I think I touched on it earlier on, is a car that came from Australia, of the guy called Tony De Felici, who is a immigrant from Italy, he and his brother, and they went to Victoria and made a very, very successful construction and property development business, and that's a car that raced in national events and then in the Australian GT Championship, and then Tony after a while got bored with motor racing, so he went into buying yachts.
Oh, well, why not? What's interesting here is that you could well be right, David, that looks as though, with that wheel's not turning, and he didn't hit the barrier hard, I think probably something did indeed lock up, don't you?
Indeed, yeah.
I'm sure we'll learn about that in due course, but that's a shame, and some, I fear, extensive or expensive, well, that generally the two go together, don't they?
Yeah.
Damage to the Porsche there.
So I suppose the only saving grace is there are perhaps more spare Porsche parts around than there are for BRs or MG Lolas. Or
well, of course, that's the thing that in endurance racing was always so hard to compete with. I mean, for instance, one part of my life, selling Lola sports cars to what you now would call LMP2 type customers and LMP1 customers.
So back here at Donington, David Anderson and Christopher Tate looking at the safety car period during our Masters Endurance Legends second race of the weekend. We're behind the safety car after Tom Jackson went into the gravel. News that we gained from the pit lane is that it was a brake failure that pitched him off, so it wasn't a driver error, it was a brake issue, and Tom couldn't save the car. The pit window is open as well now, so the pit stops are going to cycle through, and then at 47 is Richard Mines. So you've got Maxwell Lynn in the lead of the race, but until the Porsche is out of the way and the snatch vehicle is back and the marshals are where they need to be, we're going to be behind the safety car like this. It's going to be a very jumbled order. Now the lights are out,
Yes.
so we're going to go racing this time, but then of course just as you get things back underway, so there's the Porsche that's caused to stop the interruption, but people are going to dive for the pit lane and the order's going to jumble again.
Yeah, we're going to have a slightly confusing time for a bit, aren't we?
Yes, I think you're right, but
very exciting that Mike Newton is up there, but also I think the excitement now is going to be the car in 6th position, car number 4, currently driven by Ollie Hancock, is nicely placed to jump back into position, having been rightly penalised.
Racing again, and the leader is in. So Mike Newton takes over the race lead. Maxwell Lynn comes down the pit lane, and he's not the only one. Steve Tandy is in as well. So good idea that perhaps from Maxwell Lynn to get that out of the way, get the mandatory pit stop served while everybody else is bunched up together.
And the Riley and Scott there has immediately jumped forward, therefore, from what was 6th to his 3rd by the time you get to the bottom of the hill. Mine's going to have to dive past the Ferrari safely at the bottom of the Craner curves, which he's done. Again, the pit stops are regulated to a certain period. If you think that it doesn't look as though they're rushing around very much, you're absolutely right, they're not rushing around very much.
It's 105.3 seconds. You could argue that the BRs are rushing around.
Very good, yes. You could indeed. And Steve Tandy is also there in the pits, and plenty of headlight flashing going on from the Riley and Scott. Ollie Hancock now really got the bit between his teeth after having been served the penalty, but I think he was rightly served the penalty, having perhaps misread the opening lap instructions.
He's on a mission though, isn't he? I mean, through he goes on the inside, the Stars and Strike flag on the side of the Riley and Scott. Looks much wider, doesn't it, than the BR in contrast, comes down through the Craner curves.
They were big cars. I mean, the IMSA cars of that period were big cars. And then, of course, the thing that followed after that was that they then became the Daytona prototypes, which early version of which was probably the ugliest car ever made. It was not a happy thing. But now, very elegant indeed, the DPR. And a lot of waving fists and so on. But you can do that, Ollie, if you like. But just wait. You will get past Mike Newton in a straight line, coming down towards Roberts.
I think he was trying to distract him. I was also getting concerned that what were 2 flashing lights on the crane has become 1 flashing light by McLean's as though a bulb had gone. But anyway, Mike Newton hangs onto the place and stretches the gap a bit.
Well, that's just what I was saying. The MG Lola with the AER turbo engine really gone very nicely there. That engine has been made to work much better post-period than it ever did in period.
So this is the lead fight, and Ollie Hancock
for it.
Goes to the inside, through he goes. He's done the fastest lap of the race already. He's got his lead back on track. Now what we need to factor into this is Maxwell Lynn. He's on his out lap, but of course he was ahead. He has made his pit stop, and Mike Newton's going to lose out here as Jack Dex nips up the inside, and Mike Newton is going to lose out to Sean Lynn as well. So the MG Lola put off its stride a little bit on the outside, and he's gone from 1st to 4th in half a lap.
Yes, and that's a bit disheartening.
Makes one wonder if all is well, because Mike's not fighting back, and he's lost a lot of pace all of a sudden there.
Yes, he has. Well, he should give himself a break then, is the answer. Do his pit stop now.
Oh, hello. What's this all about? Ollie Hancock going from side to side there. Can't be warming up tyres, can't be searching for fuel, surely, so that was a bit bizarre. To the pit lane comes Jack Dex in the background. Ollie Hancock goes through, another lap ticked off.
That's interesting that Mike Newton chose to stay out, because he's got to do his pit stop, and being temporarily back up to 3rd is not that significant.
Yeah.
If he's got to spend his 1 minute and 5 seconds in the pit lane. Steve Tandy still going nicely.
Yeah, he's done his stop, he's got it out of the way, and actually has rejoined ahead of Maxwell Lynn. So on the pit stops, Maxwell has had a slower stop, longer time in the pits. Try and unravel exactly what all that was about. Yes, Maxwell Lynn lost 2 seconds to Steve Tandy in the pit stops.
Well, that's very strange. But that's a discussion we had during the touring car race. I mean, you know, the trouble is if you're just doing it handheld, there's no one saying go, 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 and I'm the official. Each team is doing it for themselves.
And you could argue better to lose a second in the pits than be under and have to serve a penalty.
Absolutely, yeah. But Steve Tandy will be very grateful for that, because he is effectively, do we think he's effectively the leader?
Well, yes, at the moment. That is Ollie Hancock in. Now, does he get out of the car? Yes, he will do. There is Richard Cook, who walks around it. So Ollie Hancock's efforts are good, and he's now going to be substituted for the owner. So Richard Cook gets on board. A really good stint, though, that by Ollie Hancock. He deserves credit for that. I know he jumped the start, in quotes, but it was a really good drive.
Yes, so it'll be interesting to see how the owner now gets on with it as he gets carefully strapped in. I'm pleased to see another I've passed credit there on the side of the airbox on that car. That is an Elan engine. When I said it was a Chevy, I was wrong. That means that that's an Elan working of the Roush Ford engine, the 6-litre Ford engine. I didn't know that that was the motor in there, but that's what it says, Elan power, and part of the great Don Paynos empire, along with so many others, G-Force winners of the Indy 500, Van Diemen winners of everything, and the Paynos cars themselves, both GT cars and road cars, and indeed then the single-seater, which came right at the end of Champ Car.
Anything else you've had a connection with on this Christopher Tate race day? You know?
Well, it's strange, isn't it? That's the trouble with being old. All those features. So the order currently is Lynn from Mines, from what was Hancock, Newton and Furness, and then Dex, but it's going to shuffle around now as everyone comes in and out of the pits.
So that's Steve Tandy versus Maxwell Lynn, isn't it? This is effectively for the race lead now. They are, in quotes, 2 laps down, but they'll get that back when others serve the stops. There's Mike Newton, set to rejoin, but he will fall back behind them. And Sean Lynn is the race leader on the track. So the Bob Berridge team trying to cycle through a different driver on a different lap, for example. So they are ready to receive Sean Lynn or Richard Mines because they've effectively cleared the decks.
Yes, they have indeed. Yes, I got you. They have indeed cleared the decks, and here they come.
Right, that's the leader. That's Sean Lynn in, and stops on his marks.
The Porsche is back out again.
Yeah, that's the Marcus Jewell car. So he's had a race win, of course, earlier on. In the background, look, Richard Cook is good to go in the Riley and Scott.
Being immediately followed out by the Ferrari. Is there a change of driver in the Ferrari, or is he carrying on?
No, Colin Sauter stays as a soloist.
Yep.
You can tell the American GT cars, can't you, with the massive numbers, that very American style of numbering.
But so much better.
Oh, I agree, totally.
Watch Formula One now and you tell me what number everybody is. And don't say, look at their helmets, because...
You can't see them because of the halo.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. But aren't we thankful for the halo after what we saw at the end of last year?
Indeed so. Right, Marcus Jewell then, back out on track, 10th in the order at the moment. This is another car, as we say, that is of American history, raced in the Daytona 24 Hours in 2000, the Mack Racing team, and it's about to drop a lap against the BR there that nipped her on the inside. So 16 minutes are on the clock. Pit stops yet to come from Richard Mines, and Steve Tandy has just done an absolute best in the first sector. So Tandy in the second stint is absolutely flying. Jack Dex, after his pit stop, has done the fastest lap of the race. Once we get the order confirmed, it's going to be a really interesting second part of the race, this, because you've got different drivers in one or two cars and a very jumbled order again after that safety car period brought people back into the mix. So it's going to be very interesting indeed to see what pans out. Richard Mines is now into the pit lane. Mike Furness rejoins. At the end of the next lap, we should get an idea of the race leader, but I think it's going to be Steve Tandy from Maxwell Lynn, and they are together going out of Redgate Corner now. So behind all of this, at the top of the hill, is what is effectively the lead battle. Number 16, Steve Tandy, with his Lola. And let's see if we can catch a glimpse coming down through the craters. Tandy versus Lynn versus Dex. The top three pretty much as one, and Jack Dex 2 fastest laps of the race in a row now.
He's really going very quickly indeed. That's a 101.4, and that is Formula One pace from earlier on this afternoon. And the development, of course, between a 1982 Grand Prix car and a 2015 LMP2 car is substantial.
So there in the background of the shot, the race lead battle. There is Steve Tandy coming down towards the chicane, and he is just about being able to keep both Maxwell Lynn and Jack Dex at bay for the moment. 45 is Jack Dex. Now, in terms of lap time, he's the quicker of the three as they come through. And actually, look what's ahead of them. The Riley and Scott goes by. Now, that would suggest that that was a really bad stop from Hancock and Cook, because somewhere along the line, if you think that they caught up under the safety car, they're virtually a lap down. Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, I'm not quite sure how that happened. The Porsche now has really got to keep out of the way, but I think that he's finding that more than enough car for him. They do, and R3 safely past the lapped Porsche, and it is indeed Tandy just from Max Lynn.
Richard Cook lost about a minute on the pit stop compared to everybody else. Pit stop time a minute longer, so
it must have been difficult to get the car started again.
Yeah.
I think Dex will not be popular if he takes out the customer, but he has managed to he's squeezed past Alex Lynn.
So 36 is Max Lynn coming through the chicane. Courage almost getting in the way, but now the BRs try to go side by side and also attack Tandy as they head down towards Redgate. Steve Tandy doing a good job here.
Interesting, the Courage, the much older car, almost as quick in a straight line, but the LMP2 car's just on handling down now through this section, down through Donington's famous Craner curves, the great sweeps, which, as we were hearing earlier, are flat in a 1982 Grand Prix car, and they're pretty good, which anyone who's ever driven them will know that that's impressive. And these very neat car, the Lola in front of the two BRs, let's call them Oracles without upsetting anybody, the Lola of Tandy going very nicely indeed. And that car had some considerable success in American sports car racing in that right period.
So Tandy is still under pressure. We've got, as you can see on the clock, 12 minutes and change still to go. Down towards the chicane they come once more into Roberts, then they turn right, they turn left, now power up towards the line.
Yes, just checking there, the Tandy car is 3 years older than the BR cars that are chasing it now. It's a 2012 car, the other's 2015. But they provide great racing, don't they? And these cars only ever seen in England once before, the BR cars, which is when they were current and racing in the wet.
Just been reminded by Daily Sports Car that there was a regulation last year that if you have a pro driver, you have a longer pit stop, and I think maybe that is what's happened to Ollie Hancock.
There you
because
are.
he's of a given driver grading. Yes, an elite driver penalty. That's the answer. So Masters. So that's what it's called. The elite driver penalty. Yes. Thank you, Graham. Well remembered. So yes, 1 or 2 teams copped it last year. Phil Quaife, I think, was a driver that got stung with it here last year. So it's meant to balance what you gain by your driver's speed, you lose out on the pit stop. But of course, Richard Cook now he's really fighting a rear guard action. He's about to go a lap down.
Yes, and that does seem fair enough. I mean, in the BR cars, for instance, Richard Mines, proper amateur, and Ollie Hancock, very much. I mean, I presume he could be a silver without any trouble under the current FIA grading system.
So down through the craners then, so that's why the minute was lost. It's the elite driver penalty, and Richard Cook is about to go a lap down. So the car that led early on looks like it's leading again, but it's almost getting in the way. Steve Tandy wants that to dart out of the way and he can get past. So up towards McLean's they come, and Richard Cook is not letting them go easily, is he? He's making a race of this.
Fair enough.
So he is the last unlapped driver, but not for much longer. And the last thing Steve Tandy needs, with 2 drivers breathing down his neck going for the lead, is a pesky back marker with a car that's got good straight line speed. Now Steve lines up to go to the inside line, and he's got the job done. But Jack Dexel trying to follow him by, and does so. And Maxwell Lynn gets through as well. So Steve Tandy here is still under massive attack. 10 minutes to go.
Actually, that was very well done by Richard Cook, wasn't it, in the Riley and Scott car? Despite the enormous power of the Elan 6-litre engine in a straight line, they had to squeeze past him under braking through there, and he did let them go. Because, do you know, I think Max Lynn arguably was lucky to be allowed through. The other 2 had made their way.
But he's staying with them. So Maxwell Lynn that led early on in the race. Here's the new order, as you can see. So it's Tandy from Dex from Lynn, Steve Tandy getting ahead on the pit stops, and the squad turning him round in good time, getting him out there. So Steve Tandy leads, but he's got to hang on to this for another 9 minutes, and that's not easy.
And I think he would say probably not at mine age either, because the 2 young lads behind him are very young and fit indeed. Mike Newton is still hanging on to 5th with the MG Lola, which is good to see, in front of Richard Mines in the 3rd of these BR cars. And then in 7th place is where Richard Cook now is in the Riley and Scott. And then we have Finesse in the Courage and the GT class.
To the top of the craners, under 9 minutes to go now. But Steve Tandy has stretched the margin ever so slightly coming out of Redgate Corner. It was only 4/10 over the timing line. Credit to Jack Dex, fastest lap of the race. Now, OK, he knows the car, but he's not done a huge amount of racing. He did race it here last year, I'll grant you. He has got some data. There is Mike Newton, who is now 22 seconds adrift. He's a lap up on that Courage, so he's not in jeopardy for that place. But again, Mike's car, its last lap was, what, a 64? He's not going quite as quickly as the start of the race, but not massively off the earlier pace, but still heading for a class win in 5th overall. And the Courage of Mike Furness is 2nd in class, albeit a lap adrift of the MG Lola.
I really like the red Courage here, and that also was, in its time at Le Mans, was a Russian-sponsored car, wasn't it? They built a lot of those cars, and were running very similar looking cars in LMP1 as in LMP2, engine dependent in period. That car of Furness was actually built to be running in the yes, that's the middle noughties, so 2006, 2007, 2008 sort of period, when they were really having their Courages were having their heyday. A period, of course, at the front end of the Le Mans field, very much dominated by the Audis. And this series has had Audis out in it, and there are people also, I know, trying to persuade the factory to let go of some of the wonderful Audis of the late period. Sean Lynn, of course, is the owner of one of the Bentleys from 2003, and he will bring that out occasionally. But as he says, and certainly as Bentley feel, it's very much a demonstration car rather than one they want to see being raced very hard. Sean Lynn, who we're talking about, and is in 4th place at the moment, also has a proper Ferrari 512M and a proper Gulf Porsche 917. and that car was beautifully restored for him by Lanzante as it's the back markers that's going to give Tandy the difficulty, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Because the young boys are all over him when he is being a little bit more cautious in who he's going to overtake.
Those GT cars are battling for the GT class lead anyway, so they're busy with their own race. Now, the leading trio gets through without too much drama that time, but yeah, Steve Tandy is the pioneer. He's the first one to come up on the traffic. He's got to work out when and where to dart past. And the two BRs eager to try and find a way through as well. So Steve Tandy has got to do the hard yards on two fronts, get through the traffic and also not be too cautious, not leave the slightest opportunity there for Jack Dex or for Maxwell Lynn, the early stint leader, to find a way through. 6 minutes are on the clock and they're lapping at just over a minute. Now Sean Lynn, fourth, has done the fastest lap of the race. He is at the moment 2.4 seconds off the back of his son Max. There they are going out of Redgate. Can Sean Lynn get there in time? His last lap then was a 61.2 and he is closing. So, yeah, the gap is coming down a little bit. He's chipping away. Sean Lynn might get up there before the very end of the race as he goes out of the old hairpin. He's in fourth. You can see the gap coming down and down. So as if Steve Tandy didn't have enough problems, a third car to sit on his tail for the last couple of laps could be on the cards here.
Yes, you can just imagine the radio conversation going on with Maxwell Lynn lying in third place there. He said, "Your dad's gone purple."
Yes, right.
Which, well, he may well have done with the effort. But 101.226 is a very quick... And, I thought he was going to try and go for it there.
That was Dex on Tandy.
Yes, Dex was looking really as though he was right there on Steve Tandy at that point. And they are trying to spook each other. There's no doubt about it. Tandy's Lola does look at the moment as though he has the legs on acceleration from Roberts at the coming out of the chicane and down the pit straight, and that may yet be enough. But as you say, he's going to have to do another 4, probably 5 laps, isn't he?
And I think Sean Lynn has got held up in traffic on that last lap because it was a slower lap at 62.584. So he lost out. He was slower than the 3 he's chasing. But look, Tandy has got another back marker up the road, I suspect. Yes, he has. So through they come. And as they accelerate up the hill now, is he going to be able to find a way through?
And well, it's the teammate, it's Richard Mines.
It is.
The amateur in 6th position.
And Dex attacks for the race lead, so Tandy's got BRs all around him. There's one closing, there are 2 on his tail, there's 1 to lap, and he's going to get past Richard Mines on the inside. And actually, Richard cuts across the front of Jack Dex, and suddenly Steve Tandy gets a get-out-of-jail-free card. Push, 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 Steve, while Jack Dex only briefly, but he's put off his stride.
I think the radio might have mentioned to Richard Mines, would you mind moving over, or words to that effect,
yes.
As our 2 young boys come past. So don't be confused, it looks like there are 3 of the BRs lining line astern, but 2 are in the front group. I tell you what, that means that Sean Lynn's closed up a bit with all that.
Indeed.
And he's now got to get past Richard Mines as well as they sweep down the Craners and into the old hairpin.
Yeah, his last lap, Sean's, was quicker than anybody ahead of him because, of course, they had the traffic to worry about. But look, Steve Tandy was 9/10 to the good when they came over the timing line. If he can carry on at that pace and keep that advantage, that will do him. But you get the feeling that Jack Dex is going to mount another challenge. Clock ticking on down, but Steve Tandy, fair play, is doing a really impressive job here.
He certainly is. And I think he's just got that bit of a breathing space. Now, don't you now? It may just be that he can hang on there. Here comes Dad charging up the inside of Richard Mines. That's Sean Lynn then into maintaining his solid 4th place. And another quick lap from him. He is at the moment the fastest lap man at 101.266. That's very impressive.
It is indeed, against, dare one say, younger hot shoes. Right, Steve Tandy's advantage was 9/10 and it's come down to 4/10. So Jack Dex is pushing. There will be time for at least 2 more laps at the end of this. So Steve Tandy, you can see the gap evaporating as Jack Dex hustles on. He's lining up, isn't he, to have another go before the very end. Steve Tandy doing a good job of hanging on for the moment. Turns right out of McLean's, heads up the hill towards Coppice. Dex looks to the inside line, can't really do it there, but he closes under braking. Now, does the move come at the chicane? If so, needs to start here.
He's got to work it now. And he's tucked in right underneath his rear wing, and he's pulling out to have a look. But Tandy's wily to that. Just a gentle move, nothing extravagant. And this is where Tandy just seems to pull out a few yards Yep, done it again.
So 2 laps to go, time for 2 more as they come now down through the right-hander of Redgate corner. So Steve Tandy hustles on. Jack Dex was 0.438 of a second behind. 90 seconds to go. If anything, Maxwell Lynn looks like he's dropped a length or 2. Down through the Craners, the leading Lola has the advantage. Under braking, Jack Dex in the BR in second place closes the gap. There's another back marker up the road. Is it Mike Furness in the Courage? Yes, it is, who is running 8th overall. Steve Tandy will be upon him in a moment or 2. Ideally, he wants to get past on Starkey Straight down towards Roberts, but look how close it is for the race lead. 1 more lap to run at the end of this, and Jack Dex is getting ever more toey. If he wasn't committed before, he certainly is now. Tandy has to go defensive, and he's got to get through the traffic. Down to the chicane, ready to start the last lap.
Very nice. And well done, Furness there in the Courage, keeping out of the way of the battling 3 at the front. Steve Tandy's Lola was originally a Mazda factory car. They ran with the Mazda engines, of course, and beautifully developed by Pete Chambers Engineering. And Steve Tandy has run in this series since Ron Maiden first decided that's what he wanted to have. But this is now getting really close. Just 30 seconds left, and this will see them down through the Craners into the old hairpin.
Through the right-hander, onto the power, climb the hill up towards McLean's, and Jack Dex again at this point throwing everything at Steve Tandy, but Steve's soaking up the pressure. Well, we thought that was the case in the context of Steve Hartley in historic Formula 1 earlier, and he made a tiny late race error. Jack Dex has dropped back a little bit out of McLean's, hasn't he? Yes, by 2-3 lengths, and suddenly Maxwell Lynn is all over him like a cheap suit.
And they're coming down now for what is now, it is now no time on the clock. That is the time of the race up, so this will be it as they come across the line now, and it looks like Tandy.
Steve Tandy then up towards the checkered flag. Brilliant drive that by Steve to fend off the young pups. Checkered flag flies. Steve Tandy wins the 2nd Endurance Legends race of the weekend at this Masters historic race of the weekend at Donington Park. 2nd goes to Jack Dex from Maxwell Lynn. Sean Lynn flashing the lights takes 4th, and the fastest lap of the race. Well done, Sean. Mike Newton is going to be 5th and a class winner, and Richard Mines will be 6th. But Steve Tandy, I just wonder, if you add the ages of Jack Dex and Maxwell Lynn together, I bet you still don't get to Steve.
You still don't get to Steve. No, that would be right. And I tell you what, Sean Lynn has every reason to be flashing his lights and be pleased with himself as he comes across the line. He has done the fastest lap of the weekend.
Excellent. And there's Mike Newton, who led early on, but faded away a little bit in that 2nd stint. But Mike still loving driving this car. And as we say, it is a Le Mans class winner in a Le Mans class winning car with the right livery, the right clothing, the right team running it, the right truck. I mean, it couldn't be a better
and giving away at least 8 years to any of the cars in front of him. The Ferrari crosses the line to give himself there, and the Porsche also very nice, very smartly presented, all the cars in this race.
Yeah.
And so, yes, I have not yet seen the Hancock Cook Riley and Scott cross the line.
It has done. We're looking elsewhere, but it has done so for 7th place overall. But we lost a few cars after yesterday's race and after qualifying, but that was still a cracking race. The safety car gave us an extra dimension, and as people are allowed to travel more and as people start to think about going racing and finalising plans, you can see this one growing because there are so many cars out there, be it GT or prototype.
There are a mass of cars, David, which people have been sitting on for a number of years now, and every preparer and racing car dealer in Europe is rootling around finding these, and there are a lot of Courages. There are a lot more Lolas to come out as well, and a mass of those Oricas as well. And no doubt, if you enjoyed this, sadly without spectators, you can see it now in this broadcast via the Masters systems, via Facebook and YouTube. But if all goes well, it may well be that by the end of May you could watch the same cars live at Brands Hatch with a bit of luck and government restrictions permitting. And we would expect to see a crowd there. And from then on, then there will be races across Europe. And at the middle of July is the Silverstone Classic. And these cars will be starring at the Silverstone Classic as well. So that's a lot to look forward to. I thought the Riley and Scott, despite the slight confusion with the regulations at the beginning, and then indeed the extended pit stop because of the pro driver penalty. Went very well indeed. That's a great car and lovely to see these cars out.
Well, let's confirm the result then of our Endurance Legends, Masters Endurance Legends race. Steve Tandy takes the win by under a second, 8/10 he was ahead of Jack Dex, Maxwell Lynn third, Sean Lynn fourth, and Mike Newton's MG Lola fifth. Fabulous race that. Well done, Steve Tandy, Jack Dex, Maxwell Lynn. Brilliant battle, so clean, great advert for the category. Richard Mines sixth ahead of Ollie Hancock and Richard Cook with a stop-go penalty and the elongated pit stop to factor in. Mike Finesse taking eighth, and in the end Colin Sauter's Ferrari got ahead of Marcus Jewell's Porsche. Late race to be the top GT car home, the Ferrari 458, the Australian GT Championship car, ahead of Marcus Jewell's American 911 GT3 RSR. And then for 11th and 12th, the two non-finishers, effectively, Ollie Bryant, because he retired to the pit lane, and then the Tom Jackson, John Cockerton Porsche that ended up with brake failure in the gravel. But that was, for a nascent category, very, very good advert for it. Really encouraging. More, please.
Well, I'm sure, and I know that Ron Maiden and Rachel Bailey at Masters were working very hard to get those, and that series is having similar success in the United States. Yeah. Masters USA has been working hard. There are a lot of those cars because of the IMSA, obviously, and collectors acquiring cars from Europe. There are a lot of cars in the similar series in the United States going very well.
So we have then the Endurance Legends drivers to think about their next races. Steve Tandy to go and get his breath back. Well done, Steve Tandy. Right, more on track action in a moment. That's going to be from the Masters single-seater demonstration lap. So not racing, but high-speed demonstration laps. There is one more race after that, which is the HSCC's Historic Formula 2 race cars back out again. But our next activity will be a look at not just Formula 1 cars, but other single-seaters doing these demonstration laps. One car being the Jordan 191 that James Hansen has acquired. And it is one we are looking forward to seeing. And Christopher spoke to James earlier on in the day.
James Hansen. So there's a chance at this Masters meeting for the first time to run cars beyond the FIA Formula 1 historic regulations in a demonstration. And you've happened to find yourself one of the most iconic Formula 1 cars of the 90s in the shape of the Jordan 191. Where did you find this beautiful car?
The car came to me from the States. It's been hidden away for a long time. There aren't many of these cars anyway, so it's exciting to have it here, definitely.
And it is, of course, one of the most iconic liveries of all time, and there are people who will remember this car more than anything else. But the Jordan 191 was also the car in which one Michael Schumacher made his debut. Do we know whether he put his backside into this chassis?
Yes, yeah. So Michael Schumacher drove this car at Spa. It was one of the three cars that they had there that weekend. It was primarily De Cesaris's race car, so it also ran second in the Grand Prix until, I think, 3 laps from the end. So, yeah, it's got Michael Schumacher's first race weekend, and then you mentioned about the green 7-Up sponsorship. The story behind that's fantastic as well. With I think Michael Jackson set fire to his hair, so Pepsi had nothing to spend the money on worldwide, and Eddie ended up with the money instead.
Great story. And then, James, you as Speedmaster Cars buy and sell a few of these beautiful Formula 1 cars, but I bet you're thinking to yourself, I'm going to try and hang on to this one, are you?
It'd be nice, but I don't think it's probably the most sensible thing to do, to hang on to it, but no, it will get sold.
So tell us a little bit about the Masters scheme to let some of these later cars out. You've got quite a few interesting cars out today. Do you think this is something that's going to grow?
Yeah, I hope it's going to grow. I think it's going to grow. These cars are not really much different to run. Arguably they're easier to run than some of the 70s and early 70s, 80s cars that are on mechanical fuel injection. These are all electronic, so it's a bit easier. And yeah, I think it just appeals to the next generation of people wanting to race things.
Fantastic. Well, I hope you enjoy your run this afternoon. Thank you.
James Hansen, preparer, historic race car dealer, very handy racing driver himself. I mean, for a spell, he was in the worked Volvo team in the European Touring Car Championship.
He was indeed, and he's always been a quick peddler and much admired by a lot of people who have bought Masters cars over the years, because he's a great tester as well. And James has set up a lot of the cars you see and will see racing with Masters through this year. He's been, as Colin Bennett describes it, the factory development driver. But this is one they acquired for themselves, and it's been absolutely fantastic to see it out on track. So we have a selection of surprising cars to show you, and first off here, now that is a rarity for you.
It is, yes.
And I'm going to tell you that I think that's the Eurobrunn.
It should be. Chris Knox has the Eurobrunn. That was a valiant effort by Swiss slot machine magnate, wasn't he, Walter Brunn?
Walter Brunn, who'd had great success with Porsche 956s and 962s.
Absolutely,
in sports car racing, we may need to explain to people looking at these cars as part of Grand Prix history in the 1990s, David, that the curiosity was that there was a spell, a long spell, where Mr. Eccleston was very keen to have as many teams as possible entering races, and there was pre-qualifying to get onto a grid of what was 26, sometimes 28 cars. So you'd have 34 to 36 cars turning up at wherever it may be, and some cars didn't pre-qualify and went home. And a lot of small manufacturers, AGS, Coloni, well, indeed here, Eurobrunn and others, and indeed the early Minardis as well, used to have that difficulty of not getting through pre-qualifying. So you go all the way to Brazil and then not get a race. I mean, when you think about it,
it would be done by 9 o'clock Friday morning.
You'd think, in some ways, it seems like madness, doesn't it? But that was the way it was. The cars, everyone was into a carbon tub. The tyre deal was the deal. The gearbox deal was the deal. You could get an engine from Cosworth or from Judd or whoever it might be. And there was just an awful lot of cars turning it up every Grand Prix. And here's one of them. And the proud owner of Eurobrunn ER1 1988 car with the 3.5 litre Cosy engine in it is out there for us to look at.
Stefano Modena was one of the drivers, Oscar Larrauri another. In the background you can see Martin Stratton in the Coloni, which is the C4 43,000 car. Now there, the Benetton, we were talking earlier about Benetton as a sponsor, but of course ultimately it became a constructor, the B190, that's John Reek's car. And the 1990 Benetton, again, period colour scheme, and this Alessandro Nannini and Nelson Piquet, the drivers of that era.
Of course, I was trying to think who it was Piquet's teammate, but it was Nannini. And Nannini, who did finally win a race in Japan in a Benetton, and then had that awful helicopter accident that rather curtailed his racing activities, but still around and a cheerful attendee at Formula One races in Italy. Alessandro, a really, really quick driver.
Yeah, he came back for a spell, didn't he, in the DTM ITC with a Alfa Romeo. Right, there is the Jordan that we were hearing about earlier on, a car that even now you do a double take because it was just so pretty. John Watson drove it for a kind of shakedown at Silverstone and said as soon as he drove down the pit lane he knew it was right. He said it was the sweetest car he'd ever driven. It really was a great thing.
Well, there you are. Unfortunately, I'm not sure what's happened there, but the Riley and Scott,
yeah, it is.
It is the Riley and Scott. That's what I thought. Is the IRL car, Jessica Hawkins, at the wheel, and I hope we're going to do more than one lap. This is the Renault. Now there's a rarity in proper Alonso colours, yellow and blue. That's the car from 2006. And that is a rarity because not many of the Renault engines escaped captivity back at the factory.
No, that's right.
If you look there, you will remember what it was like before the regulators did try and do something about some of the madnesses of the wind tunnel work that was going on. Look at the various excrescences growing out of the side of that car.
I'm not sure that's the original engine, is it?
Well,
that's a very different note.
Well, if that's the engine note that we're hearing, I think I'd agree with you. That would explain it. It's probably got a Judd in it. We have a spinner.
Is that Martin Stratton? Is that the Coloni, the Formula 3000 Coloni that Greg Thornton owns?
No, that is Richard Hope in the Brabham.
It is.
And it's getting away from him a little bit.
I was looking at green helmets, yes indeed. The BT59 coming to the end of Brabham's time in Formula 1, wasn't it, by that stage? Richard
Hope is a Masters regular. He has an Alfa Romeo from 1981, and he has raced a little bit. He's also a regular Aston Martin customer demonstration driver, and which he enjoys doing very much. And he's acquired this Brabham BT59, which is being run by the 9W team out of Stockbridge in Hampshire. Many of the same people who work for WDK, well known as restorers of historic Grand Prix cars, as we saw earlier on in the Masters F1 race. And this Brabham, it was a very pretty car, wasn't it? It really was a very pretty car, that era.
Had a Yamaha engine for part of its life, the BT59. There is the mock Ferrari. Greg Thornton has decorated this Lola T9150. So it's an early Formula 3000 car, effectively, relatively early. But it's dressed up to look like a Ferrari for reasons that aren't immediately apparent. But Greg ploughs his own furrow, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. Greg is, of course, a former Masters FIA Formula 1 champion in a proper JPS Lotus, which was run for him by Classic Team Lotus. And I think, I want to say he was champion 4 years ago.
Is that right? Yeah.
And he is another man with a big collection of cars. Quite where this one came from, I don't know. But as you say, I think it is essentially a Formula 3000 Lola, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. But with an imaginative paint scheme, let's put it that way.
Yes, well, it was probably not been running for quite some time and had been decorating somebody's garage, who was able to convince his mates that it was Ferrari. But no, good to see that out there. I hope that Jessa Hawkins, who is a W Series regular, comes out again in the Riley and Scott IRL car, but it made a swerve into the pit lane after just one brief tour.
So there, over the line, is the Benetton. So that's the John Reeks driven car. This Rory Byrne and John Barnard both had a hand in the creation thereof, and it's actually won in both Japan and Australia.
This was the winning car?
Yeah, B190.
Well, very nice too. I mean, it is a good-looking car, and Benetton really did bring Formula 1 sponsorship kicking right forward into what was to become the post-tobacco era, didn't they?
Yes, there's chassis number 3, the Eurobrunn from 1988, the Stefano Modena car, and a very original Eurobrunn.
Modena was a really good peddler, wasn't he? He had a curious career with some ups and downs, and in and out of some not very good teams. Whilst also, he was with Tyrrell for some time.
Well, he had lots of Marlborough support, didn't he, through Formula 3000, but never got into the right Grand Prix team at the right time.
We noticed there's Marlborough support on the side of the Eurobrunn.
Yeah.
I think for me, I don't know about you, David, but for me, the prettiest car out there, apart from the Jordan 191, is this Brabham. Don't you think that's elegant? And I like the colour scheme and so on.
Yeah.
Now, this Brabham then is the period in which there was the Japanese investment into the team and so on. This is very much the post-Bernie era, isn't it?
Yes, yes. The immediate season after Bernie had sold up. It wasn't the most successful car that Brabham ever built because it was on a rather limited budget.
Is it not the case that this was the Brabham driven by Brabham in the form of David?
Yes, that's right. He never actually finished a race, but it did get David into Grand Prix racing, that's right, yes. Yeah. Sergio Rinland was the designer of the car, and it debuted at Monaco, and this particular chassis did 4 races, Estoril, Jerez, Suzuka, and then Adelaide. And then it was adapted to accommodate the Yamaha V12 engine, which was tested the following year.
Yes, you're right. That Renault has not got a Renault engine in it,
No,
David.
no way.
I did slightly wonder about that, because I know that Williams, who started this historic division, and I hope that that's going to carry on under the new ownership, but they had a real struggle being allowed to keep the Renault engine in all their cars, and a number of the museum cars were not engined, which were in the factory at Grove, and I'm not sure what motor power is in here, but anyway, it allows us to see what is clearly a proper Renault chassis, and it is a very, very, I mean, what people were up to in the wind tunnel by that stage. I would always remember a young graduate from Cranfield University's motorsport engineering master's degree getting a job with Renault at Enstone, as it was, still is. And I said, so what exactly is it you're doing? He said, it's terrific. He said, I'm on the front wing end plates. So, I mean, he literally spent his first year in Formula One, bent over the wind tunnel and the laptop, working on different shapes for the front wing end plates. And that's when we knew, I mean, the much cleaner, yes, of course they weren't as aerodynamically efficient, but my God, those things like the Renault we're looking at really have a most bizarre set of aero appendages on them, don't they?
Yes.
And I'm glad we do seem now to a large extent have cleaned that up, and part of the new regulations is a determination to make sure that cars are easier to overtake.
Yeah, exactly.
Can you imagine the amount of disturbed air that ran behind that Renault?
Trouble is, you can't uninvent progress, can you? You've got all these fertile and creative minds trying to find that next hundredth of a second, never mind tenth, and that's the way to do it. John Reeks, who has driven this car at Formula One celebration events in Japan.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Very good.
Behind the wheel of it.
Well, he's holding it very nicely, isn't he? They've got the engine properly on song. That's with the HB engine, is that one?
Should be, yes. Yeah. But again, from that era when Benetton brought this great splash of colour to the paddock. There's Riley and Scott back out.
So, if you're wondering about what this is, the split in American motorsport in 1997 between the nascent Indy Racing League and the Champ Car Series was brought about by the fact that the Champ Car Series had never been allowed to call the Indianapolis 500 one of their own events. And Mr. Tony George of the family that owned the Indianapolis circuit and therefore owned the 500 determined that what was really needed was a race series that wasn't full of European and South American drivers, and it was for American boys and girls, and it was going to be on ovals only, and it needed to have cars built by Americans, which was when Don Panos put his hand up and said, well, I'll buy G-Force. Did, and that's not running as smoothly as she wanted to. And Riley and Scott, American sports car makers, as we just saw in the previous race here, with the car being driven so quickly by Ollie Hancock, Riley and Scott was prevailed upon to start building a run of IRL, Indy Racing League cars, and this is one of them. Very rare to see them in Europe. This is a year 2001 car, and G-Force, actually, though under the Panos umbrella, was being built in Britain, using a number of the facilities around the UK. The design office was at Kimbolton on the industrial estate next door to Ian Simmons, who we saw racing earlier on, his factory there, and that was where that car was built, and that won the Indy 500. But if it hadn't been for Riley and Scott building a run of cars, the field would have been pretty thin.
Did they build them themselves, or did Reynard not build them for Riley and Scott?
Reynard's then USA base was involved.
Right.
Yeah, the Riley family continued to be involved in motorsport at a number of levels. I think she's going to bring it back in again. Yes, it's probably not going very much further at all.
And it took, of course, American open wheel racing a good few years to recover from that split.
Well, sadly it did, and it meant that what had been a Champ Car series prepared to travel internationally and so on, and the building of the Lausitz Ring and of Rockingham Motor Speedway at Corby in Northamptonshire were all to do with that period of the American racing. But there's no doubt that the split, David, as you say, caused enormous damage to American racing, because it did. And of course only finally came together just a few years ago, in really many ways, after the Panos single-seater. It did come together, and as a result, American motorsport has been back on the up, and is now a single-seater motorsport, I mean, is back on the up. And you've now got people like Romain Grosjean finding a happy extension to their career, going to race in IndyCar.
Yeah, that period you had Champ Car with the star drivers and the interesting tracks, but not the Indy 500, and you had the Indy 500 or the IRL with the jewel in the crown race, but not the best drivers. And what did you watch? You know, did you watch the stars, but not the big event that everyone had heard of in America?
It was a difficult time, and I was involved with Sky Sports coverage of that whole series for a long time, and the racing was good by about sort of 2002 onwards. And you know, Danica Patrick was a star, and she won famously the race at Motegi, biggest ever international win for a female racer. The fields got more and more competitive, and when Penske moved across and bought Helio Castroneves and so on over, then suddenly it began to recover in quite a big way and get American racing back out. But sadly, the IRL car that we were looking at, which is what started this part of the conversation, has now retired through the pit lane. And there are not many cars out there at the moment, but it is great to see the Benetton and the Brabham being driven properly. And obviously, I would imagine that what is in the Masters team's mind is that as more and more of these cars come out in the course of 2021, with the intention maybe that it might be a moment, we've got a flat tyre there, have we, on Richard Hope's Brabham, or has he done...
You've had a moment somewhere. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, hopefully the drivers that have these cars, that in some cases don't have a category in which to race, will take advantage of doing these demo runs, keep the cars active, have the track time themselves, enjoy driving them. I mean, there is the Euroboss series, isn't there, as well, which has gravitated back to mainland Europe rather more, but that in turn it's become the domain more of Formula 3000 cars, or GP2 cars, because these are rather more complicated to run. And what James Hansen was saying about the Jordan, okay, that's 1991, that's still quite an old car.
Yes, well, it's 30 years old.
Indeed so, whereas you get up to something like this, even if you're allowed to keep the engine, then you need to go and raid Curry's PC World for all the laptops to help you start it.
Well, I mean, that one of the issues is, I mean, you say that half jokingly, but actually the electronics required to run all these cars is one of the big issues.
Yeah.
Mechanically, of course, funnily enough, as we know only too well, historic racing sees what looks like to the modern viewer a lot of retirements, because that's what cars did in their time. You know, you look at results from Grand Prix, people are always rather surprised to see that up through the 70s and 80s you quite often get less than 10 finishers to a Grand Prix. Nowadays, we're astonished if you don't get at least 85% of the cars that started a Grand Prix back across the finishing line, aren't you?
Yeah, and you look at a lap chart of Grand Prix of 70s, 80s, even early 90s, and you think, gosh, didn't a lot happen? Well, it did, because, as you say, reliability meant that the order shuffled regularly.
Yeah, and so I think that the trick is that if Masters and the owners can work together and find enough cars to get to the point by perhaps the end of this year, maybe the end of next year, there may well be an application to try and run a series, not a championship, but run a series for these cars. How you define that, I don't know, but in historic terms, the cut-off period is the end of 1983 for current Formula 1 cars. For currently, I should say, for
currently racing, currently active.
That's what I'm trying to say. Is 1983 is called historic, but then the point is that, you know, appealing to not just a younger audience who want to watch cars they remember watching a few years ago, but to owners who are saying, I'd like to buy a Grand Prix car and go racing. You know, that's what's happened. The 1950s Grand Prix cars you don't see so much anymore, except at a Goodwood or where it might be, because not that many people still think that that era was the era they really want to represent. 1960s Grand Prix cars are still out and very busy with an organisation called the HGPCA, Historic Grand Prix Cars Association, and people like watching them. But just like we've seen with that wonderful race we had with Masters Endurance Legends, people want to see the more, what sounds to someone like me, the more modern stuff, but is in fact something that they relate to. I remember going to Le Mans in 2004 and seeing Mike Newton's car. You know.
Yeah. Yes, we had it at the British Touring Car event a few years ago. There was a support race for the Super Tourers, the 1990s 2-litre cars. And you know, everybody got hugely excited, partly because they were all in period liveries. And, oh, you know, all these great cars. But people remembered them. And actually, of course, there's a certain generation that had played in those cars on their PlayStations. You know, that was another dimension to it. It felt a bit churlish to say, when that people were talking about these iconic cars, you never went to watch them in club racing. It's only now they're back in period colour schemes that they look good again. However, there we are. The checkered flag has been shown. Everybody has completed their in-lap, and it's good to see that many of those cars are still active, still able to compete and do competitive laps. And we've got one more race to look forward to here at Donington. This live stream brought to you by Masters Historic Racing and Race TV. And the HSCC's Historic Formula 2 contingent has had an afternoon to refettle cars, because there were a few that needed a lot of T and L and C, and hopefully we'll get the bulk of them back out, with Callum Grant starting this race on pole position. So the drivers will head shortly to a grid based on the results of an earlier race, which ended under a red flag, but was still a spectacular race nonetheless. And we'll see exactly who is on that grid in due course, because, as I say, there were quite a few that hit problems. But it's been a good day's racing. Not the warmest of days at Donington Park, but it has been a good day of racing, and we've got one more to look forward to before Masters sets off on its dual seasons of European, all being well, and American racing to keep customers active all over the globe.
And as we were saying earlier, David, don't forget, if you're in the UK and you enjoy this quality of historic racing, there is the Masters Festival at Brands Hatch at the end of May, the end May bank holiday, and then joining in with the Silverstone Classic, which nowadays is really an enormous event. It's Silverstone's second biggest crowd of the year. And it is become very popular indeed, and Masters will be at the heart of a lot of the action at that event. And of course, by then, middle of July,
fingers crossed.
They're certainly selling tickets at the moment, and tickets via the MSV website are available for the Masters Historic Racing event at Brands Hatch at the end of May. We should also say thank you to all those who support the Masters Series. Close Brothers is the principal sponsorship, the investment management company, and both Michelin and Avon Tyres very much involved with the Formula 1 cars and with the Endurance Legends cars, and then Dunlop and their historic tyre programme run by the Pearson family in the Masters GT and the Masters Touring Car Series. And all these events are only possible to mount with the support of all the sponsors. So, as always, a big thank you to them and to the Masters organisation. This final race here from Donington Park this afternoon is a run organised by the Historic Sports Car Club, based at Silverstone. And this series, David, of HSCC Formula 2 is also a European touring series, isn't it?
It is, and fingers crossed its next round will be, or should have been, I think I'm right in saying, at Hockenheim, the Jim Clark Memorial, but I'm not sure that's going to happen now because of the dramas of trying to organise sporting events and travel accordingly. So it's again got a rather fluid calendar, but there's hope looking towards the middle of the season. But looking forward to our race, Callum Grant, who kind of inherited a win in a sense, because everybody else that seemed to take a turn at the front hit problems. He won a red-flagged first HSCCF2 race from Fraser Gibney, and Martin Stratton was a remarkable third in his 1600cc engined March from Brian Morris, with one of the later March 782s. Martin Wood, former Clubman's champion, was fifth, and Mark Hazel having a busy afternoon because he's been in one Formula 2 and one Formula 1 race already. He should be sixth on this grid, as I say, based on the result of race 1. But it will be interesting to see who we get towards the rear of it. Like, is Rob Weldon going to appear? He led the first race and then retired. We don't know why, I'm afraid. News hasn't reached us. Mike Wrigley was running in the top 5. He retired. So can those cars be made good? If they can and get to the grid, then we're in for a spectacle, because they'll have to force their way through. As it stands, Callum Grant is the man on pole position. Is he going to run away with it? Well, I'm not convinced he will, because there are some quick drivers around him. He's going to be given a tough time, that is for sure. It'll be a 25-minute race when we get the cars to the grid. And looking out over the countryside, that's the offices at Donington Park, built a few years ago. And of course, the old circuit office used to be right up near the museum on the outside of Coppice, but that was then brought to this area just outside the paddock.
Yes, that's right, David, and that was, as it were, my home for many years. And next to it, the museum and its cafe, which are no longer there. They are now a very successful motorcycle dealer.
Okay.
The museum building's being used by that company, recently installed as a tenant to MSV.
Is the building
The building is still there.
Crankshaft shape.
Yes, that's right. And the buildings that we were just looking at on the camera there were what we built in the run-up to the launch of the Formula E series. They were built for Formula E, and the what has become the Donington Park Company office. It's also home to the 750 Motor Club, a fine organisation that has a very major programme in British club racing. 20 different series. They're all based there in that building there, and the rest of the units there, Formula E still has a presence and are now let out to others. But to begin with, the whole idea of Formula E was, if you entered a team, you had to be at Donington Park. You could only take a certain number of people to races. You could only spend a certain amount of money. You had a spec car and a spec engine and a spec gearbox, and it was a package, which was a brilliant concept, because of course it got the whole thing off the ground, allowed all the teams, which even in the early days, included Audi and Renault and so on, Penske and Andretti and the others, were all there was proper team spirit, and they were able to talk to each other and we had a lot of fun with that over the 3 years. Inevitably then they moved on to the wider world, and now Formula E is in its 5th season and going extraordinarily well. It is enormous. This weekend is also the launch of Extreme E.
Indeed so, which is the sort of off-road equivalent.
Yes. Also driven by the remarkable Alejandro Agag, who was very much the founder of Formula E. But no, Donington Park was very much a part of the beginning of Formula E.
Well, they had the cars tested here as well, didn't
Absolutely.
they?
We did everything here. Also, this was also the location of the first ever all robot driven lap.
Is that right?
By the people who followed on with Formula E, with the robo race car. And there was an extraordinary moment when the test driver got out of this thing and the computers were all set up, and they shut the door and fired it up, and this thing hurtled down towards Redgate, braked, it had brake lights, braked, turned in, and did its lap of Donington Park.
Extraordinary. It almost seems wrong to be talking about technical things like that on a day of historic racing, but it's a lovely contrast, isn't it?
But that is the lovely thing, I think, because Donington is such a historic circuit with so many great memories of the drivers we all admire from that era, and home, of course, to the fable of the European round and Ayrton and all that. And yet it's also played such a part in the most modern formula.
True enough. So we are going to have the cars to the grid. I can hear engines firing up behind us, which means they're coming from the assembly area on the Melbourne Loop, and using the Grand Prix circuit as the assembly area onto the circuit. There they pour, effectively, ready to get quickly into position, including 54, which is Matthew Wrigley. So that was a car that has actually been kept in the results. I would argue that it shouldn't have been, but the officials have said it should. And Matthew Wrigley ended up classified 9th in the earlier race, having led it, but coming into the pit lane and was in the pits before the red flag was shown. But he's been classified nonetheless, and he is going to be a man to watch. If the problems are all sorted, and we would guess they are because he's on the grid, then what can he do from there? Martin Stratton, no, he's not missing, he's just in the wrong place. This way, Martin, inside of the row, please. But it's kind of towards the back of the grid we need to be looking to see whether the likes of a Mike Wrigley and a Rob Weldon have made it out. I think I can see Rob Weldon's crash helmet lurking at the back there, so that's encouraging. Andrew Smith, I think I can see, and Rob Weldon looks like he is there, so that's all good. Going to give us an interesting race, this 25 minutes, all being well. I think we've had races twice with safety cars and once with a red flag, so we want to get through this without too much drama. Fraser Gibney there on the outside of the front row.
In the pale blue Chevron B40, nice looking car. Martin Stratton there, who will obviously is in the front of all the 1600cc cars. But that's a good strong grid that we've got there, David.
Don't think Mark Hazel is there. Can't see the Jesus Saves march that should have been on the outside of the third row. So he does not look as though he is there.
He may have felt he's raced enough after he came out of the Williams FW08 in the Masters Formula 1 race.
I think you're right. Might also be missing Mark Goodyear, question mark over him. But again, some of the cars might be just slightly out of position, so we'll need to see when they are released, which they will be any second because they accelerate away from the line now. Last opportunity to get some warm fitted tyres and brakes.
As a fine sight. Number 70 there with the orange and pale blue is the rondelle we were talking about earlier on. And a number of people have joined at the back. Yes.
That's a car we didn't see out in the first race.
That's a car we didn't see out in the first race,
yes.
But you're absolutely right. We did see Rob Weldon right at the back of the grid there, so look for him.
This is how the grid lines up, and that time that you can see is their race time from earlier on. It's the result of race 1. So Callum Grant lines up alongside Fraser Gibney. Martin Stratton and Brian Morris share the second row of the grid. Martin Wood is on row 3, but Mark Hazel is not. Mike Bledsoe Brown is there, and so too David Tomlin ahead of Matthew Wrigley, definitely a man to watch, and Julian Stokes alongside. Then you've got Nick Pansisi and Julian Maynard to complete the top 12. Stephen Futter should be there with Daniel Clayfield alongside him. Paul Basson's ex-James Hunt March has Mark Goodyear's Lotus alongside. Then you've got Jeremy Kane and Peter Micklewright, Frank Lyons, and then the problems of earlier, putting these drivers at the back. Andrew Smith, who I think I did see. Chris Livingston Price is there. Rob Weldon is there. Mike Wrigley, question mark, because he should be on our published grid but ain't. Clive Wood, I don't think, was there, and Nick Pink also missing from the rear of the grid. So a few of the drivers with problems. One or two, by the look of it, having the ability to take advantage of getting a spare car. So I'll have a look and see exactly who was crept in on the rear of the grid. But as we were seeing, the Elf liveried car wasn't one that we saw in the first race of the day. So we had a good battle between Callum Grant, Fraser Gibney and Martin Stratton in that earlier race, and with Matthew Wrigley 9th, having led the first one.
Yes.
I think this has got potential, don't you?
And with Rob Weldon right at the back, he's just got to be careful coming through some of the much slower cars. It's a fine grid, it really is a fine grid. Very enthusiastic, but there is Weldon, who dropped out from the lead last time around, and Frank Lyons is there, and as you say, there it appears to be Patrick Depailler in an Alpine at the back of the grid.
I'm trying to spot a number or a helmet and work out exactly who, but we'll try and get to the bottom of all of this in a moment as the grid starts to form. So Callum Grant, it is on pole position then. So as the drivers now look towards the lighting gantry, the final race of the day at this Masters Historic Race Day is good to go. The drivers will get the indication in a moment. As soon as the last car's in place, the green flag is shown at the rear. Then you get the 5-second board. Drivers look towards the lighting gantry. There's the green flag. It'll take a while to get to that point, but everyone is certainly good to go. And so now lights will change. Race underway, and a good start made by Gibney then from the outside of the front row of the grid as they dive down towards Redgate Corner for the first time. It is Mark Charteris who is up from the back of the grid then. He missed the first race with an oil leak. So Mark Charteris, look, he's gained at least half a dozen places on the inside line there. Number 42, Mark Charteris, diving through Redgate Corner onto the top of the Craner curves, and now they accelerate downhill. Charteris is going to be charging through this field. Watch him go.
And there's the lead gone straight away. Diving up the inside of Fraser Gibney, Callum Grant seizes the lead coming through the old hairpin.
So it is then the opening lap of 25 minutes of racing as Paul Basson goes up towards McLean's Corner. Callum Grant leading, Stratton is second, Gibney third. Bit of a gap opening up then before you've got in fourth place Martin Wood. And Mark Charteris, the way that he's going, could be a race winner here. He has been incredibly quick in Classic Clubman's for many, many years, and is no slouch in these cars, as you can see. But Callum Grant leads the way then, the Boltonian coming into the chicane with Martin Stratton chasing after him. The top three already breaking clear. Matthew Wrigley is up into fifth place, so he's making good progress early doors here, Christopher.
Yes, and looking strong as well after the disappointment he had in race one. Both he and his father confusingly have the same white helmet with green dots on it. How did Stratton get into the lead?
By typical Stratton impudence, I think, in that car. Look at Mark Charteris, another move about to be pulled on the inside line there. So he
Weldon up to seventh already.
So seventh and ninth. Weldon and Charteris, this is looking really, really good indeed as they dive down through the Craner curves then. So problem sorted. Rob Weldon closing up onto the back. Whoa, big slide. He's off the road. Oh no. That's torn it. Bodywork falls apart.
He wishes he hadn't done that.
Rob. It was all looking so promising. Tiny mistake, rattles it over the curb. He was catching Matthew Wrigley. Matthew Wrigley in turn is looking for a way past Martin Wood. He's going to get this done, I think, on the inside going into Coppice. They're absolutely wheel to wheel, but Matthew Wrigley, yes, makes that move, makes it stick, but Rob Weldon will be kicking himself. One tiny error and massive consequences.
Yes, massive consequences, and I think perhaps the cars were just a little slower into the old hairpin than he thought, the cars in front of him, and he just got it tweaked and it got away from him. So Martin Stratton's already done a 1:07. I am impressed in a 1600cc car. We've seen some quick lappery. That is a very pretty elf decorated car with the Depailler type helmet, and that's Charteris in car number 42, and he has come storming through. So now our hopes of a chase from the back depend on him, Rob Weldon, having carefully put himself off, and I don't think there was any great damage, so he's just lost the nose cone more than anything else, hasn't he?
Yeah, it also looks as though the side bodywork wasn't there anymore, because you could see his arms. But anyway, he has not yet. Yes, he has made it to the pit lane, just come in. So, just looked at the car down the pit lane. Side bodywork as well, at the top of the cockpit bodywork is gone. So, sad to say, a very cross Rob Weldon. There he is, in his lightweight special. He's in the pit lane.
Yep, he will not be pleased with himself. That was an immaculately prepared car, and I'm sure the next time we see it, it will be immaculate again.
Yes, that car has no nose. How does it smell? Yes, the old ones are the best. Out of the chicane, Stratton leading, Grant leading Gibney, 1, 2 and 3. Now, if these three can carry on squabbling, that might just help Mark Charteris, who is charging along behind. In fourth place, look, it's Matthew Wrigley. Fifth over the line is Martin Wood. Charteris seventh then as he comes over the line. He is 10 seconds off the lead. He's actually not lapping yet as quickly as the race leaders, but that's arguably because of traffic.
Yes, and Julian Stokes in the Techno going very nicely in 9th place, and that's a rare car, and great to see it there, just there in the picture there, car number 81, and Techno always like to have the gold wheels a la Ferrari, very nice too.
So as they come down through the Craner curves then, midfield battles aplenty. Martin Stratton was 4/10 of a second ahead last time. That is all as the clock ticks on down. Julian Maynard, number 35, under attack there from Chris Livingston Price, and the Techno goes through. That was a car, again, that had problems in race one, so it's good to see it going well here.
Two Technos actually running line astern now. Chris Livingston Price's one slightly earlier than Julian Stokes's, but classic cars built by the Italian kart manufacturer, who really only took to building race cars in 66, 67 in Formula 3. Clay Regazzoni famously made his name in Technos, as did Joe Siffert as well. Now they're Mike Livingston-Price, Chris Livingston-Price, looking to outbrake Julian, but he's not going to get by there.
It's the Palazzani brothers were behind Techno. Nose to tail over the line there they are then. Stokes versus Livingston-Price. Chris lines up for a go on the inside, but Julian Stokes, Techno just fends off the similar car. You've got then Julian Maynard not that far behind either, running in 12th spot. The lead gap is 0.6 of a second, but again, the beauty of this and the simplicity of early days Formula 2 cars, everyone has somebody to battle against, and Chris Livingston-Price does go through on the inside at the old hairpin.
Great stuff. Livingston-Price, now pretty much retired and living down in Somerset, also a great big sports car racer, and frequently to be seen in Lola T70s and the like, which for a man of 6'5" is a rather better fit perhaps than a Techno Formula 2 car. But he looks very comfortable in that and going nicely. But the Stretton and Co at the front are still all hard at it.
Now, the fastest lap of the race has been done by Andrew Smith, who was another driver to hit problems in race 1. He is not doing as well, or he wasn't doing as well as Mark Charteris, but he's just got ahead of him. So Andrew Smith has perhaps not been as gung-ho as Mark Charteris in the early laps, but now he is getting on with the job, happy in the car. So he is pushing nicely. Over the timing line there is Brian Morris. Now, he was 4th on the grid, so he's dropped a long, long way back.
He's dropped a long way back to 13th place overall. I was just looking to see if there was any reason as to why that happened. He must have had a moment that alarmed himself at some stage.
Yeah, that's the ex-Piercarlo Genzani march that drops down through the craners and turns towards the old hairpin now. So Stratton, Grant, Gibney, Matt Ringley 4th is the order currently, with Matthew Ringley dropping away from that leading group. Andrew Smith is lapping in the 65s, whereas the leaders are in the 67s. So there, the yellow car of Andrew Smith, look, he's now got himself up into 5th at the expense of Martin Wood. Mark Charteris going with him, but perversely it's Andrew Smith who is now the real trailblazer. Smith goes through, puts a lap on Frank Lyons. So
Frank Lyons not having a happy afternoon. The HSCC chairman in the very nice blue and yellow factory colours of the 1970 Brabham team, like they were in Formula 1. But that car is not run well for him, and they're right at the back of the field, 21st place.
Not really showing the pace that we know he's capable of. Martin Stratton not only leads, incidentally, but he's getting away up front, as now Mark Charteris lines up to have a go against Martin Wood, who 1979 Ocean Air Clubman's B champion, went into Formula 3 for a spell, ran out of money, went away for 20 years or so, and has come back for one last hurrah, and he's doing a pretty impressive job. Returned to racing at the back end of last season, and here he is, keeping Mark Charteris, another Clubman's hero, but of a rather more recent time, behind him. And then next in the queue is number 70, that being David
and
Tomlin.
And Charteris has gone for the outbreak into Roberts.
Through he goes. But interesting, isn't it, the way that he was mega to start with, and yet Andrew Smith is now the more mega. You know, he's caught him back up, passed him and pulled away, and Mark Charteris has rather plateaued now. His lap times aren't that good. Lapping in the 69s, whereas Andrew Smith 65 last time.
Andrew Smith in the yellow car, the March 74 Formula 2 car, had that rather strange body shape, didn't it?
Yeah.
Before they went all blunt nose. And Sturble, the brand name on the front nose of the car, took some Italian to Formula 1, and I'm trying to remember who it was. We're getting a little bit hairy there.
And that was Maynard having a go on the inside, wasn't it, against Julian Stokes. Julian fending him off as they come down through the craners. Right, we've got 10 minutes done, and it is Stratton, Grant, Gibney, covered by 3.3 seconds. Fastest lap still Andrew Smith. He's still lapping quicker than the leaders, so Smith was something like 10 seconds back. Clock resets as Stratton breaks the beam, and Andrew Smith goes through 7.4 seconds back. This is on. Andrew Smith in 5th place is on with the time left for a win.
Yeah, I think you're right. He is charging too. Who's up next? Matt Wrigley, the son of Mike Wrigley, who is no longer with us. Yes.
No, because he retired from the first one.
He didn't come out again.
No.
These three have been having a proper go. This is all going to get exciting.
And Maynard makes the move, and he goes back ahead of Stokes, or secures the place ahead of Julian Stokes. And not that far behind them, look, is Nick Pansisi as well, as they come over the timing line there. So down into Redgate they dive, 15 minutes on the clock. Nick Pansisi on the outside, trying to make the move again in one of the earlier cars, but Maynard getting away up front there. Right, this is Andrew Smith on Matthew Wrigley.
Yes.
This is for 4th place. Gap on the inside. Job done.
Yep.
No messing.
No messing. So that takes him up to 4th and allows him now to, well, we'll just let everyone cross the line. We can see it a little bit more clearly now. Yep, he's got that down from 7.5 seconds to 7.1 seconds. So he's gaining on the leaders, is what we're saying.
Yeah, so Stratton, Grant, and now Smith. What has happened to Fraser Gibney? He has gone missing somewhere. So not only has Smith got past Wrigley, but they've both benefited from the demise of the chevron. So it's not shown as being in the pit lane, so somewhere there is a stationary chevron, and that means that Andrew Smith is up into 3rd place, and he's 6.7 seconds back on Martin Stratton, and he's lapping quicker, and there he is. But keep your eyes peeled. Oh, Fraser Gibney has just arrived in the pit lane, as I say that. So
Pottering slowly in.
Yeah.
So a mechanical, and we don't know why. Right.
Disappointing. He had a 2nd place early on in the day, but Andrew Smith right now is the real charger, isn't he? Comes over the crest down towards Roberts, the chicane, brakes, sets the car up, flicks it right, flicks it left. The man from Leamington Spa, little twitch as he gets on the power. There are the leaders, look, absolutely nose to tail, and Callum Grant trying to dive bomb both Stratton and the traffic in one move. That was all a bit courageous, but Martin fends him off, and these two need to be careful, because if they're not observant enough, before they know it, Andrew Smith's going to be right there with them.
And you know, I'm sure that the pit wall is trying to tell him what's going on. Just say again, no ship to shore. That's not the game at all. And so Stratton may not be aware of the fact there is someone who is lapping, well, really quite a bit quicker than them. I mean, a good half a second each lap, isn't it? What's Smith now? Yeah, I mean, Martin's last lap was 107, and Smith's last lap was 105.
Absolutely. So Andrew is pushing. There is Martin Stratton. I mean, even to be leading, even if he doesn't win the race, to be leading in a 1.6 litre car against the 2 litres and more recent 2 litre cars is a testament to Martin's ability. He's a racer, he's a preparer, he's a big enthusiast, and closing right up onto the tail of Frank Lyons there. He can't afford to be delayed, and he is being badly delayed. Wrong place, wrong time. Nothing sinister about it as Julian Stokes loses it at Redgate. That's going to be a yellow flag zone, and that's something else the race leaders are now closing in upon. So Julian Stokes is going to try to rejoin, but the leader is descending upon Redgate corner. It is now the leading 3 together, because Smith was right on the back of Grant when they went across the line. So here they come down through the Craner curves, and there they are, look, 3 in a line. Smith has dropped back a bit in the traffic, but Frank Lyons had the concertina effect, and now with half the race done, 12 minutes to go, Stratton, another back marker ahead of him. He's under huge pressure.
Yes, and a back marker with a car quicker in the straight line, but now he's got past him, and now the pressure is really there with him. He's just half a car's length behind.
So it is Callum Grant doing the chasing then as they head into Coppice, but Andrew Smith now is going to try to make a move on Grant. Grant's trying to make the move on Stratton. So suddenly Callum has to go defensive, and he can't do it because Andrew Smith's car is like a rocket, and he's up the inside and he's got 2nd place. Is he going to think about diving for the race lead? He may have thought about it, but it was not on. But Smith's pace is just out of this world at the moment. He's going to win the race, surely, barring a disaster, because he's on the tail of Stratton. He's got 11 minutes to go, and here it comes, the move for the race lead. There's a gap on the inside, but Martin doesn't give up without a fight.
Yeah, that was the last of the late breakers again, wasn't it?
It was indeed.
And Andrew Smith probably thought to himself exactly as you'd said it, Dave. He probably heard you. Hold on, I've got 11 minutes left. You know, I don't need to be doing it just here and now.
So through the old hairpin they come, but Andrew Smith is throwing everything at this. Again, it's fair play to Martin Stratton for what he's done thus far, but it's all looking a bit inevitable now. Mark Charteris, incidentally, is still stuck down in 5th place, so the early race pace doesn't seem to have been able to be replicated, and he's still lapping in the 69s as Andrew Smith thinks about where he's going to make the move on Stratton, and it should probably start now and to be finished at the chicane. Let's see. Nose to tail. Smith darts to the outside line, and Martin this time has nothing left in the tank, does he? That's just pure horses.
Yeah, that's horses, and also it was the right line, because he knew that if he tried on the inside, Martin would have defended, and of course it's slightly thrown him and allowed him. Now he's just got to keep Grant at bay. Yeah, he's managed it.
Yeah, good effort that by Stratton, but Callum Grant spent the first 15 minutes looking for a way pass. He's got another 10 to try and go through, whereas Andrew Smith has done it. You know, he caught, passed, got away, but Callum Grant just can't do it. I mean, the pace of Smith's car is extraordinary, isn't it?
It really is, and yeah, he's not done a faster lap now. His last one was 1:06, but I mean, he has been as much as 2 seconds quicker than the people he was chasing down, and he's got that.
Absolutely. And Grant, rather frustratingly to say the least, has spent. Oh no, that is Maynard off the road.
Yeah.
Julian Maynard off the road. Callum Grant has spent the entire race looking at the back of Stratton, can't find a way through. Smith catches, passes, and pulls away. But look at the gap that he's built.
That is a very, very impressive drive. That is. Yes.
So Stratton is second, Grant is third, and we've got a car in the gravel, as you saw up at Coppice, which is Julian Maynard. As there, Martin Stratton, still heading for another class win, keeps Callum Grant at bay. Now, granted, Callum is also in a class-leading situation.
Notice how perfectly positioned our cameras are in order to catch people getting out of their car. But I hope that there's not going to be a question about having to do anything other than yellow flag that. He's a long way off and out of the way.
Yes, I'm inclined to agree. I think from what we saw in the touring car race, with the Mini that was in the gravel up there, all should be good, but fingers crossed for certain. So right now, there is Martin Stratton in traffic, keeping Callum Grant at bay. 8 minutes and change on the clock.
He's an arm raised there by Stratton.
Yeah, yellow flag zone, because waved yellows.
Well done.
So I'm going to slow and don't overtake me. So Martin, having the presence of mind to warn people of what he's up to. The last thing he needs is to suddenly lift and for Callum Grant to plough into the back of him, because that's the first time for them past the incident zone, isn't it?
Yeah.
And he's also got a back marker betwixt himself and Callum Grant now.
That was quite canny. I think he probably didn't make that move until it was the right moment to make it difficult for Callum Grant. And there's somebody else
that's
got
Brian Morris.
And that is indeed, and that's his, now, is his rear wing come off because of what he just did, or had his rear wing come off as the reason to put him out there?
Or did somebody make contact with him, and that is why rear wing is off as well. That's more of a concern in that gravel trap, as there Mark Charteris gets through the traffic, putting a lap on the cars turning into Redgate.
Yes, I agree with you, David, that is not such a happy position, and I'm sure the race director is having a look at that at the moment to see. We are due to have another 7 minutes of racing in this timed race.
And an overtake there by Martin Wood, heading towards that part of the circuit. Safety car deployed.
Yeah, I thought so. Here comes the yellow. So this will take a little moment to get that moved. I think the problem is not the one right in front of the barrier at McLean's, is it?
I think it's the one we saw Brian Morris down at the old hairpin.
Yeah. Now you can see the flags, everybody.
Yeah, and the balls are there. So the marshals orchestrating this on command of race control, and there is the safety car ready to blast out onto the circuit and pick up Andrew Smith. So his big lead will disappear. I'm not necessarily convinced that's going to give Martin Stratton a chance to challenge on the restart, but they will certainly bunch up. Right, the safety car has not yet left the pit lane, letting the traffic go, but it needs to get moving because Andrew Smith will be on his way. Now the safety car is deployed. Still no sign of the race leader coming through, so Paul Bass on there behind is going to have to be waved by. And there is the race leader, who has done the right thing. He's slowed right down for the safety car, but therefore it's going to be a long wait for the safety car before it can pick up the race leader.
Yes, it's such a difficult thing to get right, isn't it, when you can't talk to the people in the cars, you know.
But you can. I mean, some championships, some categories have these receivers. You can't talk back, but the race director can talk to you as a driver. They use them a lot in oval racing.
Well,
things like Legends and other categories use them.
I can tell you, David, that there is an interest at national level across all forms of having a receiver only in cars, so that you can do exactly what you say. Everybody is concerned about the expense and what it means of having proper data on board, even in the most basic club car. But to have a simple tracker system that allows you to say, you know, exactly that, safety car, and, you know, hold your position, or overtake, you know, car number this, overtake the pace car, car number the, in order to get everybody round, because he needs now to get people up behind the car, wave them past, and there is the leader, and so he needs to wave 6 or so cars past.
But I don't understand why that's not been done, because all that's happened is you've now compromised those drivers unnecessarily, because they're never going to catch the crocodile. So you've had them stuck behind for a lap. They're clearly not the cars you need there. I don't really understand why they weren't waved past in the first place.
Well, they haven't been.
No, indeed. And are still not being. And we're down to 4 minutes, so it's rather hard to see actually how many more laps we're going to get out of this race, isn't it?
Well, that's a bit of a shame. I'm sure they'll resolve it as fast as they can. The trick is to move the car that's in the gravel as fast as they can.
Yeah.
But I'm with you that it would be nice to stick your arm out of the window and wave past everybody except the yellow car that we see well, 6 cars back.
Yeah, exactly. But for the moment, I mean, again, you know, we have this in international GT racing, for example. If there's a green light on, it means that you can go past.
Yes.
Very straightforward. And when the lights go orange and flash, you stay behind it.
Yeah.
And it's not dependent on a man waving his arm. But I still struggle to understand why safety car periods are so problematic after all these years of using them. So we've got 3 minutes and change on the clock, and the last lap for some was over 2 minutes. I can't see a racing lap coming here, I'm afraid to say. And even if we do, I mean, those 4 cars, 5 cars, are still going to be at safety car pace when the leader is released, and it becomes even more dangerous, surely. So Andrew Smith is effectively the race winner, because even if Martin Stratton were to have any opportunity on the run to the line, there's a back marker between them anyway. So Andrew Smith has as good as done this. Shame that that's how it seems to be ending.
It's been an impressive drive by Andrew Smith, hasn't it?
Absolutely right.
I mean, come charging through, yes.
Finally, there's some arm waving going on. Sorry to interrupt you, but now the instruction has been given to let the cars go.
Yes. Now, come on, Frank Lyons. You're the one who's not getting on with it. You are required to go past.
Come on, Frank. Now the arm waving to stop, so Frank Lyons is doing the right thing by holding back, because he's not been physically waved past, so it's all turning into even more of a nightmare.
Yeah, but the lights aren't off, and I'm afraid we're going to come across the line, aren't we?
Yeah.
So it does look as though it was more difficult to move that car than they would have liked.
So Andrew Smith is going to win the race. It might be that the safety car peels in and lets them drive to the checkered flag. Frank Lyons has now been waved by. Good. But a very disappointing way for the drivers to end that, because it had been a really fascinating race and we'd had some great battles. Andrew Smith up from 20th on the grid. Mark Charteris got himself to 5th and then plateaued. I'm still not convinced all is well with Mark's car. It was making great progress at the beginning, and then, as we saw, lost the place to Andrew Smith, and its lap times were never as good. Andrew's best 64, Mark Charteris' best a 67.
Yes, yeah.
So down to the old hairpin. Well, yes, we've had some dramas and we've had some incidents and we've had some confusion, but we've also had a great day of racing, and it's blown the cobwebs away. It's been great to be back.
It certainly has been. I was just thinking, for a Formula 2 car, a 1 minute 4.68 is a pretty impressive lap, David, isn't it?
It is, isn't it?
He's driven well. the lights are still on and the time has nearly run out, so I can't help feeling you are right to say that's the case. But this series will go on now to race at a number of venues around the UK and 1 or 2 rounds in Europe. I think they're traditionally in Dijon.
Yeah. All being well with calendars and travel.
All being well with calendars and travel, that should happen, yes.
Right, the lights are out. It's going to be a drive past the checkered flag, isn't it, here?
Yeah, I think that's what it looks like.
So 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. The flag will be out. We've hit the time. And it's going to be a race win for Andrew Smith then. And Martin Stratton, a class-winning second. And Callum Grant, a class-winning third. As the checkered flag flies to bring the second HSCC Historic Formula 2 race to a close. The order, as predicted, Andrew Smith takes the race win from Martin Stratton, Callum Grant, Matt Wrigley, Mark Charteris, and then Martin Wood. And a real shame that we lost the sting at the end of that because of that elongated safety car period. But a great drive by Andrew Smith.
Really very impressive. That car came through extraordinarily quickly. We saw some good battles all the way down through the field. It's a good series, isn't it? With sufficient generations of cars from the early to the late 70s. A great peak of Formula 2.
Yeah, it was Graham White in his tenure at the HSCC who was championing that Formula 2 movement, tempting the cars back out. And lots of people suddenly thought, oh, that's something new, I'll have a look at that. And they had a look at the costs and thought, that stacks up really well. And look at the circuits we go to, and it was ticking boxes.
Yes, yeah, and I think it certainly worked for them.
Yeah.
And it certainly worked to have them invited along to join the Masters grids and added 2 fine short races. Second one, unfortunately, a little bit earlier interrupted. The 2 technos are still enjoying themselves. I'm not quite sure what they think is happening there, but they appear to be hard at it.
Well, Andrew Smith has done a very impressive job indeed to score race honours then, as the March 742 comes through. The technos want another lap. They've just gone storming past.
Everyone's just... have they? I hope.
Well, the technos have certainly gone through for another lap. Flag is still being waved for those that were not concentrating. However, Andrew Smith took the race win. Martin Stratton second place, so again 1 better than race 1, and Callum Grant finishing in third as the cars make their way down the pit lane. So fair play, Andrew Smith. Very good drive indeed. Mark Charteris' car we've been talking about, and it's a beautiful elf colour scheme, coming home in 5th place. Right, let's look at the results then of our second historic Formula 2 race. Andrew Smith, the race winner from Martin Stratton and Callum Grant. Matt Wrigley survives this time to be 4th. Mark Charteris 5th. Martin Wood behind him. Then David Tomlin fending off the chevron of Mike Bledsoe-Brown. Chris Lillingston Price comes out on top in the techno fight, with Nick Pancisi's March behind him in 10th place. 11th to Julian Stokes in his techno after a spin, ahead of Stephen Futter's early rout. Daniel Clayfield in 13th ahead of Paul Basson and then Mark Goodyear. Peter Micklewright's March fended off Jeremy Kane, with Frank Lyons the last finisher. We had Brian Morris in the gravel at the Old Hairpin and Julian Maynard in the gravel up at Coppice.
Yes, indeed. And that completes the Formula 2 field. Poor Fraser Gibney and Rob Weldon having both had rather up and down sorts of days, really.
Absolutely right. Rob Weldon, I think, will go away very short-changed after showing great speed, but it's not been his day at all. But we've had a good race from Andrew Smith, a good earlier race won by Callum Grant. Touring car success, as we were talking about earlier on, to Ben Klukas and Marcus Jewell. Another win for Mike Cantillon in Formula 1. And a great drive by Steve Tandy to win in Masters Endurance Legends. It has been, Christopher, a cracking day's racing.
David, it certainly has, and it's been wonderful to see a large number of cars that are very rarely seen out on UK racetracks, and I think Masters have put on a successful weekend, and MSVR in race control done a nice job. We have had, hooray, we're back racing again, and that's the thing that matters so much. And I know that Ron Maiden particularly wanted to make sure that it was understood that Motorsport UK, who have lobbied so hard to the Department of Culture, Media and Sport to allow this event to happen, never mind get all motor racing back going again, and we're back out racing. So not much more to look forward to Yes, there certainly is. A whole series of races throughout this year with the Masters Series.
It has been a great day of racing, that is for sure, and finally, motor racing in the UK in 2021 is back on track. We hope you've enjoyed the coverage from Donington, courtesy of Masters Historic Racing and Race TV. From Christopher Tate and David Addison, it's goodbye for now, and we'll leave you with a look back at some of the best bits of today's racing.